Previously on Fullmetal, two brats played God, fried their own bodies, and found out the whole country is a cosmic slaughterhouse run by an immortal boomer cosplaying as a dictator. They hunted the Philosopher's Stone, got beaten up by broken monsters, became the government's lapdogs, and rounded up a chaotic little crew to take down the suit-wearing mafia from the inside. Now everything's gone to hell. The real big boss crawled out of his hole flexing the face of their deadbeat dad, and the apocalypse clock just started its countdown. Buckle up, cause part 2 is about to boil over. Let's go. While the slaughterhouse rages on, far from there, hidden in the military prison, the brothers finally manage to catch up in peace, and Edward spills the most highly anticipated news. The shorty drops the bomb, confirming that during that chaotic dive into the bizarre domain of truth, he saw that his brother's flesh and blood body hadn't evaporated into the void. But the gossip quickly turns tragic. The body in the beyond rejected the direct rescue, completely locked out due to the restricted and exclusive Wi-Fi between that specific body and soul. Guilt completely crushes the pipsqueak, who confesses with his head hung low that he swallowed their own enemy's life battery just to make it out of that limbo alive. The news hits the hollow armor like a bazooka, shaking both of their moral foundations, since using shredded lives as a cheat code broke their entire doctrine. Swallowing their tears and ethical crises, the focus of the meeting shifts to the colossal logistical nightmare of how to set up a scheme to fish that body back into the real world. The robot's absurd burst of rationality makes the shorty's panic overflow, because only he saw up close that the scrawny husk left in the void is a ticking time bomb. To make the menu of disasters even worse, they urgently need to decide what to do with the bleeding foreigner right there in their laps, forcing a desperate escape plan. But their nerdy illusion of ruling the shadows completely melts away when they come face to face in a clandestine tribunal with the ultimate absolutist figure of the uniformed government. The shock in the room multiplies when the whole gang faces each other, and the brats realize in pure dread that the Flame Colonel was already a hostage in that cage too. The rotten cherry on top of this ordeal is the Colonel's blonde sniper being paraded with a sadistic smile on a very short leash, treated as the boss's VIP human shield. Their microscopic size in this world is laid bare in their minds, proving with disgust that the very foundation of the country was born from this military sewer. The tin cyborg swallows hard, recalculating the combat math, and fatally realizes that clashing head-on with the final boss within those four walls is a guaranteed mortal humiliation. The bizarre clues of his career connect like hot lead in Ed's brain. The military service he'd been bootlicking was purely a protective wall for this disgusting mafia. In an acute burst of rebellion mixed with frustration and hatred, the shorty beats his chest, screaming that he's going to permanently cut the uniformed umbilical cord tying him to the high command. With trembling hands, he rips off his badge and slams his credentials onto the ground, symbolically cutting off that official free ride in an angry divorce from the state. But the mustached man doesn't even blink at the circus, resorting to the dirtiest sadistic low blow on the menu, poking their wounds and rubbing a violent threat over their civilian friend's head. Confirming Winry's name puts the worst tragedy on the table, noosing the brothers by showing that their sanity compass is already sliced up on the dictator's silver platter. The brat finally shuts up, measuring the galactic damage, realizing too late that playing the vigilante spy only served to drag the blonde girl's neck to the slaughterhouse. The pipsqueak's blood boils over, and he charges forward completely in a manic trance to snarl right in the VIP kingpin's face, throwing all common sense out the window. The supreme sadist replies by spitting out a sickening chuckle, turning the tables purely to force the kid to swallow his idiotic arrogance and have the displeasure of sweating as he puts his own collar back on. Completely cornered, and with no backdoor out, the brat hunts down the abandoned badge on the carpet, swallowing the absolute humiliation of accepting his imprisonment in the system's sick matrix. With the team shattered, the cyborg lies on his own chewed-up dignity, begging the big guy to at least allow the useless hunt for that magic battery to heal his own body. The boss yields that crumb just to keep training his prey, tying up that blind contract, ordering the duo to focus solely on rolling over like the board's submissive lapdogs. With his childish side silenced, the spotlight of panic fiercely corners the Flame Alchemist, wondering if the suited rogue will swallow his rebellious facade for the sake of his secretary. His social climber facade easily wins out, pasting on a scumbag corporate sellout smirk to a assure them that the steak collar fit his luxurious throat perfectly. However, his kamikaze instinct screams loud, and he stalls the farewell by stepping on the gas, wanting to force the dictator to admit from his own mouth who put his partner Hughes in the grave. The denial tears through the room like an icicle, purely attesting that the old man's own paws didn't get bloody at that specific address, and the mud stinks from darker corners. The crossroads completely closes the tab when the dictator exhales a vile coldness right under the tin can's eyes, sadistically reminding them that any temper tantrum on the map will result in immediate bloodshed. With his recreational show fully satisfied, the mustached man shoos the school of pitiful fools out of the VIP room with pure indifference, proving without breaking a sweat that they're just mosquitoes on his glasses. Returning to the comatose foreign girl, the brothers crash into a brutal reality, focused on going full zombie mode to dump the witnesses into the dark alleys as fast as possible without tipping off the boss. The colonel foots the bill for the whole expensive ordeal, cashing in favors from the back alley doctor to keep the uniforms away with absolute silence stamped on his forehead. Dismissing the stinky gang, schizophrenic paranoia takes the wheel of Mustang's mind, isolated on the headquarter carpet, thinking the blonde has already been turned into puree behind the white doors. Freaking out, his heart skips a beat when he hears his own muse's talking radar, having spawned completely unharmed behind the little desk with no crimson stains to betray a macabre tragedy. But the scent of corpses in the closet explodes when the blonde sits down obediently with the secretary paperwork, proving she plunged her chest straight into the sadistic epicenter to play babysitter for absolute trash. In another zip code entirely sweating with fear, the trauma of the blackmail bites at Edward's fingertips, dialing an urgent red line to track Winry's pulse and sweep away any rumors of a funeral. Into the receiver, the country girl smiles, pouring purely oblivious peace of mind into the blind hero's ear without sniffing a drop of the guillotine resting on the back of her own neck. The garbage stress accumulates in the kid overwhelmingly, sparking a totally useless schoolyard fight, yelling into the microphone just to vent the pale nervousness stuck in his tonsils. Hanging up in his face with a sweet and pathetic smile, the civilian accidentally cements the lifelong cross of a bizarre mental drain that the dwarf will carry in silence while she fixes screws in ignorance. Their safety ceiling instantly collapses on their hollow heads when the window swings open to reveal a filthy parasite invading, confirming he savored their mental weakness straight from the VIP box. With his possessed husk shining with scummy cynicism, the beast spits out a laugh at the brat's supreme stupidity for doxing the civilian's entire ID over an open radio right into the laps of state spies. But the seesaw tips into his own mental chaos in a disgusting matrix bug, exposing the sweaty struggle for the shell, proving purely that the dead Asian playboy is still choking the parasite from deep down. Grasping at the air for the last shreds of oppressed humanity beneath the gray shield, the final cryptic message focuses on an errand written in a foreign tongue exclusively for the runaway bodyguard out there. Regaining the slicked-back crest of his mental control, the scummy creature exhales arrogant pride, warning that he doesn't play garbage man for the uniforms, and bounces unpunished, dumping the entire sick game of Russian roulette right into the pipsqueak's pocket. The rebellious cry of impotence makes his jugular explode, tearing a scream deep into the black husk, hunting for any remaining spark of the late Ling to stem the disaster once and for all. The freezing wall firmly pushes back against his locked brain, attesting with an ear-to-ear smile that the cute little body became nothing but fodder for the infernal, selfish fireplace of its new, inhuman owner. Pivoting back to the straw cot in a dirty alleyway, taking deep breaths as the underground clinic operates, the sliced-up foreigner confirms that the getaway Uber saved her blown vein in the truck bed. The ninja bursts her stitches, instantly going into kamikaze mode when she scans the dust and desperately processes in a bizarre panic that her master's fancy little body didn't respawn there. To cushion the unnecessary psychological hemorrhage of the crippled dead weight, Edward slowly hands over the dreadful little note containing the macabre letters that only the Eastern Country bumpkin disciple can read. The deciphered code purely tears the invisible eardrums of the poor fool, bringing the whole disgusting empire crashing down on the back of someone who had her pride shattered into trash and a gruesome sacrifice. When her stunned mind physically embraces the macabre stone trophy, the screen throws open pure sweaty whimpers from realizing the hard way that playing the squire actually yielded the infallible cheat, drowning out her ugly sobs with her face turned into the cheap pillow, cementing the cold reality on the floor, proving that her success in the firm stamped the ultimate cursed punishment in life onto her beloved master's back. Completely detached from the scandalous human sorrow, the mustached man, plugged into the infinite macabre VR, inspects the brand new sick little piece on his own shelf, coldly evaluating the upgrades to the foreigner's husk. The beast spits explicit mockery, humiliating with grotesque laughter that greedy mortal bumpkin who bared his chest, swinging the huge doors open to a hell with no return tickets, laughing at his own blind hunger. But the swallowed Shingi's ghost vomits pure hatred, kicking both furious feet through the demon's mental windshield, verbally bulldozing, humiliating and flaunting the stubbornness of the weak right in the arrogant monster's face. The stubborn stiff's attitude, pulling the strings from down in the basement, shreds all predictions, drawing out the most genuine sociopathic sneer from the master's fetid mouth, who reveres the idiotic audacity of someone already wiped out, not giving a damn about others' hallucinations. Out on the real asphalt, the neutered uniformed lapdog puts on a clean diaper, paying mechanical submission while repairing structural damages just to silently swallow the sorrows of imminent trauma. Pretending to sort out third-rate bureaucracy, the filthy pen deliberately, blindly, and paralyzingly tears into an insane and explosive little detail within the dirty chalk runes scattered amidst the civilian mess. The gossipy confirmation from a random middle-aged woman lit up the dashboard right away, connecting the haunting, generalized blackout across the entire national territory with no coherent physical explanation. The panic bomb strangles all of Ed's brains, discovering in a gross cold sweat that the decrepit old man does indeed hold the gigantic invisible pin to the state's life and death switch in his dirty gloves. Injected with filthy adrenaline in the hidden trash, Fury drafts all the bets, testing diabolical arrangements, hunting for any crooked crack in the lockdown server, wanting to jump out of the steamroller's path. But the rope of remorse squeezes tight, tearing the sadistic nerve, showing that the giant black backpack filled with rotten past garbage poisons every draft of heroism he purulently sneezes onto the wooden floorboards. Taking a lightning-fast mental leap, the pipsqueak realizes, out of nowhere, why the uniform toll booth reeked. The dizzy Asian girl didn't short-circuit along with the rest of the nation, proving that the Shingis jump over the armored internet wall laughing all the way. The shiver completely overturns the scummy counter, because stealthily stealing the purely mysterious foreign recipe instantly turns all the trashy humiliation into a supreme, viable bazooka capable of torching the villains. Far from the little discovery club full of nerdy smirks, the hulking killer furiously dives into tight manholes, brutally tearing through the butchering inspectors to excavate the sewers of the sadistic fatherland. The gruesome paranoia dictating the machine's maddened pulses purely focuses on confirming sweating bullets. If the butchering of his own civilian race in the desert was a sadomasochistic sacrifice planned by the disgusting beards at the round table, this madness fatally pushes his iron claws straight into the door of the stinking solitary confinement, completely cornering the crying, demented scientist, guardian of all the rot in the stamped asylum, who was about to chew up the dirty evidence. Discovering that the nation's president is literally an inhuman abomination hits the squad like a dropkick. It's simply their worst nightmare coming to life. The power pyramid is rotten to the core. The team realizes that acting now means curing a terminal cancer that has already devoured all of the system's defenses. The most obvious route is flashing neon in their faces. Run for it. Bailing on this military cult would be the perfect escape for cowards. But flashbacks of that genocidal war beat down their memories again. That was exactly where their brains got fried. Forced to play God in a pointless bloodbath. It's right then that the harsh reality kicks in. Playing justice requires swallowing the vomit and facing the scum head-on from inside the sewer itself. Uncovering the nation's dirty secrets proved the abyss is bottomless. Now this bunch of idiots accepts that they've become mere disposable pawns in a hellish game of Monopoly. Even trained as a human flamethrower, he accepts he's just a piece of meat. Ironically, this fragile biology magically transforms into his ultimate cheat code against demons. Somewhere else, reality takes its toll. After giving up a piece of her own body to save her boss's ass, fatigue crashes her system into a deep snooze. But sleep mode is cancelled with a scream. The spoiler that her master smiled and swallowed the villain's power juice flips the board completely upside down. Discovering that her master is fighting the voices in his head becomes pure trigger material. Rotting in bed playing dead sounds like a massive insult. Despair kicks common sense to the curb, and she begs for cyborg prosthetics at light speed. Welding ground meat to freezing steel makes the human body freak out in absolute agony. Far from wetting her pants, she faces the satanic pain. The psychotic promise becomes slicing the recovery time in half, even if she has to grind her own skeleton to do it. The only way is to throw in the towel to the crazy girl. The perfect match is activated with the only mechanics capable of converting this suicidal fetish into deadly prosthetics. Meanwhile, Alphonse plays Zen monk to focus on the girl's health, ignoring the diplomatic nuclear warhead about to wipe the little room off the map. The air turns toxic on the spot when a stalker appears at the doorknob. Exchanging that killer look promises a chaotic collision between factions out for blood. Alphonse's empty tin can finally connects the neurons. The mortal reality show of the neighboring country's factions has invaded the backyard, and they're hunting the exact same crown. Ignoring her ground-up carcass and the infernal pain, the bodyguard's fight button is pushed with purely psychopathic hatred to slice up the threat right then and there, until the owner of the dump decides to intervene, kicking the door of insanity. The reality check rubs in their faces that demolishing the only pirate hospital is a Nobel Prize in stupidity. The old man's cheap terrorism works absurdly well. He warns them that catching tetanus in this radioactive pigsty is almost a certainty, melting away all the rabid bitch morale from both of them. With the tantrum on pause, the spotlight aims at the grumpy old geezer. The depressing mess reveals the certificate of a madman who threw in the towel on hygiene and let his life rot away. The old man's psychopathic coldness is creepy as hell. He looks at the only family photo and deletes his own past as easily as throwing trash down the drain. The tin boy pours out his traumatized whining. He judges the doctor with the hatred of a fucked up kid who would sell a kidney for the life the old man flushes down the toilet. That cheap shot grinds the doctor's swagger to dust. Cornered by the kid's honest crying, the old man realizes he's gonna have to spill the beans. The slap of PTSD wrecks the room. The poor guy's brain froze in the war, turning any little nap into an uncontrollable hell simulator. The military bloodbath warped the doctor's instincts to such an absurd level that it almost made him slaughter his own wife in a sick paranoia. The divorce was just the panic button to avoid first-degree murder. The tin boy swallows hard the gross lesson that the power of friendship doesn't fix fried brains. In the city's dark sewer, the tour crashes head-on into a problem. The mission is to scan the intruder's mug to check if he's a one-way ticket to a body bag. With no time for peaceful bullshit, the interrogation gets brutal. Extracting the clean record of this extra is vital to avoid getting riddled with holes in an ambush. A ridiculous coalition sprouts from the trash. The hostage delivers hardcore first aid, sucking up any fresh surface gossip as payment. The historical tension explodes as soon as the DNA is sniffed out. Just the fact of bearing the scarred face shoots the genocide's rot straight into the dungeon. The intruder embraces the serial killer label without blinking. Confirming that he's the machine that turns alchemists into dead meat changes the trap into a bloody game. The prisoner finally connects the dots and his brain fries. He notices that the entire nation is controlled by inhuman monsters operating in the shadows behind the massacre. But the chickening out is instant. The suited boss played dirty and put a whole city of innocent suckers in the crosshairs just to keep this lapdog on a leash. The coward spits out the truth and wears the shoe that fits. He admits to being the disgusting nerd of the macabre research, confessing to his own seal of quality on the slaughter that deleted the country. With the city held hostage, becoming cold dead meat right now is the only math that works in this broken head to sabotage the villains. He crawls begging for the final slaughter. He cries for a VIP euthanasia from the maniac to try and settle the rotten bill of his own atrocities in the sewer. But the suicidal fetish is denied. The promise of turning the guy into Swiss cheese is the key to forcing the culprit to puke up the complete rot of the big bosses. Far from the slaughterhouse, the weight of playing hide-and-seek with death puts the bill on the table. The system shuts down and crashes the kid's carcass for hours on end. A sick moral debt pops up on the screen. Returning military junk to its owner is mandatory to prevent his coffin from sliding straight down to hell. The only shortcut to avoid becoming fertilizer is getting their hands dirty. The escape requires juggling through the alleys to evade the psychopathic suits in control. They discover that the suckers from the little club are being tossed to random backwaters. It's the perfect punishment from the suits to shatter the rebellion. rebellion. The stealthy invasion requires ballerina steps. Knocking on the door out of nowhere sounds like an attempted murder to someone who has the state breathing down their neck. Uniformed neurosis never sleeps. The killer instinct wakes up instantly, making it crystal clear that a bum hunted by the government doesn't get any days off. The lieutenant embraces the circus and gives a fake morning scolding. She keeps up the mediocre theater of a routine fight so as not to stir up the state's dogs listening behind the door. The screw-up reaches biblical proportions when the blondie bursts in and sees his boss half naked. The embarrassment evaporates in the face of the atomic bomb tattooed on her skin. The chick is a human flash drive of the satanic fire recipe. Freaking out to cover up her inheritance, she throws a fit, begging to cover her skin before the kid puts the puzzle together. Deep-seated traumas always start with seemingly harmless childhood squabbles, but deep down, they hide a very real and absolute resentment. The sting of being left out hits like a garbage truck. It's the exact moment a pathetic bout of sibling jealousy turns into a massive, silent grudge. The conclusion echoing inside that empty skull is tragic. It sparks the delusional belief that mommy's love belongs exclusively to someone else, and that he's been completely tossed to the curb. That is, until the freakout is interrupted by an apparition. The absent father suddenly pops up, becoming the bizarre witness to this whole embarrassing sob fest. The reality check is a brutal slap in the face. That whole emotional little scene is wiped from existence, replaced by the absurd physical humiliation of military discipline. It's obvious the kid lasted less than a cheap phone battery. His useless pride was completely decimated by the humiliating exhaustion of this punishment. The old man turns the torture into a traumatizing reality check. The pathetic little weight that knocked the kid out is aggressively compared to his own mother's insane journey of sacrifice. The trauma hits hard. That rebellious tantrum melts into a sea of wretched guilt, making the little idiot finally grasp the heavy sacrifices happening all around him. Back inside the house, that former fit of rage turns into an awkward, cute little hug. The kid decides to swallow his own resentment and accept his little brother. However, the embarrassment of acting like a soap opera damsel hits him like a ton of bricks. With zero emotional capacity to handle affection, the kid bolts from the scene at the speed of light. Knowing full well that miracles don't fall from the sky, the mom immediately pieces it together. She knows that only the gloomy alpha of the house could exorcise the rebellious little demon out of her son. But the old man was so caught up delivering his grand speech that he completely forgot the basic logistics of the punishment. Now the mysterious alpha has to flush his dignity down the toilet and beg for help in the most humiliating situation on earth. The reunion with the old master feels like a funeral. He realizes right away that his former student traded pacifism to embrace the worst career in the universe in the military. The old man locks away access to his teachings. To him, wearing that military uniform rots the brain and destroys any real sense of responsibility. The ideological clash catches fire. On one side, the pacifist grandpa. On the other, the delusional hotshot thinking he can tame the military to spread good. And the dark truth comes out. The kid doesn't want a basic crash course. He wants the ignition key to a weapon capable of obliterating everything. Ever since hiding this nuclear warhead to prevent a bloodbath, the master has lived like a depressed, aimless ghost. But the philosophy show is abruptly cut short. The old man's health fails brutally, silencing everyone in a single snap. Gasping for breath, the old man kicks the massive problem over for his student to swallow. The password to this annihilation is locked on his own daughter's body. The bomb drops, and with his dying breath, the dead man dumps his daughter and the burden into the hero's lap. Panic sets in, and the guy's brain completely melts. Right at the peak of absolute misery, the daughter arrives by surprise. She marches blissfully straight into the slaughterhouse in the middle of the room. Coming face to face with her own father dead on the floor sparks the ultimate trauma. The poor girl's mind completely short-circuits right then and there. With the frozen stare of someone who lost their soul, the girl cries. Besides being an orphan, she just became the living flash drive for a weapon of mass destruction. Years later, the scene shifts to the mess of the military. Our pipsqueak alchemist arrives thinking he rules the place, but gets a bizarre reality check. Stepping through the door, the freak show reveals itself. The perfect soldier's room is an absolute dump that no one expected. Playing the military's lapdog sucked the life out of her. The military routine turned simple tasks like washing dishes into an unreachable luxury. The violent street play sends chills down the kid's spine. finding the aftermath of a brawl punches him in the gut, a reminder that death looms over an all-out fight. His pacifist facade crumbles in tears. Refusing to pull the trigger was just pure terror of crapping his pants at the decisive moment. Reality hits hard. The shorty realizes that his cowardly little fear doesn't just kill his ego, but becomes a lethal weapon pointed right at his allies' heads. His real despair was never about shooting, but seeing his own friend have to kill to save him. His instinct screamed when he realized he turned her into a murderer just to spare his own conscience. The blonde shatters his paranoia by dropping the truth. Protecting the ones you love isn't about being a pure superhero, but crawling through the mud just to make it back alive at the end of the day. She owns every body she's ever dropped. Without playing the victim, the sniper swears she dove into this river of blood by choice, crushing the boy's childish view. The fool's brain finally puts the pieces together. He connects this macabre talk to the government's most censored event, the extermination massacre. The stubborn kid steps up and demands the rotten, uncensored truth. He wants to hear the horrors from someone who actually pulled the trigger, far from the media's cute little fairy tales. The blonde stabs the knife into the table. She's going to spew her most personal and disgusting nightmare, recounting the carnage from inside the abyss. The war machine sucked so much blood that the military recruited teenagers straight out of high school. They were sent in to ensure the perfect bloodbath in the genocide. The desert people were fanatical and stubborn. It was exactly this refusal to bow their heads that signed a massive death warrant for everyone there. Before the tragedy turned everyone into monsters, Scar was just a picture-perfect religious guy, living in peace without imagining the apocalypse. But betrayal slept on their own family couch. His brother was diving deep into forbidden science that the local church demanded be burned. Scar boils with rage seeing his brother drooling over foreign scribbles. That foreign alchemy went against everything they believed to be sacred. The bespectacled brother, however, didn't want to play God for evil. His dream was to use this science to heal and protect his people, who were being crushed by the government. The nerd delivers a moral dropkick. Praying in the dark doesn't stop foreign machine guns. If the people don't evolve and embrace innovation, they'll be ground to dust. He explains his notes on a bizarre cosmic energy pulsing through the globe. Deep down, the brilliant plan was to create a key to exterminate hatred. The nerd wanted to use science not to build bombs, but to spread peace. But the utopia hits an armored wall of misery. War kicks the door down, proving that cute theories are turned into mincemeat at the barrel of a rifle. Rock bottom collapses on the front lines. The mountain of bodies rises at such a frantic pace that stopping to cry becomes an impossible luxury. In the middle of hell, medical stubbornness ignores the war. Passports are thrown in the trash, and the doctors start stitching up the wounded from all sides. The whole situation rubs a macabre hypocrisy in the team's face. The government sends soldiers to blow holes in the people, and doctors to try and stitch them up, until harsh reality strikes down the heroism. The shortage of medicine crushes the hospital, turning salvation into a dead-end game of Russian roulette. The sadistic game levels up. The alarm blares, warning that the military's cleanup crew will sweep through everything, gunning down the admitted patients without an ounce of pity. The doctor duo gets a golden ticket to make it out alive. The people from the ghetto beg them to flee, but abandoning the mission feels like pure cowardice. The weight of destiny crushes the decision. If the doctors flee now, they'll leave behind a hospital stuffed with poor souls carrying stamped death warrants. The blonde father figure puts his foot down and ignores the escape route. Playing at fixing humans is his only purpose, crushing any fear of death. The oppressed are left with their jaws on the floor. They swallow hard at the bizarre reality that the foreigners chose to burn in hell alongside them. The barrier of hatred crumbles inside those walls. Instead of waiting for the massacre, the patients rise up and start busting their asses to help around the hospital. The suicidal dump transforms into an enlightened joint effort. A crazy harmony is born from the tragedy as everyone collaborates to survive. But outside that utopian bubble of cuteness, the government's bulldozer accelerates fiercely to flood the entire map in puddles of fresh blood. All hell breaks loose in the streets. The rebels flip the crazy switch, breaking the military lines and making the officers fall back, terrified of the destruction. The seizure of heavy weaponry in the enemy rearguard shatters the myth of a simple war. The legend that the military was only fighting beggars with stones is over. The international dirt leaks out. Intelligence discovers that foreigners are smuggling rifles to prolong the war and secretly weaken the country. The circus is going bankrupt, and the high command of suited geezers loses it. Out of patience for a prolonged war, they demand immediate, brutal annihilation. The dictator activates massacre mode. Before devastating the rioters in the streets, he orders a sick cleansing within the ranks of his own military. Soldiers who kiss the dictator's boots are blindsided by the weapons of their own comrades. The disgusting betrayal shatters the loyal soldiers' illusions. Panic dominates the military ranks with mass arrests. The government criminalizes an entire ethnicity, caging officers based solely on the blood in their veins. Tears are held back by ruthless handcuffs. With death warrants quietly ordered, the evil bureaucracy officially kicks off the bloodbath of pure, unforgivable genocide. Far from the front lines, the military buries its darkest secrets in a subterranean prison. These are the black holes where prisoners and those erased by the government are dragged in the dead of night. The government's tools aren't limited to ordinary soldiers. They treat these forgotten prisoners as disposable scum, turning them into living guinea pigs to ensure absolute secrecy for their dark experiments. The military's agenda is a macabre game of chess played in the shadows. Their goal is to use rampant human sacrifice in a grotesque alchemical ritual to harvest infinite power. The arrogant researchers who designed the lab grow tense as the test approaches. Having sold their souls for science, they set in motion the machinery that will process their human test subjects. Then the fools initiate the sequence. The alchemical trigger shifts into a demonic array, devouring the entire room in a brutal, inescapable light. The essence and souls of the victims are brutally extracted. Every memory is converted into energy, forcefully drained by this demonic crucible forged by the alchemists. The atrocity reaches a sickening climax. The array compresses everyone's agony into a single radiant core, serving up the forbidden creation on a silver platter. The emotional toll of success hits instantly. The scientist who spearheaded the experiment is overwhelmed with despair, realizing the monstrosity he has just birthed with his own two hands. Armed with this new wellspring of military power, the army advances on Ishval. The locals fall into a panic, dropping everything and fleeing blindly to escape the extermination. The infantry parts ways for the state's true walking weapons. The state alchemists enter the war zone, making it entirely clear that the objective isn't to take prisoners, but to wipe the region off the map. The purge makes no distinction between civilian and military targets. Entire buildings begin to collapse, indiscriminately burying any hiding places left in the capital. Cornered and out of ammo, the Ishvalan rebels are driven to absolute despair. Swallowing their tears, they launch suicide charges in a desperate bid to stand up against the heavily armed platoons. Trying to flee, the terrified families squeeze through the same escape route. This desperate sprint turns into a death trap, funneling everyone into a single choke point. Right in the middle of their escape route, an armored state alchemist appears to close the net. He raises walls using pure tactical alchemy, mercilessly trapping the crowd inside. Despair completely crushes the Ishvalans. Crashing against the walls raised by the military shatters the last of their sanity as they realize they've become rats in a cage. But the weight of facilitating a cold-blooded firing squad breaks the mind of the very soldier who built the walls. His moral compass shatters, and the hulking alchemist suffers a total nervous breakdown right in the middle of the slaughter. Defying the orders of the massacre, he diverts his aim. Instead of killing, he blows up a chunk of the barricade he just built to save the defenseless civilians. An improvised dirt tunnel suddenly opens through the massive wall. The extermination protocol suffers a minor deviation, dropping a sudden chance of salvation into the trembling hands of the refugees. Their futile joy only lasts as long as it takes the army to reload. A barrage of explosions completely destroys the makeshift route, proving that this death warrant leaves no room for pacifist hesitation. The benevolent alchemist is paralyzed by shock, seeing that his sudden act of kindness was entirely useless as debris falls around him, completely shatters any heroism left in his mind. In the midst of his moral breakdown, Solf J. Kimbley appears, oozing sadism. The psychopath views his colleague's hesitation as a grave insult to this beautiful show of carnage. Kimbley throws the man's military pocket watch in his face. The message is blunt: either swallow your tears and get back to slaughtering civilians, or become the next victim executed by a military tribunal. Meanwhile, in another sector, the resistance abandons all sense of self-preservation. With no tactical finesse, they charge in with rocks and screams, startling the uniformed squads with their raw hatred. All hell breaks loose as the Ishvalan warrior monks reach the Amestrian lines. They smash rifles and trample the soldiers in brutal, unrelenting hand-to-hand combat. Out of nowhere, the military troops halt their defense and retreat in desperation. The order to clear the area rings out loud. It's not a surrender, but a tactical fallback, urgently evacuating the street. The retreat sets the stage for the Flame Alchemist. Mustang adjusts his gloves and unleashes his destructive power. With absolute coldness, he follows his orders and ignites the spark that will reduce everyone in his path to ashes without warning. An infernal tongue of fire sweeps the street instantly. Any rebel barricade or hideout is swallowed by a massive wave of intense, inescapable flames. The blanket of dust and ash settles as Mustang strolls through the aftermath. He walks through the scorched earth with the apathetic posture of a man just going through the motions of another bloody day at work. A pool of blood highlights the alchemist's fallen pocket watch. That emblem, which once represented the elite pioneers of science, has literally become the devil's seal for those who fell on the asphalt. The once bustling street is reduced to nothing but smoke and charred corpses. With his grim duty fulfilled, the Flame Alchemist turns his back on the pile of bodies without a second thought. Behind the trenches, Maze Hughes breathes heavily, clipboard in hand. He ignores the rain of dust and bodies, trying to insulate his mind from the chaotic slaughterhouse he reports to every day. Mustang sinks onto his own tired feet in the Eschwallen mud. He pants, consumed by exhaustion and the sheer weight of the macabre atrocities he just unleashed across the battlefield. Hughes finds his friend and immediately notices the cracks in his tough exterior. Roy's eyes give away that the utopian hero is gone, buried under the toxic guilt of the uniform he wears. Mustang confesses that he has become the villain. He coldly realizes that his moral compass has been compromised, and he has become nothing more than a tamed dog for a murderous military command. The maps in the general's tent blatantly expose a terrifying assembly line of death. The steady advance proves that the goal isn't pacification, but an industrialized model for systematically exterminating the population. Reviewing the accounting of the carnage, Roy grows suspicious. As a field commander, he cross-references the absurd casualty rates and realizes the scale of the extermination strays far from any conventional military strategy. Reaching the same logical conclusion, the two friends see through the military's facade. Destroying all the surrounding land brings no plausible tactical gain, revealing that the top brass is hiding a far more sinister purpose behind this blind obliteration. A sudden interruption pulls them out of their dark realization. A soldier hands over an intact civilian letter, a rare piece of normalcy dropping right into the muddy trenches. Hughes shifts gears, gushing over a picture of his girlfriend in front of his disbelieving friend. This cheesy banter acts as an anchor, keeping his sanity balanced on a razor's edge amidst the carnage. And right in the middle of this lighthearted moment, the reality of war rears its ugly head. A bloodied Ishvalan leaps from the ruins, wielding a blade, ready to claim the lives of the distracted soldiers. Before the assailant can sink his knife, his skull is pierced without warning. A surprise intervention of lethal lead takes out the attacker mid-leap, silencing the threat with brutal precision. Recovering his composure, Hughes mentally calculates the trajectory from the muzzle flash and the bullet's impact in the dust. The analyst quickly deduces that their miraculous protection came from an elite sniper hidden high above. It matches the barracks legends of a merciless goddess of the trigger. It becomes blatantly clear that the military has a dark sentinel stationed on the rooftops to monitor and eliminate any stealthy threats. Climbing up to the roof, Mustang discovers that this bloodthirsty monster is all too human. The legendary sniper is slumped behind her scope, huddled up with dead, haunted eyes. Mustang's friendly approach hits an icy wall of military discipline. The sniper gives a dry, formal response, killing the peaceful vibe of old acquaintances with her lifeless, hollow stare. The realization hits him hard as the dust clears from her face. The government's killing machine is Riza Hawkeye, a promising young woman who shouldn't be wallowing in this corpse-covered hellscape. The shock shatters Roy's resolve. He realizes in horror that the dark path imposed by the military didn't just steal his own peace, but also drag this girl's bright future into the government's meat grinder. Far from the heavy gunfire, Dr. Marco is audited by his military superiors. He is summoned to present the horrific results yielded by the massive slaughter of test subjects in his lab. The prize of this genocide shines a brilliant red on a velvet cushion. The top brass marvel at the infamous Philosopher's Stone, laughing in triumph because all the inhumane slaughter they commissioned had paid off. They select the ideal candidate to wield the stone in the trenches. Kimberly gets the approval of the generals, chosen as the vanguard of destruction thanks to his terrifying credentials in the art of unchecked sadism. With this infinite source of energy coursing through him, Kimberly flashes a purely lunatic smile. The sadist is thrown into delirium, absorbing the crimson power he will mercilessly unleash upon any target in his sights. Overwhelmed by guilt, the creator falls to his knees surrounded by bodies. Marco loses his mind witnessing the direct devastation caused by his cursed creation, weeping desperately for the lives gutted by his blind obedience. Nearby, the army medics fall into despair inside a filthy medical tent. Trying to wash away the endless blood, the doctors grasp the cruel irony of healing the very oppressors who are mutilating a nation. Unable to escape what he helped orchestrate, Marco collapses onto the wet ground. The weight of his lab coat has become a definitive psychological shackle, cementing his role as an accomplice to these atrocities. The origin of this devouring fire came from a single obsessed mind. Risa's father, an alchemy master, traded his sanity for the ultimate destructive power, rotting from the inside under the weight of the fiery secrets he kept. Risa dives into the memories of when she handed over her father's cursed research. She looks back at the tattoos on her back, the mark she naively shared with Mustang, hoping to build a utopian future rather than a fiery tragedy. But upon witnessing the massive bombardment wiping out the country, her idealism crumbles. Her father's legacy, which she hoped would protect people, was publicly converted into the ultimate weapon of a genocidal army. Mustang narrows his eyes, swallowing the bitter guilt. He bears the weight of her silent pain, knowing he desecrated those teachings, turning the young woman's hopes into a nightmare of fire and torture. While their world burns, Ishvalan leaders try to find logic in the genocide by studying ancient texts. Piecing together the locations on the maps, they begin to decipher a massive alchemical architecture behind the attacks. This blueprint from hell reveals the supreme scheme hidden across the entire country. The coordinated killings were never about war or local politics. They were cruel blood crests carved to form a gigantic, monstrous, nationwide transmutation circle. The master of our incendiary protagonist kicks the bucket before finishing the tutorial. He leaves behind an absurd void and a totally useless, uncertified kid. Depression forces Roy to corner Riza about tomorrow. The interrogation is unbearable, but vital to prevent this useless girl from becoming vulture food in the gutter. But the girl shows some insane grit. She puts her foot down, warning him that she's going to finish school and pay her own bills, embracing her misery without crawling for crumbs. So the suit throws her a life jacket. Roy offers his own job in the military as a concrete wall to protect the girl when life comes to collect. The uniform guy's delusion is cute. Roy really wants to be the main pillar of the nation, becoming the guard dog for the poor folks. But the blonde has already realized what a piece of trash the universe is. She shatters his illusion, throwing in his face that the uniformed company tosses recruits into the meat grinder without mercy. Out of nowhere, Risa embraces this utopian madness. She decides to bet all her chips on this weirdo pyromaniac's bullshit, glitching their relationship forever. Mustang's brain finally starts working. Common sense screams that the old master's explosive recipe has to be hidden somewhere bizarre. The inheritance was eternally tattooed on his own daughter's back. The responsibility for this human atomic bomb was injected right into the flesh, trapping both of them in this macabre conspiracy. The blonde says screw it once and for all. She drops the family's deadly toy right in his lap, betting her own head on the suit's savior speech. But reality crashes the car violently. That perfect little world they dreamed of turns to dust stupidly fast when the heavy gunfire breaks out in the desert. Our duo is tossed right into the deadly barbecue. The suit and the blonde panic, realizing their damn world peace just went straight into the trash. The caped heroes have turned into the neighborhood butchers. The only magic pill for the suits is telling everyone to shut the hell up and shoot. Then the psychopath in uniform shows up. He doesn't shed a single tear for the slaughterhouse, surfing on the destruction and mocking the idiots trying to play saint. The maniac rubs the harsh reality in their faces. He warns them that crying in the shower doesn't undo bullet holes, and at the end of the day, everyone there has blood on their hands. The villain singles out the sniper girl as his target. He rips off her ridiculous fantasy of being a sad little angel who only attacks because her boss tells her to. He crushes the girl, forcing the poor thing to look into the demonic mirror. The insinuation that she feels pride every time she pops a skull throws her defenses into the meat grinder. Mustang flips out big time. He jumps in the middle, barking like a nervous chihuahua, trying to shut up the sadistic Joker before those words fry the sniper forever. The maniac drops his fatality, it's all their fault. He points out that everyone signed the contract, and whining while pretending to be oppressed is purely pathetic. The girl swallows this toxic waste and recycles her depression. She swears to burn the face of every poor bastard she sent to the Shadow Realm into her brain as a permanent punishment. The carnage takes no breaks. The military meat grinder never turns off, forcing the survivors to swallow their tears and march happily into the devil's lap. The slap of truth knocks the troops' teeth out. The honesty crushes to the ground the last childish illusion about this ridiculous joke called military honor. The apocalypse doesn't take vacations for moral dilemmas. Freezing up like an idiot because of a guilty conscience becomes a lethal hazard that sends the whole operation down the drain. Shitting their pants, the brass spits out insane orders. The brilliant tactic becomes throwing uniform meatbags straight into the grinder until the resistance dies out. Before a mutiny can happen, the high command deploys their most expensive pit bulls. The goal is to make sure the human barbecue doesn't suffer any delays. The new maniac decides to step up to the plate alone. He deletes the cute little shootout and activates absolute steamroller mode right in the target's faces. The bullshit breaks the limits of absurdity. The nerdy science becomes an overpowered hack to vomit pure brute force of annihilation onto the asphalt. The troops' mental trauma gives way to a sadistic hard-on. The idiot's strike evaporates as they simp over the boss's deadly little show. The sadistic goal is laid bare for all to see. They never wanted to just conquer. The idea was always to delete the entire enemy culture with one deadly click. The fuse blows in the heads of those who realize the receipt for this victory. A colossal hatred for the government is born when they see a group celebrating on top of a mountain of ground meat. At the peak of insanity, a ridiculous truce emerges. A desperate scream echoes to plug the blood drain before the population gets wiped out for good. The gamble is no joke. An enemy figure pulls an insane risk, popping up with hands in the air and chest wide open in front of the uniformed meat grinder. The one leading the line to the slaughterhouse is the folk's supreme pastor. The sacred geezer decides to put his own little head on the line in the middle of the dust. The bloody toll hits the betting table. The old man offers his own life on a platter of humiliation, buying a breathing license for the extras left behind. A bizarre surge of honor runs over the military mockery. The bargain is stamped on the spot, kicking the bill for the carnage straight into High Command's lap. But the local boss wants to flush peace down the toilet. The imbecile wants to farm a gut-soaked trophy just to massage his own tiny ego. To keep the boys from going straight down the absolute drain, the fuck it button is pressed, sending the psychopathic boss to hell. The troops themselves dictate the new rules so they don't end up as dead meat. With a minimum of IQ reinstalled, the guns go limp. The dramatic plea to save the culture gets a VIP pass to knock on the Supreme Suit's door. The diplomatic whining lands right on the chief psychopath's desk. The king of the VIP lounge is now forced to smell the mountain of corpses he created. To the sadistic dictator, the people are just a pathetic little number on a spreadsheet. He simply punts the mystical bucket of that ridiculous bargain into outer space. The mustache guy shreds the white flag without mercy. For the sadist, a piece of meat doesn't buy peace, cutting off any hero romance at the barbecue. The crowd dials heaven's customer service, cursing them out, but the suit laughs like the Joker. He uses his own throne as proof that, if God gave a damn, he would have fried him already. The big boss slaps his dick on the table. He puts the government badge way above any god, yelling that no divine being can tank the state machine. The little nihilist coach show closes its curtains. The raw, naked order is dropped for the guard dogs to get back to the sand and wipe out the dump. Far from the AC, the misery hits the ceiling. The folks run from the apocalypse, begging for a tiny room at their neighbors so they don't turn into smoked pate. With the neighbors' gates locked, panic takes over. The universe flushed the toilet and left the people there to embrace the devil in absolute solitude. In the middle of the freakout, the frontline doctors refuse to retreat. They face the psychopathic production line trying to patch up the mutilated crybabies on the ground. Playing charity in the madhouse is their rule. The healers ignore whose dirty blood is on the stretcher, treating the bluecoats and the sand dwellers alike. Playing doctors without borders and healing the extras marked for slaughter becomes a pain in the ass. The military HR foams with rage watching these idiots not give a shit about the extermination orders. The scam tactic is sealed by the suits. They decide to use the chaotic slaughter as a smokescreen to gladly devour these gossiping doctors. The lame excuse is burped out. Command tosses the crime's baggage to the company psychopath, ensuring the duo's assassination looks like just another war casualty. The timer hits 0 for the supreme nerds of Ishval. The uniformed steamroller injects panic into the idiots who still dream of escaping this rat trap. The older brother spills the little secret of his neurosis. He turned the forbidden science into a bizarre mutation tattooed onto his own flesh. The absolute hack of the universe became two functions tattooed on his arms. One little switch dedicated purely to deleting lives, and the other focused only on fixing damage. Seeing raw, naked death kicks the religious fuss out of the folks. The little brother swallows the fact that this forbidden hack is the only life preserver keeping their race from going to shit. The invading tractor massacres the barricade. Panic melts away the fanaticism, and the suckers realize that praying doesn't stop the demonic steamroller knocking on their door. The circle of hate flips over. The monks want to tear up God's manual to grab the hack and throw the atomic bomb right back in the invaders' faces. The slap of truth punches the little brother in the gut. He realizes that his brother's phony alchemy turned into ethical crack, rotting the brains of his entire fan club. But the philosophical circle jerk loses its charm fast. The steamroller chews up the garage revolution before the idiots can even put their pants on for the shootout. In the little AC room, things are pure psychopathy juice. The big bosses run the meat grinder from their home office, hitting carnage quotas with gourmet coffee. The CEO of Annihilation takes the wheel. It's the sacred time to clock in and vomit carnage with that absolutely disgusting and sadistic professional touch. The obliteration of Ishval is a spectacle of pure, merciless devastation. The advance of the Amestrian forces disintegrates entire city blocks in fractions of a second, practically demonstrating the weight of state-sanctioned annihilation. There is no room for defense or escape. The centuries-old architecture and the history of a people are summarily wiped off the map by the invading military power. In the midst of this hell, even the Amestrian infantry is left breathless. The raw power of the state alchemists is so extreme that it instills a paralyzing terror even in the allied troops. Orchestrating this chaos on the front lines is Solf J. Kimbley. For the Crimson Alchemist, navigating this extermination ground is like a walk in the park. To him, the terror inflicted shouldn't just be efficient, it must be a masterpiece. Kimbley demands that the annihilation be conducted like a flawless symphony of human despair. But trying to keep up with the pace of a sociopath leaves his escort vulnerable. Kimbley's sharp instincts kick in first, forcing him to dodge a sudden attack. The Ishvalan retaliation hits the gap in their defense with full force. The survivors prove that the resistance is still breathing, using deadly guerrilla tactics. Tearing through the smokescreen, the Ishvalan shock troops seize the opening. They charge forward, driven by a hatred that ignores any instinct for self-preservation. Locking onto the target, the combatant unleashes all the rage accumulated through years of oppression. It's the weight of Ishval's despair materializing in a brutal kamikaze assault. The defense line crumbles. Their fury tramples over Amestras's military discipline, breaking the squad's formation with overwhelming force. But in the midst of this carnage, the war matters little to this warrior. The only thing keeping him going is the desperate need to protect his family. His older brother, a man of intellect and faith, stands his ground against the idea of separating. To him, keeping the family bond intact until the very end is worth more than any dispersal strategy. Trying to mask his emotions, the researcher appeals to cold logic. He uses the cruel odds of the battlefield to try to convince his younger brother to run and survive. The realization hits hard. The warrior realizes that, in the face of the total annihilation surrounding them, blind courage alone won't be enough to save them, and time abruptly runs out. The Crimson Alchemist finds them. Viewing their tragedy as just another spectacle, he is eager to begin. Calamity swallows the scene. The very foundation of the earth is instantly warped, transformed into an incandescent tomb under the power of alchemy. In the last millisecond of consciousness, logic is forgotten. The terrified scholar jumps in front of his brother, choosing absolute martyrdom to protect him from the impact. His protective instinct speaks louder than his mangled body. Even feeling his life slipping away, the older brother clings to the youngest, desperate to ensure he doesn't give up. The decision is irreversible. The scholar abandons his self-preservation and decides to turn the forbidden research on his arm into the only tool capable of performing a miracle right there. The laws of nature are brutally twisted. The process forces the union of one's tattooed wisdom with the other's mutilated body, forcing life to continue. Consciousness slowly returns in a clinical setting. Far from the fire, the makeshift calm severely clashes with the aggressiveness of what the survivor brother has just experienced. The revulsion is instant upon looking at his own arm. That is no bandage. It's the physical and undeniable inheritance of the worst loss of his life, grafted onto his body. His sanity shatters irreparably. Survivor's guilt, physical violation, and accumulated hatred merge into a total breakdown that erases the man he used to be. Despair turns into pure, uncontrollable hatred. All the pain from the extermination of his people is condensed into a visceral, blind desire for immediate retaliation. In the darkness of his insanity, he no longer separates friends from oppressors. His twisted fury is cruelly unleashed on those who sacrifice their safety to try to heal him. Aimless, he sets out on a solitary journey. The man of faith has died, giving way to an instrument of punishment, convinced that the world must taste his pain. Later, patrols reach the area expecting to find the wounded. Instead, they stumble upon a reality that completely subverts the narrative of the war. The scene reveals the pinnacle of tragedy. It becomes glaringly obvious that the saviors were decimated by the irrational fury of the very victims they were trying to hide and protect. To the military leadership, this carnage sounds like the perfect validation. Ignoring morals, they use the massacre to prove that clemency is a useless weakness. The extermination campaign comes to an end. Roy Mustang corners what appears to be the last target in his entire sector, someone with nowhere left to run. But the victim has already accepted his fate. Without begging for mercy, the man preserves the dignity that the Emestrian military tried to crush all along. Roy absorbs the weight of that sentence in silence. Even with guilt shattering his conscience, he swallows his own humanity to carry out the given order. The carnage earns the official seal of success. The nation declares absolute dominance over the territory, turning a genocide into just another completed report. In the trenches, the unexpected end brings only confusion. After months submerged in hell, the minds of the troops take time to process that they have finally survived. But Mustang can't just switch off. Noticing his friend's downward spiral, Hughes decides to intervene so as not to let him sink into the void carved out by the war. The conversation triggers a bitter epiphany. Roy realizes, disgusted with himself, how mechanized he has become in the face of so many deaths under his orders. But the troops see things differently. To the soldiers, the presence of the flame alchemist was the relentless shield that guaranteed their tomorrow. Their gratitude breeds a silent revolt within him. Roy understands that his illusion of saving the world has crumbled, as the power he holds is pathetically minuscule against the state's machine. Abandoning unrealistic dreams, he establishes a new, extremely practical goal. Mustang decides to create an absolute circle of protection only for those within his direct reach. The logic is to create a chain of survival. If he shields his direct subordinates, those subordinates will shield those below them, forging a loyal network unknown to the hierarchy. The ultimate epiphany stems from this strategy. For this pyramid to protect the entire nation, Mustang realizes he will need to usurp the highest power and become Führer. Despite it being an almost suicidal challenge, the alliance is formed. Hughes seals a silent pact of loyalty, willing to help his friend reach the command of the country. But from up high, the supreme leader picks up on this anomaly. Bradley instantly recognizes the seed of treason and the political threat growing within the ranks. Far away, the military brass comes to collect from Kimberly. But the ecstasy of breaking the rules of the world with borrowed power has changed him irremediably. The deserter seals his ownership in the most extreme way possible. The artifact isn't just kept, he swallows it to make it a biological part of himself. The silencing of witnesses is instantaneous. The local leadership is decimated in the blink of an eye to ensure that no one lives to tell of the theft of the sacred artifact. But the party is short-lived. Much older forces were already monitoring the board, and the retaliation against the rogue alchemist is instant and non-negotiable. Back to the reality of the finished war, Roy reunites with his subordinate. Before the grave, the two share the remorse of the massacre they helped carry out. Driven by inflexible penance, the sniper imposes a drastic measure on herself. The dark knowledge tattooed on her skin cannot survive the end of the conflict. The demand for destruction breaks Roy's composure. Having to use his flames to mutilate the woman he swore to protect is a heinous boundary for him. But her determination is absolute. By demanding the incineration, she performs a pragmatic ritual of detachment so that no new monsters will arise from this secret. The fire is conjured, Burning the legacy on her back is an excruciating pain, but it seals the death of that destructive science and the scar they will carry together. With the war behind them, the political plan begins. Roy starts meticulously recruiting loyal men to secure the logistics of his future empire. He seeks natural-born strategists, people who understand bureaucratic chess and know how to put the lives of their comrades above any corrupt order. To complete the team, a surprise. The woman who had her legacy destroyed cuts her hair and abandons civilian life, officially enlisting in the oppressive system. Her choice of a sniper rifle is both tactical and psychological. The distance serves as a barrier that softens the shock of taking lives, separating her from the direct carnage. They silently form a new military ideology. They decide to dirty their own hands and absorb the pain so that civilians and future generations will not know what despair is. Roy perfectly internalizes that this climb to the top will not be clean. He will use guilt and the ghosts of war as a foundation, so as not to back down from his ambition. To anchor this climb, he places Riza at his back. He entrusts her with the fundamental role of being his shield and the master of his fate. She absorbs the ultimate order without hesitation. If he becomes corrupted along the way, Riza accepts the heavy burden of being his judge and executing him immediately. But the contrast of the war is merciless. While Roy plans to protect the future, the Ishvalan survivor finds himself in a vacuum where everything he loved has been wiped from the earth. His shattered mind finds a new drive. With no reason for hope, the warrior's absolute grief is converted into a mechanical and macabre need for retaliation. Abandoning his former identity, the empty shell swears to live only to hunt down the military. The relentless force is born, ready to tear the state alchemists to the bone. In the most desperate moment of his life, an Ishvalan survivor makes an unthinkable decision. To avoid losing his only family, he sacrifices his own body in an act of blind desperation. Shifting gears, Edward's journey takes a bizarre turn. The universe decides to drop a miraculous shortcut right into his lap. He gets the chance to resolve absolutely all of his trauma in the blink of an eye, without any effort. With this absolute power at his disposal, the young prodigy reveals his true priorities. He completely ignores his family's tragedy and tries only to cure his petty inferiority complex. The cosmic response, however, is a rude awakening. Searching for a loophole, the alchemist tries to manipulate the offer to steal his own brother's physique. The scam is so blatant that the victim catches on immediately. Any brotherly love evaporates instantly under a clear threat of violence. Edward needs answers. Setting aside the recent tension, he seeks out his military allies to understand the political filth they've gotten themselves into. The whole brutal truth about the Ishval massacre is dropped into the boy's lap. He now understands the scale of the state-sponsored carnage. That's when Colonel Mustang's true intentions come to light. The ultimate goal isn't just to rule, but to dismantle the military dictatorship and return the country to the hands of the people. But the most bitter truth of all is accepted by them. By establishing real justice, the supposed heroes will have to answer for the massacre they committed, being tried as war criminals. Edward is paralyzed by the weight of this sacrifice. He finally understands that the Allied leaders are fighting for a future in which they themselves won't be allowed to exist. There is peace in Mustang's determination. The Colonel's plan is to absorb the full impact of this fall alone, shielding his subordinates from the consequences of their past sins. But the other military officers don't run from their responsibility. They embrace their own guilt and the inevitable punishment, sealing a point of no return for the revolution. Hearing this shifts the focus of the conversation, and Edward gets a reality check about his own hypocrisy. He realizes he spends so much energy trying to save the country that he ignores the urgency of restoring himself. The absolute priority needs to return to the physical and spiritual restoration of the two brothers. There's a network of allies betting on them, and giving up on their own bodies would be a betrayal. For the military officers, being in the center of enemy territory is no disadvantage, but a calculated, lethal opportunity. Having unrestricted access to the main target's neck neutralizes any fear. Meanwhile, the scars of the past continue to take their toll. Frontline partnerships turn professionals like Dr. Knox, who swore to save lives, into mere processors of carnage. Elsewhere, far away from the emotional burden of the military, Little May finally wakes up. The makeshift shelter brings temporary relief from the chaos. The host, Dr. Knox, lays down a non-negotiable rule: no violence under his roof. The brutal baggage of war left him sick of seeing young people kill each other, shutting down any hostility. As the dust settles, Alphonse decides their work there is done. Maintaining their cover and returning to their own base is crucial for the safety of the foreigners' hideout. But at the time of farewell, their identities are revealed. The surname Elric carries enormous prestige and shocks those who cross the desert, hunting for miracles. The logical conclusion in the girl's head is a disaster. She figures the owner of the scary voice in the armor is the youngest, and the short older brother can only be a freak. Alphonse tries to clear the family name by describing his true form. These words act like a spell on the warrior's imagination, creating the image of the perfect husband. The clinic is left behind. On the solitary walk, the weight of the truth about the Ishval massacre drops like an anvil, destroying any illusion the brothers had about the country's justice. Edward realizes they also need a post-war plan. The simple idea of a future sounds alien to those who've only had the obsession to survive and fix the damage. When asked about his wish, Al's answer exposes the tragedy of being trapped in a suit of armor. He desperately yearns for the most basic humanity, the pleasure of tasting a home-cooked meal. For Edward, getting his own limbs back means unlocking absolute freedom. It's the chance to finally live without the crushing weight of guilt tying down his every step. This projection recalibrates their ultimate goal. The mission stops being just about restoring their own flesh and becomes about returning peace of mind and the smiles of those they love. With his emotional axis stabilized, Edward's mind connects the dots. Remembering that the nationwide power block failed on the foreigners, he finds the enemy's Achilles heel. He realizes that his country's alchemy system hides a profound anomaly. It's a flaw at the foundation of everything he has studied, something corrupted from the root. And as they plan their next steps, the dark system of Amestris keeps operating relentlessly underground, fueled by sinister secrets. Far away, in his hideout, Scar deals with frustration. Inactivity only feeds the pure hatred he's carried since the destruction of his people. Sharing the same space, Dr. Marco sinks into depression. The presence of the Ishvalan survivor crushes the doctor under the inescapable weight of his war crimes. The limit is broken. Scar throws in the doctor's face the cold, systematic transformation of an entire race into fuel to generate power. The doctor's passivity is the final spark. Scar's anger spirals out of control, turning years of mourning into an immediate and relentless aggression. Marco accepts his fate, begging for the end as atonement, but Scar makes it clear that death would be too easy a relief for someone who caused so much tragedy. With an absurd effort, the Ishvalan redirects his killer instinct at the last millisecond. He swallows his bloodlust and chooses strategic utility. Scar reveals that his brother had discovered the same corruption in alchemy. The major obstacle is that this truth is protected by a cryptography the monk cannot decipher. Marco makes a definitive decision. The former state physician accepts the weight of his sins and decides to use his knowledge to dismantle the system he helped build. To prevent the homunculi from massacring the doctor's village in retaliation, Scar formulates an extreme plan on the spot to deceive the creatures. The illusion is executed with disturbing perfection. They fabricate the prisoner's death in a brutal way to erase any doubt about his fate. But the farce doesn't last long. The higher-ups deduce the biological transmutation that forged the crime scene. The death is debunked, and the relentless hunt resumes immediately. The unlikely duo is already on a fast-paced run. They are the country's #1 targets, needing to cover as much ground as possible before the discovery catches up to them. The chosen refuge carries poetic irony: the ignored slums. The state's hatred for the survivors makes them invisible there, creating the perfect shield. At the same time, the young warrior from Xing refuses the safety of the hideout. Driven by honor, she leaves so as not to compromise those who saved her. When her absence is noticed, urgency hits the Elric brothers hard. The rescue must happen before enemy forces intercept her on the streets. Defying the odds of the heavily surveilled city, May's escape route converges. Returning to Scar's original group brings brief relief, but the presence of a stranger shatters any comfort. In a scenario of constant hunting, defenses are raised immediately, and trust is a non-existent luxury. The dirty truth soon comes to light. Marco's healer image is obliterated, and the historical grudge for what he did in the past poisons the atmosphere. But the mention of the legendary artifact changes everything. The account of genocide turns into hope of salvation for Xing, and ambition takes hold of the girl. True pragmatism reveals itself. Scar shelves his hatred because because that prisoner is the only key capable of decoding the essential research. Revenge loses to survival. Since the doctor's identity is the biggest danger, the solution comes brutally. Without warning, Scar uses alchemy to disfigure the doctor's face. The pain is excruciating, but it's the non-negotiable price. The physical sacrifice ensures that the most wanted target simply ceases to exist. Now it's up to the Eastern medical arts to ensure the shock doesn't kill the patient. They need his knowledge alive and functioning in his new shell. With the disguise secured, the final destination is now the hiding place of the original research. They head straight to the source of knowledge that can destroy the corruption. Because out there, in the military heart, the dismantling of Mustang's intelligence team is relentless. Emotional and tactical ties are being severed by force. The High Command's order is brutal. Completely isolate the leader, transferring and dispersing all his trusted subordinates to break any chance of revolt. The once unbreakable support network falls apart. The plan suffers a devastating blow, leaving each piece isolated and entirely at the mercy of the enemy. Roy Mustang must deal with the direct consequences. With his base dismantled, he's forced to keep up appearances with bureaucracy while recalculating the damages. It's Lieutenant Hawkeye who breaks the oppressive quietness. The last remaining bridge between the colonel and his shred of mental stability brings the weight of reality into the office. Both understand the enemy's game. Her transfer is a bitter admission of vulnerability, ripping away the colonel's most reliable shield. They exchange their final instructions amidst the tension. Behind the rigid tone lies a silent pact that neither will surrender while they are separated. Mustang's response hits the mark. The weight of the farewell gives way to the certainty that the alliance and trust between them are completely immune to military orders. Duty takes its toll. Risa dons her armor of professional coldness, marking the violent severance of the daily partnership that kept the mission on track. The connection is severed, and isolation crashes down on the colonel. The silence confirms that the High Command has completely cleared the battlefield around him, but the strategic mourning is short-lived. It dawns on him. As long as his conviction remains firm, the revolution is still alive. The silent counterattack has just begun. Completely isolated, Mustang finds a creative loophole to receive clandestine messages. The strategic game for the revolution is not over yet. Far from the barracks, Roy activates his old facade as an incorrigible womanizer. It's the perfect disguise to justify his presence in a bar without raising suspicions. His target in there is an old acquaintance who operates in the underworld. She serves as the crucial link for the information network he is trying to rebuild. Amidst the theatrics and small talk about heartbreaks, the true objective is met. A silent transfer of commands goes completely unnoticed. The web of conspiracy isn't limited to Central. The impact of these secret messages bypasses security and travels miles to the most remote military bases. The disguise of a harmless old man is this new alliance's strongest weapon. Being underestimated is exactly what allows the general to freely move the pieces on the board. And while the adults organize a revolution in the shadows, the Elric brothers face a practical and frustrating problem. The search for the girl in the chaotic streets is complicated by completely distorted memories. The search for the Jingyi's envoy turns into an exhausting maze for the Elric brothers. Every day without answers means less time to figure out the bizarre flaw in the country's alchemy. But the hunt takes a new turn with the appearance of Colonel Mustang. Finding him moving around under the close surveillance of High Command raises an immediate red flag that ulterior motives are at play. The excuse of a shared ride creates the perfect opportunity to establish a secure line of communication. The isolated space of the car acts as a shield against the capital's spies. A silent alliance is forged right then and there. Mustang's underground network will work together with the brothers to locate the girl before the worst happens. However, the colonel makes a point of pulling the reins. He tests Edward's focus, bringing up the threat of the Führer to ensure they realize the danger they are facing. The tone of the conversation shifts to an absolute vote of confidence. Edward ties the settlement of an old debt to the success of the colonel's future military coup. The state's darkest secrets come to light. Sharing the awareness of the past genocide shatters any illusions about the country and unites them through the same trauma. Before parting ways, an implicit pact of survival is sealed. Leaving the debt unsettled becomes a forced guarantee that no one is allowed to die on the battlefield. To shield the revolution plan against High Command, Roy dives straight into his most effective disguise. He resumes the facade of a complete completely reckless womanizer. Edward's sense of ethics rejects this political coldness. He is deeply frustrated by the idea that life requires stooping to this kind of cynical theater just to survive the power game. Leaving the military games behind, returning to the hideout exposes the gravity of the situation. The heavy tension in the air shows that the recent events with their Shingise allies have taken a massive toll. And then the worst is said out loud. The extreme sacrifice is weighed, confirming the terrible reality that the girl lost her own arm in battle. Trying to repair the damage, Ed offers a practical solution. He suggests introducing his own trusted mechanic to build an automail prosthesis for their ally, but the idea hits a tactical roadblock. The enemy corps has already mapped out the alchemist's weaknesses, and involving wanted civilians would be signing a death warrant for the mechanic. Old Dr. Knox nips the argument in the bud with a non-negotiable refusal. The situation is too drastic to involve innocent people. He issues a stern warning about the rules of this hidden war. Acting out of a guilty conscience now will only result in the ultimate annihilation of all sides. Edward is hit hard by this truth. Defeated by his own common sense, he backs down and swallows his empathy for the strategic necessity of keeping his distance. Ready to leave, the Shingise grandfather formalizes his immense gratitude. He makes a point of bestowing upon Knox the supreme title of a true lifesaver, but the recognition triggers the former medical examiner's trauma. Haunted by the Ishvalan War, he rejects the gratitude with pure self-loathing, still trapped in his identity as an executioner. Except ghosts don't matter to outsiders. The warrior silently offers her respect and honor to the man who secured her future. Unable to handle comfort and forgiveness, Knox's defense mechanism kicks in. He yells at everyone to get out, the only way he can find to hide that his soul has been touched. With their departure from the hideout, priorities shift. The absolute focus of the foreigners now is to locate the kidnapped prince and secure immortality before the war gets worse. And for that, recovery is no longer a mere medical whim. Getting a new automail arm becomes a relentless obsession, and the only ticket back to the front lines. In the empty refuge, it finally dawns on Knox. He realizes that today, his skills weren't used for war, but exclusively to heal and protect. The newfound calm is abruptly interrupted. Instead of a military threat, the past walks through the door in a much more personal and unexpected way. It's his own family. There are no accusations for the years of isolation, just a gentle attempt to rebuild the bridge that the trauma of war had blown to pieces. The final blow comes from his son. The revelation that the boy has decided to pursue a medical career hits the former military doctor right in the heart. Although guilt tries to sabotage the connection, a new pact emerges. The path to redemption isn't distance, but the promise to fix his mistakes by passing his experience forward. The emotional dam finally bursts. The overwhelming relief of being able to experience his family's love overcomes decades of self-hatred, marking the end of his punishment. Meanwhile, on the streets, the state's manhunt remains relentless. The irony of fate places the young Shingise envoy walking right among the military. A silly detail threatens to ruin everything. The disguise fails when the cultural barrier gives her away immediately during a casual stop. Urgency dictates the rules, and she cuts the conversation short before an interrogation can begin. The escape is successful, and she moves forward toward the focal point of the next major clash. Far away from there, in a maximum security penitentiary, one of Amestris's most dangerous war criminals waits with a disturbing calmness. The routine is broken by an unbelievable order from the military. The prisoner, the feared Crimson Alchemist, has just been cleared for release to return to society. Before leaving the prison, he extends his hand in a fake gesture of cordiality to the head of security. It's an attitude dripping with pure cynicism. When the officer realizes what happened, absolute despair sets in. An apparent alchemical explosive device has just been attached to his arm. At the moment of impact, the tension breaks in the most humiliating way possible. The lethal threat was nothing more than a cruel prank designed purely to break the guard's spirit. Satisfied with re-establishing the psychological terror surrounding his name, he turns his back. The psychopath marches out of prison a free man, ready to carry out the government's new will. The official transport doesn't take long to arrive. The higher-ups prepared an immediate reception, needing to put their best weapon of mass destruction back to dirty work. The direct presence of the homunculus Envy riding along confirms the situation is critical. The system is running out of options against the recent interferences in its plans. The mission is put on the table. They must recapture the fugitive doctor holding state secrets and eliminate his partner, the infamous Eshvalan killer. But the true scale of the dirty work is laid bare. The order isn't just a retrieval, but a campaign of terror that authorizes wiping an entire city off the map. To ensure the perfect massacre, Kimberly reveals his greatest trump card. Throughout all those years rotting in his cell, he kept a philosopher's stone hidden inside his own stomach. The irony is complete. The exact same energy created by past suffering will be used to hunt down its own creators, the kind of poetic justice that fascinates the psychopath's mind. Far away, the silence of a cemetery serves as the backdrop for a clandestine meeting. The memory of old friends provides a safe cover for Roy Mustang to evade surveillance. The contact reveals himself through a disguised provocation. Roy immediately recognizes the audacity of the experienced General Grumman behind that feminine charade. A dark piece of the conspiracy comes to light. Grumman exposes how the high-ranking military brass were bought off with the tempting promise of immortality. The tactical conclusion is terrifying. The military isn't failing to contain the civil war at the borders. They are actively cultivating the massacre for a grander plan. The old alliance proves solid. The veteran assures Mustang that he is not alone and that the Eastern forces are ready to be mobilized against the central government. Far from feeling any hesitation, the general's reaction is one of pure excitement. The idea of starting a revolution reignites his dormant martial ambition with full force. However, a noise coming from the tombstone threatens the plan. Someone was hiding there the whole time, listening to the high treason conspiracy that could cost them all their lives. While the military landscape shifts, Edward fights his own information war. He scours the archives in an exhausting search for the Eastern cures. But the research proves useless. The official academic system is blind to Xingji's knowledge, pushing the alchemist's frustration to the breaking point. His search is stealthily intercepted by Major Armstrong. The need for absolute silence reveals that their meeting is no accident and that the walls have ears. Armstrong reveals himself to be Roy's clandestine messenger, and to Ed's shock, the colonel has the exact lead on the whereabouts of the fugitive he had been blindly hunting. The envoy's destination is finally traced. She is heading straight to Amestras's most brutal and isolated border, completely changing the scale of the mission. To ensure the boy doesn't arrive empty-handed in this new territory, Armstrong hands him a safe conduct pass. It's the access key that officializes Edward's advance on Mustang's chessboard. The weight of the revelation hits hard. The destination is Fort Briggs, the inhospitable and unforgiving northernmost line of defense. The danger level of the entire journey has just peaked. Alphonse searches the capital's archives for clues about Eastern alchemy. He knows this foreign medical art might be the key to restoring their original bodies. The isolation of his studies is broken by a boy's sudden curiosity. The child is completely fascinated by the unusual presence of the huge armor inside. The genuine interest makes Alphonse lower his guard and share the focus of his studies, trying to explain his quest heroically to the curious civilian. But the quiet crumbles when Edward announces that preparations for the dangerous journey to the hostile north are complete. The mission requires total focus and an immediate departure. The interaction, however, turns into a disaster in seconds. The boy accidentally hits the alchemist's biggest insecurity, pulling the forbidden trigger by insulting Ed's height. The lack of control triggers a lethal security protocol. A lightning-fast intervention emerges from the shadows, revealing that the child is protected by the government's elite. The suspense crashes down with a crushing revelation. That innocent fan is the adopted son of Amestras's supreme leader, the dictator holding the Elric brothers' lives by a thread. Unaware of the danger, the boy reveals his ambition to follow in his idol's footsteps. He wants to master alchemy and enlist in the military in the future. The whole interaction exudes a flawless, loving dynamic. It's a perfect family facade that contrasts bizarrely with the dark conspiracies and bloodbaths of the regime. The family leaves, but the boy's innocence becomes a ticking time bomb. By talking about the encounter at home, the supreme leader will know exactly where the brothers are. Meanwhile, miles away, the investigation heats up. The military's strategic focus shifts entirely to the country's frozen border, an inhospitable territory where the capital has less control. To deal with the incompetent troops, command sends a sadistic and relentless mind. This new leader intimidates the officers just by breathing the same air. His order is to nip the evil in the bud. The squad completely isolates the industrial perimeter to cut off any escape and corner their target once and for all. With no safe options in the labyrinth, the fugitives board a militarized transport line, betting everything on a desperate move to break through the massive blockade. But the route is intercepted, and the sense of freedom turns to dust. That confined train car suddenly becomes a tight execution cell with no way out. The predator invades the refuge with absolute arrogance. He ignores other threats to focus exclusively on his main prey, taking total control of the situation. It's time to put the cards on the table. The soldier makes the threat explicit by revealing his weapon of mass destruction, demanding immediate submission to his lethal authority. But at that exact moment, the Ishvalan fugitive makes a terrifying connection. He recognizes the enemy before him as the very man responsible for an unforgivable massacre of his people. The shock turns into pure fury. The clash takes on the cruel contours of personal revenge, turning the arrest attempt into a brutal fight for retaliation in the confined space. Far from all this chaos on the train line, the other fraction of the group reaps the rewards of having secretly split up. The decoy's sacrifice back there worked perfectly. With all the military might focused on the battle in the train car, these fugitives move through the guarded areas without raising an alarm, until the final barrier rises on the horizon. The region's greatest geographical obstacle defines the extreme isolation of the danger zone they have just reached. They arrive at the exact coordinates in the middle of nowhere. The fear that the clues might be destroyed tightens their chests, but relying on the coordinates is vital. The gamble proves its worth. The research legacy that the military tried to suppress is finally recovered, giving them the knowledge of the two nations' quest for immortality. While these discoveries unfold, the Elric brothers act fast and drop off the map, focused on reaching their own stage of the dangerous mission at the country's edge. But they made an absurd oversight. Their haste led them to begin the journey with Ed's automail adapted only for temperate climates, an almost lethal mistake in those extreme temperatures. The approach to the mountain range is oppressive with its brutal cold. The hostile nature shows that there is no room for error on the way to the border fortress. The presence of a giant suit of armor in such an isolated setting completely steals the spotlight. The cold and metal prove to be their worst enemies there, bringing an immediate disadvantage. Nature acts without warning. The weather completely collapses, whipping up a storm that entirely wipes out visibility and swallows the duo's sense of direction. The disorientation and vulnerability in the snow take their toll. The hostile environment materializes the group's greatest fears, putting their lives at critical risk. And then, a gigantic and loud figure tears through the battlefield. But the aggressive rescue soon proves that the humans of that region are the most dangerous beasts of all. The supposed savior treats the brothers as infiltrating intruders and launches a merciless attack, ignoring every attempt Edward makes to explain who they are. The worst is confirmed. Alphonse is completely tied up and incapacitated by tactics designed for large targets. Ed realizes he is completely on his own. The aggressor proudly flaunts his heavy combat automail. To him, the boy's simple arm is an insult to war, making his execution a brutal promise. The lack of preparation for the weather takes its toll at the worst possible moment. The absolute cold freezes the metal connections, rendering Edward's arm useless and shattering his defenses. Seeing this fatal vulnerability, the snow veteran does not hesitate. He charges at full speed to crush the outsider and finish the hunt in a single blow. Fallen and unable to use his powers, Edward makes a drastic survival decision. He raises his own jammed automail as an improvised shield, bracing for the brutal impact. A miracle happens. The officer's cutting-edge weapon cannot withstand the alchemist's modified metal alloy. The aggressive machinery completely collapses after the strike. However, the relief vanishes instantly. The impact of the defense jammed Edward's automail perfectly inside the giant's destroyed hardware, cutting off his only escape route. Proving that experience wins fights, the brute uses his own trapped weapon as leverage, lifting the defenseless boy into the air to slam him against the hard ground. Defeat seems certain, but Edward chooses to sacrifice part of his own automail. He breaks the jammed arm and undoes the alchemical connection to escape being crushed. Cornered once again, salvation comes from the background of the battle. Alphonse, even while restrained, creates the perfect window of opportunity by throwing the necessary tool in his brother's direction. Grabbing the piece of metal, Ed focuses his strategy. He surgically strikes the exposed mechanics of the enemy's weapon, neutralizing the main offensive in a single counterattack. Far from enraging the soldier, the resistance and bold tactics make the giant stop. His aggressive stance gives way to an undeniable sign of military respect. The hostilities are over. The brutal ambush that seemed murderous was actually a strict border survival test, and the boys have just passed. Although the combat has ended, the brothers remain subdued by the patrol. Walking as prisoners, they finally lay eyes on their daunting destination, the armored fortress of Briggs. Inside, true power reveals itself. An imposing presence emerges sharply, exuding an icy authority that forces even the patrol's giant into total submission. To avoid certain death, Edward bows and tries to use his only diplomatic card. He announces his military credentials, hoping that bureaucracy will prevent a tragic end. The general remains ruthless. Without yielding to titles right away, she orders her soldiers to inspect every inch of the gigantic armor for lies. Edward then pulls out his ultimate guarantee, an official letter of recommendation from High Command. He hands it over, believing it to be the absolute safe conduct for the success of his mission. But the illusion dies right then and there. In front of all the soldiers, the commander simply tears up and destroys the important military document without the slightest ceremony. The message of Briggs is cruelly direct. To that leader, hierarchy, family ties, or state papers don't matter. She judges a person's merit strictly with her own eyes. Even after tearing up the bureaucratic ties, the general allows the brothers to stay. But the icy warning makes it crystal clear that at the slightest slip-up, their survival will be revoked on the spot. Trapped in the strictest system in the country, and without allies, the brothers feel the weight of the place. The true test of survival in hostile lands has just begun. Now inside Fort Briggs, the first mandatory stop is the facility's medical wing. Edward finds out the hard way that the blizzard's intense cold has begun to directly affect the nerves connected to his automail. The medical team warns him that the standard oil he uses freezes quickly, turning the metal into a direct cold conductor to his muscles. This sets off an alarm in Ed's head. He tries to figure out how that huge border guard managed to fight in the snow using mechanical arms. And as if summoned, the officer himself walks through the door demanding emergency repairs after the fight. The base's mechanic takes the opportunity to explain that Northern Engineering prioritizes the user's life over brute strength. It finally dawns on Ed. He understands why his alchemy failed in the fight. He tried to deconstruct their special metal alloy thinking it was pure iron. To prove he's not just some inexperienced kid, Edward presents his official state alchemist credentials. But the doctor gives him a cruel ultimatum. With his current parts, his survival window out in the cold is 3 hours at most. The boy is forced to swallow his pride and admit his logistical mistake, since his trusted mechanic is on the other side of the country. The Briggs team accepts the job of modifying his body, but the warning is clear. He must trust Northern technology if he wants to survive. Trying to bypass the local guard's suspicion, Ed plays his ace in the hole, a letter of recommendation from the Armstrong family. But the strategy fails miserably. The mere mention of the name draws the fury of the fort's highest authority, who takes matters into her own hands. The general demands the naked truth. She wants the real reason that made 2 elite alchemists secretly cross the country to get there. Before anyone can make up an excuse, she strikes at their most sensitive spot, noticing the impossible nature of Alphonse's body. Cornered, Edward finally breaks the silence and confesses to the ultimate crime against the laws of nature that cost them everything they had. But the revelation doesn't generate empathy. To the general, they are just irresponsible fools who played with unknown forces. Threatened with being thrown out into the ice, Alphonse clings to one last chance and reveals they have contact with the medical alchemy of Xing. Olivier's ambition is exposed. She decides she will take this foreign knowledge for her army at any cost. The leader bears the weight of this ruthless decision. If there is a resource capable of ensuring her soldiers' lives, she will use it. The negotiation ends with the brothers losing their freedom. They become official prisoners of Briggs. Escorted through the bowels of the fortress, Ed and Al are completely at the mercy of the brutal Northern military hierarchy. During the walk, a shock hits the brothers. They realize the high-ranking officer guiding them is an Ishvalan survivor. Biology doesn't lie. The heritage of the people massacred by the state lives on in the characteristic color of his eyes. But Ed refuses to bow his head, mercilessly exposing his own wound by recounting the loss of loved ones at the hands of an Ishvalan avenger. Surprisingly, this bluntness doesn't breed violence. Not bowing to guilt paves the way for the first sign of genuine respect between them. Major Miles confesses that the heaviest daily burden he carries isn't hate, but the pity others feel for him. The conversation shifts to the past, revealing that Miles's loyalty to General Armstrong stems from the darkest days of the war. He explains that the fortress has an absolutist mission to block invasions. To survive, they must crush the petty politics dictated by the capital. The general recognized Miles's marginalized perspective as an indispensable asset, and this pragmatism sealed the soldiers' devotion to the base. And right in the middle of this reflection, a misstep almost turns into a tragedy, proving that the environment there can kill in a second of carelessness. Ironically, it was the alchemist's quick thinking that saved him from falling to his death within the base's own structures. With the scare over, the brothers receive their final punishment. They lose any special status and are demoted to the most basic operational duties. The new routine sets in. They are forced to do heavy manual maintenance, without without using a drop of alchemy to make it easier. The exhausting work takes a break when the soldiers announce the arrival of a new officer to supervise them. To Edward and Alphonse's absolute shock, the supervisor is Vato Fallman from Mustang's elite unit, who ended up exiled in that godforsaken place. The irony of the situation is painful. The famous state heroes are now in an even deeper hole, reduced to mere glorified janitors. Meanwhile, far from the fortress, Kimberly intercepts Scar on the train cars, turning the escape attempt into a lethal confrontation. The hunter uses details of the Ishval massacre as a sadistic psychological game to destroy his opponent's balance before the fight. The provocation works and chaos reigns. The retaliation tears the train apart from top to bottom, spreading massive destruction. But the years of imprisonment take their toll. Kimberly's arrogance clashes with his lack of stamina against a survivor hardened by constant running. The tables turn, the mental trap fails, and the Crimson Alchemist falls straight into the Ishvalan's brutal counterattack. The damage taken is critical. The turnaround in the fight destroys all his advantage and leaves him severely injured. Scar reveals he read his opponent's mind, punishing the exact blind spot that Kimberly's ego thought he had mastered. With total dominance, the victor approaches to deliver the ultimate sentence and claim his blood revenge. In a pure instinct of madness and survival, Kimberly uses alchemy to bet his last chip and take everything down with him. The kamikaze decision creates a titanic explosion that shatters the train car, securing the only possible escape route. The violent rupture catches the entire crew off guard, forcing them to face the catastrophic consequences of that secret war. Even mutilated, Kimberly's sick mind uses his presence to suppress the civilian panic and force the mission forward at any cost. Back at Briggs, the Elric brothers finally face the immensity of the engineering core that sustains the base's supremacy. Taken down to the oppressive underground, they delve into the raw foundation that keeps the fort running up above. At this level, the risk of freezing is quickly replaced by a suffocating heat, demanding a brutal physical effort from Ed. Suddenly, the frantic routine stops. The veteran workers notice a sound anomaly that warns of immediate danger. Their instinct confirms the worst. The threat isn't in the machines, but coming straight from the structure's rocky foundation. Tension rises as the natural barrier beneath Briggs begins to be violently torn apart by an unknown force. Voiding any military theory, a massive creature breaks through the solid rock, completely invalidating the place's unwavering security. The country's worst nightmare emerges from the dust. The brothers' escape has brought them face to face with one of the capital's artificial monsters. The underground chaos reaches its peak when the very ground begins to cave in, revealing that the lethal danger chose to erupt right beneath Edward's feet. Alchemy allows matter to be reconstructed, and entire identities to be reshaped from scratch. This flawless transformation defies the laws of medicine and raises serious questions about who is truly who in this world. These unforgiving laws affect even a soul bound to steel, bearing the scars of battle. The loss of a mere armor ornament takes a drastic toll on morale, proving that every warrior's vanity can be shaken in the face of the enemy. And to repair this battle damage, an unfair price is exacted in the dead of night. This purely parasitic solution drains the vitality of others, proving that in alchemy, restoring one's vanity always comes at someone else's expense. After the destruction on the train, silence takes over the night. The dust settles, and the tension of the escape dominates the air, revealing a clear path, but far from safe. All the pent-up frustration explodes. The former lieutenant renounces this fugitive life, deciding to throw it all away instead of keeping a target on his back. But desertion is not tolerated. He is dragged by force across the ground to ensure the group keeps moving, proving that survival leaves no room for diplomacy. The instinct for self-preservation screams. Staying close to the most hunted man in Amestris means constantly stepping into the line of fire, a gamble he isn't willing to take. The sadistic enemy they left behind won't forget their faces. The ex-lieutenant's anonymity went down the drain, and now he is permanently part of the hunt. With subordination ensured, they stay the course. Their destination requires marching straight into the most unforgiving region of the country, where the cold kills as surely as bullets. Their final destination operates under a brutal philosophy, an icy frontier where weakness is wiped off the map, and only predatory instinct guarantees the territory's security. Inside the region's high command, a request for intervention triggers a red alert. The requester brings a history of massacres that doesn't align with local pragmatism. The revelation that the judicial pardon came down from the highest office in the government exposes the gravity of the political meddling. If Central Command unleashed its worst watchdog, the mission is of critical level. But before any diplomatic response, an emergency call breaks through. The fortress's maximum security has has just been critically breached, and the danger comes from deep within the base. The intrusion destroys the concrete and steel foundation instantly. It becomes obvious that the conventional defense system is entirely useless against the brute force of whatever is coming up. The regular troops are paralyzed by the absurdity of the situation. All military training loses its meaning when the laws of basic physics are ignored by a lone invader. For the Alchemist brothers, their worst suspicion is confirmed. The unmistakable mark proves that Central's lethal conspiracy has crossed the entire country and knocked on the North's door. But the invader breaks expectations, adopting a lethargic posture in the middle of enemy territory. There is an absurd disconnect between the monster's lethargy and the chaos it caused. The brothers' attempt at diplomacy, using the name of the government's elite, fails catastrophically. The monster has no idea who they are, acting like a loose pawn on the board. The collateral damage is already done. The local troops aren't stupid and pick up on the familiarity of the interaction, exposing that the newcomers have direct connections to the anomaly. Paranoia takes over the base. Edward and Alphonse are now caught in a lethal trap. On one side, the uncontrollable creature. On the other, the army ready to execute them for treason. The invader demonstrates a brute force that obliterates any hope of traditional physical containment. It's not a tactical attack, but a natural disaster happening in a confined environment. The creature's absolute disregard for the massive attacks is terrifying. The lethality of the North's armed elite is reduced to a mere annoyance. The urgency takes on catastrophic proportions when the intruder advances toward the military facility's most vulnerable sector, threatening the complete destruction of its defenses. Ordinary men must face the abyss head-on. Knowing their chances of survival are zero, loyalty to their post forces them to hold their desperate position. It is at this critical limit that General Olivier takes control. When standard tactics fail, the top leadership decides to impose her own brutality to obliterate the threat. The general nips the despair in the bud with a tactical maneuver, knowing that if the enemies at the border discover the internal chaos, an external invasion will be fatal. The solution escalates to an extreme level. The infantry falls back, making way for heavy machinery to enter the front lines. The new offensive is launched, and the impact hits the critical point perfectly, delivering the maximum destructive payload directly to the target. However, the immediate restoration of destroyed tissues exposes the true nature of the threat. It's not just resistance, it's something that defies the very laws of biology. The invader not only ignores the impact, but turns the enemy's ammunition into its own weapon. It deflects the brute force, creating a deadly friendly fire risk inside the facility. Seeing that the platoon is about to be crushed, Edward realizes he must intervene immediately. He prepares to use alchemy to prevent a tragedy. By warning with certainty that lethal force won't work, Edward exposes his secret. The general realizes right away that he knows the true nature of the monster. Briggs's military posture is unforgiving. Olivier backs Edward against the wall, demanding quick answers and cutting off any chance for him to make up a story. Ed chooses partial honesty, admitting that his silence is the only way to protect hostages. It's a desperate plea for the leadership to understand his situation. He provides the crucial clue that the threat's biological structure is subject to environmental vulnerabilities. It was exactly the information the general's strategic mind needed. The tactics change radically. The order is given to weaponize the outside elements and exploit the greatest weakness any organic being has in that unforgiving climate. To put the plan into action, the troops forcefully draft the visitors. The young alchemist is thrown straight into the front lines of the counterattack, but the boy hesitates, aware of the diplomatic risk. Acting against the anomaly could be seen as treason and cost the lives of the hostages he left behind. Briggs's leadership resolves the dilemma by creating the perfect alibi. They stage a brutal coercion to politically protect the alchemist. With the weight of that responsibility lifted off his shoulders, Ed's hesitation vanishes. The tactical agreement is sealed under the false threat, activating the alliance. Keeping up the flawless charade, the squad strategically lures the invader through the corridors, guiding the threat straight to the center of the trap. The engineering corps brings in armored vehicles not to deal damage, but to act as mobile walls to confine the anomaly in a completely enclosed space. At the peak of brute force, the machinery is mercilessly sacrificed and piled up. A mechanical press is formed, dragging the creature toward containment. Olivier leaves no margin for error, coordinating the armored vehicle's maneuvers with surgical precision and cutting off the invader's escape routes. The isolation is complete. The anomaly plummets into the containment pit, temporarily removed removing the danger from Briggs's vital facilities. The system takes the prisoner to the disposal sector. Briggs's environmental trap is finally ready for exposure, and the strategy begins to take effect. The drastic drop in temperature hits the creature's metabolism, initiating the neutralization process deduced by Edward. Edward accelerates the process with a calculated chemical bath. The volatile substance breaches its defenses and forces extreme cold into the creature's cells. The tactical success creates a bizarre problem. The creature freezes perfectly, but its dead weight becomes an insurmountable obstacle that no one has the strength to push. To break the deadlock, the armored vehicle's motive power is called back into action. The machines smash through the frozen structures to force the anomaly toward the edge. The monster loses its footing, and gravity takes absolute control, violently dragging the colossal weight down to the purge levels. The window of opportunity begins to close. The invader regains consciousness on the icy floor, setting the stage to resume the fight right where it left off. Without heavy artillery, the field leadership improvises. They use a calculated collapse of the frozen structure itself to strike the target by surprise. Understanding the distraction created, the Elric brothers dive in together. They combine brute force and alchemy at a single point to shatter the enemy's balance. The double assault takes effect, sweeping the monster forcefully toward the exterior and removing the immediate threat. Isolated in the blizzards of the disposal area, the brutal containment plan reaches its climax. Unable to fight against the crushing force of nature, the massive body simply shuts down. The threat is permanently expelled from the fortress. Turned into frozen dead weight, the monster plummets without resistance into the white abyss. For the Elric brothers, the final fall brings a wave of relief. The adrenaline drops, revealing all the psychological exhaustion of the insane combat. But the illusion of victory fades for the military command. The internal structural core suffered severe damage at the hands of the invader, who tore through the fortress's guts. The general brilliantly plays dirty, using the Elric's own diplomatic excuse against them. Officially, they are kept cornered by their own charade. The ultimatum is delivered in cold blood. Edward has no freedom to leave until he reveals the whole truth about the conspiracy. Searching for anomalies from the past, the memory of an old incident resurfaces. Terror grips the brothers when they realize that Briggs's supposed historical monster was just their own teacher. Returning to the present, the harsh reality of the unfathomable pit proves something terrifying. The entire country might be hollow underneath, keeping the true threat hidden in the darkness. To avoid any margin for error outside, the command establishes a continuous protocol of chemical baths. It's a desperate measure to keep the anomaly permanently cooled in the ice. However, security is a complete illusion. The metabolism defies biology and continues to operate in a dormant state, proving that the buried nightmare is merely waiting for the moment to awaken. Dawn at the northern border brings no relief, only the confirmation that their isolation from the rest of the country is absolute. Discovering that the little freedom they had was stripped away in their sleep is definitive proof that Olivier Armstrong is still playing hardball. The Elric brothers are not allies here, just prisoners treated with the utmost caution. Upon being informed of external events, Ed's mind races. The presence of the sadistic Crimson Alchemist in Briggs's jurisdiction means that the absolute chaos of the South has just knocked on the North's door. To handle the external issues, Major Miles steps in, leading the diplomatic operation. His authority serves as a shield to take the reins of the mess the outsiders brought in. Face to face with Central's agents, Briggs's non-negotiable philosophy is laid bare. Miles's message is brutal. Within these borders, rank and political influence mean nothing against the law of survival. But Central Command's top brass doesn't leave their main agent defenseless. The arrival of a general demonstrates the institutional shielding sent to protect the killer. To speed up his recovery, the High Command brings in a specialized medical asset, ignoring traditional ethics with the sole objective of returning the assassin to the battlefield immediately. At the fort, the data regarding the subterranean invasion is worse than expected. The realization that the massive hole is not a geological phenomenon exposes a meticulous project, invisible to military radars. The logistical maneuver shows Briggs's desperation as they prepare for a prolonged military campaign, dispatching resources to dive headfirst into controlling an enemy whose reach is unknown. As a final trump card, the leadership demands that the state alchemists from Central be dragged to the front lines, forcing the use of the suspicious government knowledge they carry. Advancing through the shadows until they lose contact with the surface, Olivier decides that the deep isolation of the tunnel is the perfect moment to abruptly shift the focus of their march. Taking advantage of the total absence of spies, she mercilessly exposes Ed's hypocrisy and aggressively demands that the brothers hand over the secrets they've been hiding from the military. Under the unbearable weight of the pressure, Ed swallows his pride and finally breaks, confessing the painful truth that their freedom cost the safety of the people they love the most. With no more filters, Pandora's box is opened in the dark of the underground. The brutal truth about human sacrifices, immortal creatures, and corrupted alchemy is detailed in full. The impact hits Briggs's command hard. Discovering that the nation's own leader is the architect of this macabre nightmare destroys any illusion of military justice. Digesting the information about the hostages, Olivier destroys any illusions of morality. She coldly admits that Central's tactic was perfect in identifying and exploiting the brothers' emotional weakness. Shifting the focus back to the gigantic tunnel, Edward formulates a terrifying theory and demands detailed maps of the entire nation, as well as navigational instruments to prove his suspicion. Ed cross-references the information to explain the pillar of his science. He deduces that the void is part of an exact and continuous geometric border that encompasses the entire territory of Amestris. To test the validity of the border, Fullmetal begins the darkest history lesson of their lives, dictating the dates and coordinates of every massacre and bloodshed in the country. The geometric pattern outlines itself undeniably on the map. Every point of extreme violence reported by Fullmetal falls precisely on the tunnel's curve on the paper. The implication of the final drawing is a punch to the gut. The nation's entire territory is nothing more than a colossal mold forged for the worst weapon ever devised by humanity. The gravity of the nightmare hits the northern soldiers. The structural objective, proven on paper, points directly to a systematized mass harvest of human souls. Far from that frozen region, Dr. Marco bitterly reflects on the footsteps he left behind. He knew the Elric brothers would have to face this abyss to understand the true danger. Aware that traditional military science has been corrupted from its core, Marco turns to the teachings of the East, seeking an outside perspective capable of breaking this machine. In the depths of Briggs, Edward realizes his worth in this dark game. He understands that the immunity he always had from the enemy is a macabre prerequisite to keep the doomsday machine running. Those present process national history through this new lens. Every rebellion, civil war, and violent incident in the last few centuries was orchestrated directly by the High Command itself. The brutal conclusion dismantles any sense of patriotism. Amestris was never a normal nation. It was built from scratch with the sole purpose of being a gigantic slaughterhouse. The puzzle justifies bitter losses from the past. Maes Hughes's murder happened because, working in intelligence, he saw this exact geographic trap closing in. The flaw that still prevents total annihilation centers on a single critical point. The North, the General's pride, is marked to be the final stage of the ultimate bloodbath. The tactical debate in the underground is suddenly cut short. An emergency order echoes, canceling the exploration and forcing the group's immediate return to base. The urgency couldn't have come at a worse time. Central Command has dispatched a high-ranking bigwig straight to Briggs, catching the leadership by surprise before they could process the imminent disaster. Acting in desperation, Ed formulates a risky maneuver. He needs the commanding officer's influence and incisively tests her loyalty, pressing her on whether she will stand against her own government. The audacity seals the deal. Ed's provocation hits the mark, and the promise not to bow their heads, ensuring a silent pact of rebellion, is forged against the capital's threat. On the surface, the psychological pressure from Central's envoy kicks in. The general discards the false courtesy and signals a tactical intimidation by revealing his unwanted companions. The government's great trump card is exposed before everyone. The Crimson Alchemist himself, a historic criminal and executioner, brought on Central's leash to intimidate the northern base. In response, the commander assumes the role planned with Ed. She distorts the reports of the subterranean invasion, throwing the bait perfectly to test her superior's reaction. To avoid any suspicion, she doesn't go easy on the alchemists. She accuses the brothers and fabricates a connection between them and the incidents, securing a perfect justification to keep them locked up. The pretext keeps the brothers safe under the guise of being spy prisoners. More importantly, the theater of manipulation is linked to a system to be broadcast in secret. The great political chess move is sold with pure illusion. The general plays into the stereotype by feigning disgust, cornering the general into a false sense of being in control of the situation. Feeding the inspection's ego, she addresses the anomalies not as a military strategist, but acting with a false, desperate personal attraction and fascination for the bizarre. Finally, the decisive word is whispered. She targets the fantasy of an immortal body, deceiving Raven into believing he has the trump card to recruit the powerful leader of the North. Blinded by his own arrogance and falling for the meticulously crafted theater, the general takes the bait eagerly and prepares to hand over the government's darkest secrets on a silver platter. Inside the ventilation ducts, Edward listens to everything in real time, amazed at the brilliant manipulation that guaranteed Olivier a free pass straight into the core of the conspiracy. Back to the search for answers with Dr. Marco, May explains that their natural science relies on mapping the living energy that flows in harmony through the planet's own veins. The knowledge triggers a crucial epiphany in Marco. Connecting to this flow allows one to manipulate and bypass blockages from a distance, exactly what they need to intervene in the country. Diagnosing the old man's bodily flows, the girl exposes that his stagnant internal energy is a mirror of how all of Amestris' science is rigid and corrupted. The doctor confesses the origin of his practices. The military alchemy of Amestris has never harnessed the natural rivers. It tears its power from the violence generated by the friction of the Earth's crust. The revelation makes the girl's intuition finally make sense. She understands that the chaotic power beneath the soil of that entire country is what creates the sickly and repulsive atmosphere of the environment. This lethal science doesn't use the world's flow. What fuels all the Amestrian war horror is an invisible river of human agony and suffering trapped beneath the feet of the entire nation. Oblivious to all of this, Hohenheim bears his burden in isolation, acknowledging the thousands of conscious, suffering souls he carries within, which grant him immense power. In an act of sacrifice, he physically fragments himself. He accesses the essence of these souls to extract them in a violent, voluntary process of self-mutilation. He buries the pieces of his immeasurable energy, fusing the philosopher's stone to the earth and planting his vital fragments like strategic seeds throughout the territory. While the Elrics and the armies begin to expose their enemies, Hohenheim moves in the shadows, planting pieces for a silent defense whose impact is still far from being revealed. Far from the chaos of Briggs, Hohenheim's mind travels back to the past. He searches for the true reason that made him risk everything. The birth of his children brought hope, but along with it came a paralyzing fear. Inside, he carries 500,000 souls in agony. The terror that his impure nature would contaminate his family consumed him completely. But Trisha's stubbornness disarms him. She never accepted his excuses, treating him not as an anomaly, but as a husband in need of affection. The realization hits him heavily. His wife and children will age and die. He, inevitably, will remain intact to mourn them all. Trisha's intention is to immortalize a fragment of time. A profound irony for a man who lives forever, but with no proof of belonging. Direct contact happens. Feeling the need of those lives makes him accept that his love for them is worth any pain in the future. The ritual of taking the picture begins. For an immortal, it is a desperate attempt to freeze a moment in time that will soon slip through his fingers. The result exposes his greatest vulnerability. The overwhelming beauty of what he has built comes with the paralyzing dread of losing it all. The inertia is brutally broken. He completely abandons his peaceful acceptance and decides to relentlessly seek a cure for his own immortality. He begins to prepare for his solitary departure. The search for a cure demands unearthing old ghosts and facing the shadows of the one who created him. Taking advantage of the moment's vulnerability, he confesses his decision to leave. It is an early apology for the fracture it will cause. The reaction is not of despair, but of painful understanding. She understands that this escape is a rescue mission, demanding only the promise of his return. Planning to slip away quietly in the dead of night, a setback forces exactly the face-to-face encounter he was trying to avoid. That innocent look carves a point of no return in his soul. This image becomes the inexhaustible fuel for his determination. The departure finally happens. The weight of his choice crushes him as he walks out the door, leaving behind the light of his existence. Now it's just him and the immensity of the world once again. The centuries-old loneliness becomes his only companion at the start of the journey. The silent promise to return as an ordinary man is the only fuel pushing him forward toward redemption. Meanwhile, far away from there, a military expedition advances through a colossal underground complex that strategically shouldn't exist. The very existence of that trench defies reason. Essential engineering elements are missing, bypassing any limits of human excavation. Suddenly, the vanguard stops, paralyzed. The silence coming from the depths of the structure isn't empty, it's predatory. The tactical reaction is charged with terror. Their training tries to take over, but they know brute force is useless against the inexplicable. The nightmare reveals its true form. A titanic entity exposes human frailty, proving they are nothing but easy prey. The creature's offensive turns the tunnel into an absolute slaughterhouse. The military expedition is completely wiped from existence. Only one survivor manages to escape. He now bears alone the weight and the terrifying truth about what sustains the country. Reality hits the surface base with brutality. The desperate return is the silent warning of an impending catastrophe. Central Command lays its cards on the table. It becomes absolutely certain that the military high brass is the architect of this monstrous scheme. The envoy from Central, General Raven, gives the ultimatum. The wall of neutrality is obliterated. Either Briggs is an accomplice or it is an enemy. The bait is swallowed on purpose. With the enemy believing they've bought an ally, the leadership starts playing the role of a lackey to investigate. General Raven calculates his next steps, trying to maintain his poise and control over the supposedly corrupt Briggs base. But the strategy goes down the drain. An external emergency disrupts the meeting, providing an opening to cut the political theater short. Briggs's leadership forces total transparency. Information about the threat leaks right in front of the capital's envoy. In a masterstroke, the Major General drags the corrupt leader to the front lines to face his own poison up close. To deceive the general, they decide to take the act to the extreme, maintaining a false hostility against their captive allies. The improvisation aligns perfectly with the maneuver. The farce becomes so natural that the illusion is unquestionable to the enemy. But the operation's risk multiplies 1,000-fold. One of the military's most sadistic and lethal agents is revealed as the guest of honor. While the political game unfolds, the invasion explodes on the main levels. The entire base spirals into desperation, trying to contain the advance. The Abyss returns a brutal piece of evidence. The residue thrown to the surface breaks their morale, confirming that the mission was a summary slaughter. Taking advantage of the carnage, the capital's envoy intervenes and decrees an absolute cover-up to preserve the state's secrets. The final demand is a profound humiliation. The creature responsible for the massacre must be returned to the safety of the Abyss. Forced to swallow their fury over the execution of their soldiers, the local leadership accepts the shackles of the cover-up, biding their time for payback. Far away from the north, the country's highest leadership keeps its civilian facade intact, comfortably orchestrating the territorial manipulation. The macabre pact is made official. The mercenary killer receives the government's guarantee, gaining a free pass to operate in the shadows. An update on the board shows that the young alchemist's independent movements have become an irritating setback for the plan. The dictator decides to act. The machinery of the state moves to strike a weak point and force the insubordinate boy's absolute loyalty. A suspicious call tries to track down the whereabouts of a very specific person for the military. The atmosphere of the call instantly grows heavy. Far from there, the brother's mechanic remains focused on her craft. She has no idea that her emotional connection has made her the perfect target. The normality of her workshop is violently shattered when Central Command's corrupt tentacles reach her with a summons. Without any logical warning, she has just been forcibly inserted as the prime hostage in the state's darkest game of survival. With Winry now being used as a bargaining chip, the tension reaches a whole new level. The Elric brothers' hands are tied, stripping them of any immediate chance to rebel. The architect of this oppression rubs his power in their faces. The Central Command envoy makes a point of establishing exactly who calls the shots from now on, and he knows full well how dirty he's playing. The general has no shame in admitting he uses innocent lives to keep his subordinates on a tight leash. The official decision regarding the hidden threat is a bitter pill to swallow. The direct order is to sweep the monstrosity under the rug as if nothing happened. The confirmation that Briggs's own leadership has yielded and agreed to the cover-up shakes the base to its core. The subordinates' despair clashes head-on with this newly imposed coldness. Abandoning their own comrades alive in the darkness shatters the fortress's core principles. unravels. The military base begins to operate under this facade of submission. The country's rotten secret is hidden once again, building a grim future upon the decision to bury their allies. But the peace underground is short-lived. The monstrous giant begins to regain consciousness, triggering an immediate alert across the operation. It becomes obvious that ordinary chains are useless against something of that magnitude. The containment fails, unleashing absolute panic among the soldiers facing the beast. Instead of using force, the High Command relies on sheer psychological domination. The lethal creature is treated like a lazy employee who just needs to get back to the grind. The terror of the words works instantly. The mindless creature accepts its fate, stops being an impulsive threat, and returns to its original purpose. The dirty deal is made official under the guise of a forced partnership. The order to seal off the area ensures that the disturbing secret will remain buried in the dark. Far from all this military corruption, inside a makeshift refuge, another group tries to decipher ancient records to fight the conspiracy. It's evident that the document's complex language is a drastic security measure. This encryption stalls the Allies' only chance at fighting back. In the freezing mountains, a military patrol finds out the hard way who they were hunting. What was supposed to be a capture turns into a swift massacre at the hands of the fugitive. After the violent clash, the warrior finally reaches the hideout. The cultural knowledge needed to translate the research is now in the group's hands, but the relief lasts only seconds. Harsh reality knocks on the door with the warning that the military siege has breached the area, forcing an immediate evacuation. Meanwhile, back at the military fortress, the cover-up operation moves forward. The base itself seals away its biggest and most dangerous secret, covering its tracks. Behind the scenes of the project, the central government's upper echelon reveals a twisted social Darwinism. This cruel philosophy is used to validate the country's extermination. Their worst suspicion is confirmed during the speech. The civil war of the past was coldly calculated, a sacrificial cog in this disturbing master plan. To guarantee ultimate submission, the government plays its final card. The promise of supreme power and immortality is offered as a bribe to keep the base quiet, and that's when the facade crumbles. The offer is instantly rejected, sending a clear message that the North never intended to be anyone's puppet. The armed retaliation carries an absolute moral judgment. The commanding officer spits in the enemy's face, humiliating the man who traded his military honor for greed. There is no room for hesitation when dealing with traitors. The decisive blow is delivered without warning, ensuring there will be no witnesses left to tell the tale. The verdict is delivered over the general's corpse. The fortress now uses the blood of the corrupt government itself as the cemented foundation of its resistance. The rebellion's secrets are literally cemented into the facility's structures. The military routine goes on flawlessly, hiding the crime right underneath the state's own project. In secret, a crucial lifeline is established. The base keeps up the charade by sealing the official access, but maintains a hidden route to rescue their allies trapped underground. Far away, in the capital, the infiltrated resistance is also making its move. Espionage takes place on the streets, using a reputation for social frivolity as the perfect shield. The information gathered from trivial conversations is terrifying. Rumors of miracle cures confirm that the High Command is resorting to dark and forbidden resources. The informant network proves to be vast and efficient. Amidst the disguise in the city, a silent contact delivers the long-awaited message from the northern leadership. Back in the freezing north, the government's sadistic envoy strikes with psychological games. He uses deep personal pains as bait to test the officer's loyalty. But the mental torture is interrupted by a tactical alert. The confirmation that the main enemy has been eliminated signals to everyone that the base no longer needs to feign submission. The disappearance of the base's highest authority is finally noticed by the envoy. However, the vanishing of his own ally sounds like music to his ears. He reveals he has always had carte blanche from the country's supreme leader. His superior's absence only slips the leash off the worst beast the resistance could possibly face. With power in his hands, he dictates the next steps with an undeniable threat. It is established that any disobedience is an official declaration of war. Meanwhile, in the fortress dungeons, Edward deals with the humiliating routine of confinement. He remains locked up depending on the guard's goodwill for the bare essentials. The forced boredom ends when the new commander shows up at his cell. He brushes off the hostility and announces an unexpected visitor, setting off all of the alchemist's alarms. The brothers' worst nightmare materializes right before them. The person they most wanted to keep safe has been brought straight into the deadliest military zone possible. The visitor's innocence distance, completely oblivious to the Cold War around her, makes the scene cruel. Edward realizes the weight of the trap the exact second he sees her. The boy's despair overflows into shock and restrained fury. His irrational frustration in front of her is merely a reflection of the absolute panic of losing her. The architect of this cruelty takes the stage and reveals his poison. He cynically explains that the technical summons was a direct maneuver by the government's high command. The silent message crushes any thought of rebellion. With the perfect hostage placed on the front lines, the state shows its absolute power over the ones the brothers love. Checkmate. Winry arrives in the north, believing she is there just for a routine mechanic job. She has no idea of the political weight and the real danger her presence carries from now on. The heavy atmosphere of the team sent by Central Command makes it clear that there's more to this than meets the eye. The intimidating feeling in the air reveals that this trip is far from a simple routine route. To ensure the new hostage doesn't suspect a thing, Kimberly welcomes her with impeccable politeness. He acts like a true gentleman, adopting the posture of a perfect host. His meticulously calculated praise of her parents' medical ethics strikes Winry right in the heart. Hearing an officer honor her family's memory guarantees the mechanic's immediate sympathy. With a false sense of security established, the final destination is reached. The government's most important chess piece is now exactly where she needs to be to silence any rebellion. Out of the military's sight for a moment, Edward gets scolded and swallows the harsh reality. Winry's arrival there is actually a death sentence if the brothers disobey the state. The officer intervenes in the conversation before the truth comes out. He makes up some bureaucratic excuse, but to Edward, it's a lethal warning of who is really in charge. Hearing his friend defend the soldier's character using the sacred memory of her own dead parents hits Edward like a punch to the gut. Kimberly's brainwashing was an absolute success. To avoid freaking out and risking everyone's lives, the alchemist triggers the only defense mechanism he knows. He forces his mind to focus on raw science, burying his panic before the enemy notices his weakness. The sacrifice pays off the moment the new engineering is tested. Adapting the prosthesis for the cold drastically alters the metal's weight and density, requiring an immediate mental recalculation for upcoming combats. The border's territorial pride manifests right after. The local response to the new prosthesis is a clear display of the soldier's mechanical brutality, designed to grind enemies and intimidate. But the heavy tension of a potential threat is deflated by pure professional fascination. Where soldiers would see lethal danger, Winry's blind fixation on heavy machinery speaks louder. Her excitement to uncover their industrial secrets blocks out any sense of self-preservation. The most inhospitable and militarized environment in the country suddenly turns into the perfect study lab. The silence is soon broken by the sadistic orchestrator of it all. With a calculated invasion of personal space, he praises her technical passion only to hit a precise psychological trigger in Edward. Far from there, Alphonse perfectly understands Central Command's move. Keeping him and his brother separated isn't a logistical issue. It's a clear warning that Winry's life is hanging by a thread. In the bowels of Briggs, a rescue team is mobilized under extremely strict security guidelines. The tactical decision to leave no tracks ensures the enemy won't be able to follow the path back to the fortress. The weight of the secret operation's consequences does not fall on the soldiers. The pact of trust reaches its peak when the general openly takes full responsibility for the bureaucratic mutiny. Down below, their survival instinct screams with every step. The squad advances through the dark, feeling their way through their own tomb, knowing that the slightest lack of attention will cost the whole team. Far away, the true rebellion strategy takes shape. The idea is to create an unprecedented lethal force, merging Briggs's impenetrable barrier with the East's annihilation potential against Central Command. Mustang is already aware of the secret alliance being forged. He knows very well that the northern troops do not mess around and understands the absolute military weight this union brings to the board. Confirmation that the plan is in motion comes at an absurd financial cost made through underground contacts. It's the coded guarantee that the general trusts the colonel's integrity. The implicit answer makes it clear he would be assassinated without hesitation if he betrayed the deal. And ironically, this only makes Mustang respect Armstrong's relentless leadership even more. But the facade must be maintained at all costs. To Central Command spies, the colonel must continue looking like a shallow, irresponsible womanizer on the surface. Back in the Briggs underground, the evidence of extreme destruction along the way escalates the tension to absurd levels. The physical damage to the environment makes it clear the team is hunting an overwhelming power, until visual contact is finally made. but the relief of finding signs of life clashes with the realization of the survivor's state of sheer psychological terror. The rescued man's mind has broken to the point where the simple thought of being in the dark brings back all the terror of the massacre. He warns them that the predator hasn't finished the job. The nightmare awakens and resumes the hunt. The creature's movements completely defy military logic, cornering the team without giving them any room to set up a defense line. The threat proves that the attack comes from all directions. This utterly destroys the illusion of any blind spot, making the squad's hopes of survival plummet to zero. Even facing an imminent massacre, their protocol of loyalty speaks louder. They refuse to abandon the fallen, accepting the absurd risk of forcing a march while carrying the wounded. While the North bleeds, the tension in the capital happens bureaucratically. Risa Hawkeye operates with a noose around her neck, acting as a political hostage under the command's strict surveillance. Risa remains trapped in her facade role, swallowing Bradley's wife's small talk. The First Lady brags about her adopted son, oblivious to the darkness lurking in her own home. But amid this chatter, a detail crosses Risa's mind. The official adoption excuse to justify the child's presence triggers an instant red alert. Walking through the empty hallways, she finally pieces the puzzle together. The Supreme Ruler has no natural bloodline. That child's entire backstory is a monumental sham. The shock of the revelation paralyzes her, and it is at this exact moment that the trap springs shut. A silent presence cuts off any escape route, indicating that the predator realized the prey has figured out the trick. The oppressive aura reveals the exact biological signature of a homunculus. Amestris's original monster isn't knocking at the gates. He already lives comfortably in the castle. The first deadly sin drops his mask and assumes his position of absolute dominance. The warning of obedience is given in the worst way possible, demanding total submission for her to keep breathing. In the unforgiving North, Edward must swallow his hatred. With his best friend confined as a vulnerable target, any outburst of rage would cost innocent blood. And that's when the chains are locked in place. A forced partnership is made official under the threat of death, and the alchemist will now be the obedient tool of the monsters he swore to destroy. The first condition of the hunt is straightforward. The Fullmetal Alchemist must use his skills to track down the Ishvalan fugitive through the north, leaving the dirty work of execution to the state. The second demand reveals that the real target is to recover vital alchemy secrets. The boy is forced to work against himself, having to hand the deserter Dr. Marco over to the enemy on a silver platter. The true objective, however, is an absolute nightmare. The final order demands orchestrating a large-scale massacre to turn the fortress into a bloody transmutation circle. Cornered, the boy is forced to choose between Winry's life and the destruction of thousands of innocents. Pride confirms Risa's worst nightmare. He is the origin of all the homunculi, and the truth about this absurdly high-level threat is now laid bare. The monster's patience has a limit, and the psychological torture turns into a suffocating physical threat. The warning is clear that the lieutenant's life can be snuffed out in a snap. And that's when Pride delivers the checkmate. He reveals that the price of any insubordination will be the pain and lives of Roy Mustang and his allies. The psychological trap is complete, making every shadow a constant reminder that Risa is a watched and totally isolated prisoner. Meanwhile, in the north, the military's macabre plan comes to light. The objective is to turn the Briggs Fortress into the next great human sacrifice. The worst part falls on Edward. Kimberly casually warns that they will have to get their own hands dirty to guarantee this bloodbath. The boy loses his patience and refuses to cross that moral line. He makes it clear that he won't be a tool for yet another massacre. Kimberly notices the hesitation and mocks Ed's despair. He plays mind games with the boy, showing that he doesn't even need to utter the word hostage to keep him on a short leash. The illusion of choice is over. To keep his loved ones safe, Edward realizes he must swallow his pride and obey direct orders. The Crimson Alchemist's true motivation comes to light. He doesn't care about patriotism. He just wants to watch the chaos and see which ideology will win in the end. Kimberly reveals that he allied with the enemy simply because they offered the perfect scenario to unleash his worst impulses without moral restraints. To destabilize any of Edward's convictions, the ultimate prize comes into play, the absolute key to restoring their lost bodies. But the deal with the devil comes at a price. The highly coveted object requires Edward's total submission to the massacre plans at Briggs. The weight of the choice crushes the boy. With no immediate way out, he refuses the solitary burden and decides to involve the person who became the target of this blackmail. Ed decides to stop lying to Winry. Kimberly accepts the condition of the conversation, but decides to stick close to him to ensure no dangerous information leaks. The illusion of safety is shattered without mincing words. Her presence in Briggs is just a piece on the board, locked in an invisible cage by the military. The price for safety is exacted. To keep the girl alive, Ed must cross his moral line and turn into the worst version of a military dog. Frustration overflows into Winry's bitter tears. She realizes she walked right into the military's trap, making the enemy's job easier. This shift in attitude seems sealed. The role of a lethal enforcer is embraced, and resignation fills the air as they walk into the darkness. Using the recent trauma as a shield, a cunning strategy begins. The fake desire for revenge becomes an excuse to change their route without raising suspicions. The bait is successfully swallowed. Approving of their directed bloodlust, the psychopath grants them the autonomy of movement needed to save lives. And then, in the silence, the grand theater crumbles. Their non-verbal communication proves that the submission from minutes ago was an act, and the counterattack has begun. Alphonse makes it clear what their unbreakable line is. Using innocent souls to fix their own mistake is completely out of the question. The true objective is to focus on foreign science. Their goal is to track down the girl from the east and find a cure without shedding blood. To maintain the perfect cover, Winry invents her own excuse to stay glued to them. The three become a united front against the military. Far from there, the local leadership bows her head. She publicly accepts the orders, placing the brothers' fate in the enemy's hands to protect her own plan. Behind the scenes, the true defensive strategy emerges. Putting cruel assassins on a collision course could solve their problems without dirtying Briggs's hands. The destination is set, and the convoy is on the move, pushing the expedition toward an inevitable conflict zone. The guards realize that clashing with Winry's professional stubbornness is useless. She wears them down and secures her place in the operation. The group reaches an abandoned industrial labyrinth. The location serves as the perfect setting for an ambush or an untraceable escape. To cover more ground, a tactical decision leaves Kimberly behind at the base. The biggest immediate threat has just been taken off the search board, but the watchdogs take over the brothers' personal escort, making it clear that the blackmail remains a walking prison. Seizing a moment of distraction, the brothers make a run for it. They force the guards to abandon their containment tactics and chase after them. Using the environment's confusion, the Elrics move with surgical precision. They let their escort walk right past them, cutting off the surveillance. Finally off the leash, they delve deeper into the abandoned structure. The first phase of their escape is a success, and the terrain opens up for them. The answer to their plan falls from the sky. The target of the Eastern science reappears chaotically right in front of Alphonse. The celebration is cut short. The parasitic creature accompanying the girl reveals itself, reminding them that old threats are still present. However, the lethal entity from the past has lost its respect. It is now treated simply as a pathetic, neutralized prisoner. The commotion attracts an unexpected heavyweight. The ruthless assassin being hunted by Central Command steps into the scene, completely changing the mood. And the surprises continue, as the deserting doctor, presumed dead, reveals himself. The group realizes the enemy faction was far ahead of the government. The shock is absolute. Completely different groups of fugitives discover that fate has thrown them to hide in the same ruined hole. Far from that encounter, the farce crumbles. The military escort realizes their fatal mistake upon discovering that their main hostage has vanished from right under their noses. The military blockade also focuses on the other target. Dispatched army teams track any sign of the high-value fugitive in the region. In a moment of vulnerability, the fugitive's isolation ends. The trackers finally corner him before he can switch hideouts. Despite being cornered, the Ashvalan underestimates Central's envoys. His arrogance makes him confident that mere soldiers are no match for him. Kimberly's true biological trap is revealed. The soldiers expose their unstable forms, completely changing the rules of this combat. The initial shock quickly fades. His hatred for alchemy takes the reins, and he sees the chimeras as the perfect chance to purge the military's heresies. The military net is closing in. Riza Hawkeye tries to keep up her routine when returning home, but she knows all too well that the illusion of safety in the capital is over. The real torture reveals itself indoors. The enemy doesn't have to lift a finger, just the certainty that he's there, infesting the place, guarantees total control over her. Amidst this claustrophobic nightmare, she accepts her dog's comfort. It's the moment she makes the silent decision to swallow her fear and bear this burden alone. The phone rings, pushing the tension to its peak. She knows ignoring the call will raise suspicions, but answering it means navigating an invisible minefield right in front of her watcher. On the other end of the line, a surprise. It's Colonel Mustang. Sensing the gravity of her silence, he throws up a verbal smokescreen to try and establish a secure line of communication. Mustang pushes gently, fishing for vital information. Riza's challenge is colossal. She must broadcast a lethal threat in code without tipping off the enemy breathing down her neck. Cornered, she abruptly ends the charade. Her coded message is desperate and clear. Stay away. The territory is compromised, and any rescue attempt will end in death. Mustang hangs up, understanding the message perfectly. Knowing his most loyal subordinate is now a hostage of the military top brass forces him to coldly recalculate his every next move. Far from the capital, Edward's group finally reunites safely with Dr. Marco, but the old scientist refuses any praise, crushed by the guilt of his past atrocities. The Elric brothers bring him heavy answers. They confirm they've uncovered the disturbing truth about the human sacrifices behind the Philosopher's Stone, sharing the burden of this knowledge with the doctor. Marco's decoded notes prove that the very foundation of Amestris and its alchemy are deeply corrupted. Everything points to it being orchestrated from the start by a higher power. But their planning is shattered by a colossal crash from outside. The hideout's brief sense of security crumbles in the blink of an eye. Edward doesn't hesitate to take control of the situation. Knowing hostile forces are sweeping the area, he orders the non-combatants to stay completely out of sight. The mention that the man outside is Scar serves as a devastating trigger for Winry. Hearing the name of her family's killer brings all the pain rushing back and paralyzes her. Meanwhile, out in the ruins, Scar is already engaged in direct combat. Caught by surprise, he has to fight for his life against pursuers who don't move like ordinary soldiers. In that instant, his pursuer reveals its true nature. Not just a soldier, but a chimera spliced with animal traits, turning its own body into a lethal weapon. The chimera's strategy is methodical: keep up the pressure from a distance and deny any chance for retaliation. The goal isn't to kill, but to physically exhaust Scar and deliver him into Kimberly's hands. But Scar's fate changes with a timely intervention. Edward and Alphonse jump into the fray just as the net is about to close on him for good. The Fullmetal Alchemist puts the pieces together in an instant. Recognizing the Central Command uniforms on the chimeras, he immediately deduces that these monsters answer directly to the bombing serial killer. After the brothers reject any sort of alliance, one of the chimeras takes it as an unforgivable insult. The monster completely loses sight of the mission, deciding instead to teach the kid a lesson. But Edward's offensive fails humiliatingly. He discovers the hard way that his opponent's foul biology acts as perfect insulation, completely nullifying his touch-based alchemy. The alchemist's mind, however, is already 3 steps ahead. Having figured out the chemical makeup of his opponent's defense, Edward formulates a plan to turn the enemy's biology against itself. The trap is sprung perfectly. Using the extreme Briggs climate, Ed forces the soaked creature to freeze fast to the icy metal of his brother's armor, completely locking up its movements. Alphonse leaves no room for chance or escape tricks. He neutralizes the threat for good, ensuring the chimera is taken out of the picture before it can cause any more trouble. With the henchman neutralized, the temporary truce shatters. Scar catches his breath during the distraction, and the lethal weight of his presence falls on the brothers once again. The Ishvalan attacks, only to fall for a brilliant bluff. Ed redirects the destructive blow straight into his new automail arm, which is entirely immune to the enemy's biological technique. Sensing his tactical disadvantage, Scar's survival instincts kick into overdrive. He sacrifices the structural integrity of the entire area, trying to carve out an escape route through the chaos. Their perfect capture crumbles to dust. The structure collapses beneath their feet, dragging everyone down into the abyss and forcing them to fight just to avoid being crushed in the free fall. Down below, the dust settles, and Scar refuses to back down. Edward realizes he has to take drastic measures before the killer unleashes a bloodbath right there in the ruins. Without missing a beat, the Ishvalan turns his fury on Alphonse. He tries to destroy the soul bound to the armor, but the strike fails against the special material adapted for the northern cold. The commotion draws in the fort's troops. The local military takes control of the situation, securing the capture of one of the genetic chimeras as a valuable trophy for Briggs. Upon inspecting the monsters, the revelation is repulsive. It's clear that the top brass has crossed every ethical line, and the central government's filth has finally arrived at the doorstep of Fort Briggs. Faced with this tension, the local leadership decides to come clean with the Elrics. They expose their own treason against the capital, offering the boys a blood alliance against the state. With the capital's conspiracy isolated, the relentless manhunt for the serial killer finally comes to an end. Scar now finds himself cornered, caught in the unforgiving crosshairs of military law. But the military standoff is broken by an act of sheer courage. Just as the monster is subdued, Winry ignores protocol and steps right up to the killer. The weight of everything comes crashing down at once. Mincing no words, she asks the question that has haunted her entire life. Why did he take her parents' lives? He doesn't dodge the question. His confession is blunt and direct. He takes the blame without trying to defend the indefensible, placing his fate entirely in the girl's hands. But Winry's reaction defies all expectations. Instead of giving in to resentment, her moral compass speaks louder, and she begins treating the wounds of the enemy who destroyed her family. Her decision to heal him isn't about blind forgiveness. It's her way of honoring her parents' essence, proving that their legacy of saving lives has triumphed over the cycle of hatred. She makes sure to shatter any illusions in Scar's mind. Professional compassion doesn't erase his crimes, making it crystal clear that killing her parents is unforgivable. With her medical duties fulfilled, her emotional fortress begins to crumble. Winry tries to hold it together, but Ed's support provides the perfect shield for her to finally break down in safety. Edward is blunt with Scar. He makes it clear that Winry's mercy doesn't erase the pain, and that he and Al are only swallowing their grudge out of pure respect for her noble choice. The killer silently accepts their resentment, but something intrigues him. He turns his attention to the Briggs officer who captured him, and is shocked to realize the man shares his Eshvalan blood. The officer reveals a plan far more complex than mere revenge. Instead of destroying the government from the outside, he's using his uniform to try and dismantle the nation's racist perceptions from the inside. Though they walk opposite paths, the officer validates the impact of Scar's fury. It's a harsh acknowledgement that the killer's extreme hatred has ensured the genocide won't be forgotten. The ideological debate ends as the extraction logistics kick into gear. The troops signal their position amidst the frozen ruins to guide the prisoner's escort, but this signal gives away their exact location. Central Command throws them all straight into the hands of the sadistic Kimbley, who prepares to strike before the blizzard cuts off the area. Right before the evacuation, an ally appears out of nowhere, demanding the killer's release. This desperate request creates a brutal tactical standoff, turning the military operation into a powder keg. The standoff is abruptly silenced when the external threat strikes without warning. The offensive bypasses any subtle negotiation, focusing purely on wiping out everyone present. The sheer insanity of the ambush obliterates the surroundings and breaks any chain of command. The assault showcases Kimbley's total lack of scruples, with explosions causing intentional friendly fire. Ed's mind short-circuits. Kimbley attacking and risking the life of the one hostage who guaranteed their obedience was madness, defying the very logic of the state's blackmail. And the massive twist emerges from the smoke. Snatched from the army's reach, the hostage's escape route ends up being secured by the very man who shattered her family. The tables have completely turned. The Briggs reconnaissance team is still trapped in the oppressive darkness of the tunnels beneath the fort. Crawling blindly, they find what appears to be an escape route. It becomes clear that any spark attracts the worst possible enemy. Survival now depends on advancing in pitch blackness and absolute silence. In an act of brute force to avoid suffocating to death, the team breaks through the structure and, to everyone's relief, manages to make it back to the base alive. Inside, a crucial detail comes to light. The route was opened by a forged flaw. The High Command sabotaged their own unbreakable rules just to ensure the troops' rescue. Outside, the general listens to the casualty report with an unyielding demeanor. Her emotional wall doesn't budge an inch in the face of the massacre. But between the lines, gratitude is conveyed. Command hides its compassion, but the troops know very well who is watching over them behind the scenes. The calm is brutally shattered when the Central Command delegation arrives at Briggs. The political threat suddenly becomes physical and immediate. At the same time, in the distant rubble, the makeshift alliance senses the danger. Time is running out, and they need to flee before they're cornered. The mission takes on an incredibly heavy burden, bringing the medical specialists straight into the eye of the military storm. It's their only chance to decode the secrets of alchemy. To make matters worse, the fugitive assassin is the essential key to reading these documents. A bitter coexistence, imposed by tactical utility, divides the group. Faced with imminent disaster, a cold pact is sealed. Settling the score is postponed for the future in exchange for everyone's unconditional cooperation in the present. The standoff explodes with the captured modified enemy soldiers. The army's cold directive demands their immediate elimination so they don't become a liability. Mourning for their own lost humanity speaks volumes. The prisoners simply accept death, consumed by the hopelessness of being mere organic weapons. Edward throws out the bait, provoking the duo. Their frustration boils over, and they finally admit they would give anything to get their original bodies back. The victimhood argument is obliterated when Alphonse removes his helmet. The revelation that there is no flesh inside the armor completely shocks the deserters. The boy proves that the worst trauma can be turned into a weapon. His unwavering resolve not to give up serves as a mirror, lifting the former enemy's hopes. But reality crushes the speech. The tactical siege violently closes in for good, demanding an immediate plan B before the group becomes target practice. Their only salvation is to vanish into the bowels of the mountain. The tunnel solves the risk of freezing on the surface and evades the enemy's radar. The plan comes at a cost. They have to split up. Someone will have to act as human bait to draw the heat and ensure the secrecy of the high-value targets. It is the mechanic who suggests the unthinkable. She decides to use herself as a bargaining chip in this tactical theater, creating the distraction needed for the escape. Edward goes into shock. He hates the idea of putting his friend in direct danger, waging a war of stubbornness against her pragmatism. With time running out, the alchemist swallows his pride and gives in. The girl's safety is placed into the hands of the very man who murdered her family. Amidst the tactical chaos, despair turns into loyalty. The Chimera prisoners make their betrayal of their old masters official and commit themselves to the group's cause. Before splitting up in the ice, a bond is forged. She leaves an earring in his hands, a physical promise compelling both of them to survive. With the amulet tucked away, fear is buried. Edward's focus now is on maintaining his character flawlessly and cheating death itself. The stage is set and the bait works with precision. The main target takes the hook, finding exactly the staged crisis the group had set up. Scar once again puts on his aura of a ruthless serial killer, turning the girl into a human shield that halts any armed response from the troops. Edward completes the con by shifting all the blame. He shouts in desperation, accusing the military leader of incompetence for losing control of the hostage. The psychological play fails spectacularly. Instead of backing down, Kimberly shows he is perfectly willing to wipe hostages and henchmen off the map all at once. The charade ends in the blink of an eye, crushed by brute violence. The fake kidnapping is now a pure struggle not to die beneath the rubble. In the final second of the crisis, the mountain decides to play in their favor. A drastic change in the weather blocks any pursuit attempts within the dense fog. Already immersed in the pitch black of the tunnels, Scar's group must conquer their fear. Navigation relies entirely on airflow to avoid pockets of lethal gas. The reality of the sacrifice hits the mechanic hard. The isolation makes the guilt of abandoning her clients and her master burn in her conscience. Their luck takes a drastic turn when old tools reveal a structural map. A blind trick now becomes a brutal strategic advance. Dr. Marco rises as the bearer of hope. He assures them that the deciphered notes hold a power untainted by blood to help everyone there. Back on the surface, powerlessness takes over. Pinned down by the deadly storm, Edward has no idea if his allies managed to escape safely underground. When the radio finally comes back to life, the intel dismantles the army's entire structure. The general was ripped from her fort and dispatched to the capital. Without their commander, the invasion happens from the inside out. The defensive bastion of the north is now taken over by corrupt forces from Central. The realization chills the alchemist's blood. The carefully engineered escape pushed his allies toward a military outpost that just turned into a death trap. Without any diplomatic options or secure communication, only someone who doesn't suffer from extreme hypothermia stands a chance out there. The absence of a body stops being a trauma and becomes an unbeatable advantage. Alphonse dives alone into a violent test of blind survival against the winter, until, in the frozen vacuum, something unthinkable awakens in his mind. An uncontrollable existential pull links him to his own body, lost at the edges of the world. Giving in to this gravitational call means relief from a tortuous artificial life. True peace has never been so dangerously accessible, but the will to honor his old promise halts the collapse. He violently rejects a premature end, holding on to the control of his own spirit through sheer willpower. The refusal shatters the balance instantly. Alphonse collapses in the snow, facing a terrifying reality. The rejection of his current body has already begun, and his time is running out. On another plane of this invisible war, the evil mastermind watches the small battles. His gears turn in the calm of the untouchables. The creator himself lists the fundamental pieces on the board. From Hohenheim to the young alchemists, the greatest dangers are seen merely as batteries he needs to connect. Any past attempt at human transmutation signs an individual's tactical sentence. Izumi Curtis discovers that her grief has guaranteed her a VIP ticket to hell. The resolution of all these threads converges brutally into the same math. Only one more sacrifice is missing to complete the apocalypse's tally, and they will force it until someone cracks. At Briggs, General Raven's disappearance raises a wall of suspicion among Central's troops. The official excuse that he simply departed doesn't hold water, and paranoia takes hold of the Allied base. The Briggs High Command steps in to seal the lie. By forging a perfect alibi for their commanding officer, they block any deeper external investigation. While the North secures the charade, General Olivier arrives in the capital. She marches straight into the bureaucratic command center, fully aware she is walking into the lion's den. In the corridors, the flame alchemist approaches the newcomer. He embraces his shallow womanizer persona, leaning into the provocation so the spies around them buy the act without question. Isolated, she enters the domain of the monster ruling the country. Without her army to protect her, a tense psychological game against the Führer begins. When questioned, her decision is brutal. Double down. She justifies the officer's death by attacking the victim's weakness, applying the logic that failures have no place in the Empire. She admits to the execution without a shred of hesitation. This suicidal maneuver repositions the military officer not as a traitor, but as a useful and pragmatic piece who weeded out the weak. The checkmate comes when she uses the dead man's secrets to bargain. With ruthless audacity, Olivier demands to take the high command seat left vacant by the man she murdered. She secures the elite position, but it comes with an immediate lethal trap. Central confiscates absolute control of her northern fortress, attempting to uproot the general from her own roots. However, the bureaucratic plan for isolation hits a structural flaw. The fortress won't crumble without its leader's physical presence, as her iron discipline has already forged the soldiers into a self-sufficient machine. Far from there, Riza Hawkeye tries to maintain operational invisibility. She bears the daily silent burden of being kept as a personal hostage by the most lethal figure in the state. Mustang orchestrates a seemingly casual encounter in the hallways to re-establish communication. He uses an ironic tone to mask the absurd risk of their proximity. Under the military police's radar, a simple coffee break offers the only strategic opening. Without breaking their civilian cover, they begin to structure an intelligence handover. Hawkeye initiates a veiled transfer of sensitive intelligence. She disguises an incredibly complex cipher under the cloak of pure nostalgia and irrelevant gossip from their academy days. Listening intently, Mustang mentally records the exact sequence of her fake complaints. He knows full well that a single memory slip would destroy the entire purpose of the coded message. With the silent transfer complete, the two break contact. Now, carrying a highly volatile intelligence package in his mind, Mustang hurries to find an isolated spot. Behind closed doors, the alchemist begins the mental decryption process. He filters out the dialogue's banal noise, mapping and aligning the variables planted in his mind. As the final pieces of the code come together, the massive scale of the revelation hits him. The dark conspiracy involving the leader's own family gains terrifying clarity on paper. Far from the corrupt capital, the south of the country maintains its monotonous daily cycle. News of deadly cold and conspiracies seem to belong to another world, oblivious to their peaceful affairs. But this provincial peace is short-lived when officers show up unannounced. High Command is actively seeking the alchemist housewife, aligning their pieces for future sacrifices. While intimidation boils at the front door, an injured spy absorbs the interrogation hidden in the shadows. He is a ghost sniffing out any trace of his missing master. The weight of the rank mentioned in the argument makes it click for the eavesdropper. Discovering the name of the one who slaughtered his allies turns the spy's fear into a dangerous thirst for confrontation. Driven solely by his unwavering devotion, the Chimera pulls off a highly suicidal maneuver. He decides to shadow the hostile troops to infiltrate Central itself. Deep beneath the civilized surface of the fortress, the newest incarnation of greed notices a terrifying presence. In the depths of this nest, interactions ignore the normal logic of the country. That is when the original architect of the catastrophe comes to introduce himself in person. The creator calmly approaches to welcome the new organic host who is now part of the family. As the entourage watches, the leader of the homunculi pauses, lost in the echo of centuries past. He forces his perception back to recall the exact origin that drafted the state's entire dark web. His consciousness travels straight to the sumptuous Xerxes of antiquity, a golden empire carved right into the geographic desert, boasting an untouchable and absolute alchemical power. Amidst this social splendor, a disposable boy performs grueling tasks in the back of the laboratories, sweeping dirty floors. He carries the silence of someone who has never known anything but labor. Suddenly brought to the mystic workbenches, the boy sees his master's true secret. It is an anomaly in the shape of a circular shadow, sealed inside an opaque and fragile flask. Probing the expressionless boy, the entity deciphers just how impersonal the Xerxesian system is. The life form recognizes that he possesses no social ties, no family, nor even a name beyond a numerical code. As a final icebreaker, the creature confesses the fundamental foundation they both share. It explicitly states that the blood drawn from this very youth was the organic additive used to materialize its dark body. In direct return for enabling its vital genesis, the entity takes on the role of rewriting the prisoner's narrative. It strips the boy of his numerical object status and formulates a long title in his mind. Noting its listener's ignorant paralysis in the face of such a monumental name, the baptismal pact is pared down to a blunter form. The boy adopts for the rest of his long days the definitive identification of Hohenheim. Sealing the transition from master to apprentice, the shadowy being roots ambitious ideas within his ignorance. Conceptual education and alchemy are firmly promised as stepping stones to escape the blind, foundational prisons of that empire. Despite the newly forged bond, the artificial master fiercely repudiates the imposition of receiving any human designation for itself. Its isolated, inhuman spherical silhouette proudly acts as its sovereign hallmark. And returning to the crushing weight of the present, the truth about these chaotic monsters shatters Mustang's mind. He realizes that the shadowy leader dissected by Hawkeye's code is the very disease that founded and still rules all of Amestris from the shadows. The young slave decides to break the Empire's cycle of ignorance, using his newfound knowledge to educate the other servants in the palace. His raw talent is recognized. Instead of being punished, the boy's destiny changes instantly, going from a manual laborer to a valuable academic tool. Now fully immersed in his studies, the young man cares for the mysterious creature in the flask, completely blind to his mentor's dark plans. The entity manipulates the despair of the monarch of Xerxes, using the king's terror of aging to turn him into an obedient puppet. Under the brilliant disguise of a public irrigation system, the government builds the subterranean network of a gigantic weapon across the country. At the same time, far from the capital, a ruthless military operation is initiated at the borders of the territory. The scale of the horror is revealed. Each massacre is using the citizens' blood to draw a colossal transmutation circle on the map. With the celestial clock in his favor and certain that he will become a god, the king gives the definitive order that dooms his own empire. But the ritual's response shatters any illusion of control, tearing through the physical world in a visceral way. As everything collapses, reality hits the king. The godhood was a lie, and he served merely as the primary sacrifice for a feast he helped prepare. In seconds, doom sweeps across the entire nation, ripping the life force from every living being without the slightest chance of escape. The creature throws the cruel truth in the young man's face. Since it was born from the boy's blood, the two of them are the focal point of this apocalyptic transmutation. Amidst the absolute chaos tearing through the capital, the entity's glass prison is completely obliterated. When the cataclysm ends, silence takes over. The young man miraculously awakens in the ruins of the world he once knew. Reaching the highest point, he understands the weight of the emptiness. Xerxes has become an unfathomable and gigantic cemetery, until the entity reappears. Using the sacrifice of millions, the being claimed a body, stealing the exact appearance of the boy. The monster gives him the cruel gift of immortality. Now, every breath the boy takes is fueled by the agonizing souls of the entire nation inside him. Centuries pass. That young slave now goes by the name of Hohenheim, wandering the world as an immortal haunted by the ghosts of Xerxes. But destiny breaks his isolation, placing in his path the master who cared for the sons he abandoned. Pressured by her, he confesses that his his flight wasn't out of a lack of love. The shame of his monstrous nature convinced him he wasn't worthy of his own family. The tense atmosphere is broken by a severe physical crisis from the woman, and the immortal's perception instantly catches that this is no natural weakness. Watching her agony, he identifies the invisible scar. He knows perfectly well what kind of broken cosmic rules cause this internal damage. Taking control, he tears away her mask, confronting her without hesitation about the irreparable sin of trying to play God. Izumi confesses the extent of the punishment she suffered for the taboo, revealing how her attempt to cheat death completely compromised her organs and her survival. Ignoring any ritual or medical preparation, Hohenheim performs a brutal and purely instinctive invasion of the woman's vital system, and that's when panic sets in. Sig arrives at the exact moment and draws the worst and most desperate conclusion about the intervention. Out of pure protective instinct, the husband reacts with lethal fury to neutralize Hohenheim and try to save his wife. But the tension breaks when Izumi reveals the miracle. For the first time in years, the chronic agony is gone and her lungs function in peace. Hohenheim warns that he only optimized her remaining bodily structure. The toll exacted by truth is definitive and cannot be undone. This display of impossible power shatters normality. Izumi corners him, demanding to know her savior's true identity. The naked truth is revealed. He is not human. He is the ultimate alchemical anomaly, a living philosopher's stone forged from the sacrifice of millions. The group debates the true nature of the philosopher's stone. They conclude that the artifact lacks a definitive form, adapting depending on how the souls were condensed. The main target of the strategy now becomes the Crimson Alchemist, Kimberly. Edward warns that the enemy has swallowed the artifact, gaining an absurd tactical advantage. Military command issues brutal and direct orders. The mission is now a surgical assassination against the enemy threat, leaving no room for error. But Edward clashes head-on with this lethal pragmatism. The idea of executing their adversaries goes against the non-negotiable moral code he swore never to break. The military's warning hits hard. Edward is forced to hear that his refusal to take lives might be the exact weakness that destroys them all. Far from there, research into coded notes reveals a terrifying pattern. The legendary myth of eternal youth is merely a facade for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. A disturbing connection is made. There remains a terrible suspicion that the Elric brothers' bloodline has a direct link to the origin of this catastrophic power. With this heavy burden on their minds, the group abandons the underground hideout. They return to the frozen surface, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. The worst possible news is confirmed. The northern fortress has fallen. The safe haven they were marching toward is now the enemy's base of operations. To survive, an audacious ruse must be set up. An illusion of their presence is created to mislead the guards while they try to escape the enemy's lair. Edward and Alphonse must stick to the script strictly. They accompany the military escort, keeping up the charade while looking for a way out without shedding blood. But the psychological game begins. Kimberly breaks the squad's dynamic and isolates Edward, forcing a direct confrontation to test the boy. The enemy shatters the charade instantly. He reveals that he has already figured out their diversionary tactic and knows perfectly well that they are just buying time. Before the trap can close, Kimberly strikes first. He unleashes an immense destructive power that turns the environment itself into a weapon. The ace in the hole is revealed. The enemy's personal guard drops their human facade, showing a monstrous nature that puts Edward at a severe disadvantage. Leaving the dirty work to his beasts, the psychopath takes advantage of the chaos. He turns his back and heads toward his true objective without interference. The revelation in the dark is terrifying. The creatures hunt by scent. Cornered and without his sight, the boy realizes that the only way out is brute force. Every attempt Edward makes to fight back is mercilessly crushed. The creature's territorial control forces him into a constant and painful defensive position, but his spatial awareness turns the tide. Seeing that he is in a mining and ammunition depot, the alchemist threatens to blow up the very battlefield. The plan is executed without hesitation. A surgical detonation releases a wave of noxious gas designed solely to affect the monsters. The irony is cruel. The enemy's keen sense of smell becomes their downfall. The beasts absorb the chemical agony to the extreme, incapacitating them completely. With the pawns crushed, a direct confrontation with the mastermind becomes inevitable. The psychopath makes it clear he has absolutely no intention of surrendering. The tension reaches its peak. The villain reveals the forbidden artifact that motivated the entire tragedy, sealing the start of the final battle. Ed charges in, banking on his automail's adaptation to the extreme cold. The lightweight gear guarantees a speed that shatters his opponent's reaction time. The tactical plan hits the mark. In a precise move, the artifact is snatched from the enemy's grasp, neutralizing his imminent threat. The opportunity to end the threat presents itself, but Ed's unwavering refusal to take a human life creates a fatal second of hesitation. Naivety exacts a devastating toll. The villain reveals he had hidden a second Philosopher's Stone within his own body, turning Ed's mercy into his downfall. Stripped of any moral restraint, the limitless power is unleashed. The energy doesn't just focus on the target, but actively collapses the entire surrounding infrastructure. With its foundation undone, the battlefield swallows the combatants. They plummet toward the most forgotten and inhospitable depths of the underground. The cost of that fraction of a second of mercy collides head-on with gravity. The severe impact brings the brutal consequence of underestimating a psychopath. Edward regains consciousness at the bottom of the abyss. He quickly realizes that the colossal infrastructure has collapsed, obliterating any escape route. The internal diagnosis is the worst possible. With a critical deep wound, the boy understands that his window of survival has shrunk to mere minutes. His brilliant mind loses the battle against his own body's destruction. Ed succumbs to the limits of his pain and is swallowed by absolute darkness, unable to resist. Far from there, in the safety of the frozen surface, the Allied group's advance suffers an abrupt halt. A systemic failure inexplicably hits the front lines. Panic sets in as Alphonse's armor is paralyzed. The metaphysical link keeping him anchored to reality suffers a massive interference. A grim intuition crosses the team's minds. If Al's existential reflection is fading, the real problem can only lie at the primary source of that bond. The cruelty of the pact is confirmed. The failing of Alphonse's soul in the snow is a direct symptom that Edward lies agonizing and bleeding to death in the depths. Edward is at his limit, crushed beneath the rubble with a lethal hemorrhage. The gravity of the situation hits hard. If he blacks out for good in this hole, the metaphysical pact keeping his brother alive will also be broken. The weight of all the people left behind floods his mind. He knows this journey is no longer just his own, and giving up now, as justifiable as it might be, is not an option. Unable to move properly, he uses just enough alchemy to alter the obstacle so he isn't completely crushed. However, the lethal debris remains impaled in him, stemming the bleeding, until the irony of fate decides to intervene. The same henchmen who tried to decapitate him moments ago emerge from the rubble, completely disoriented and unable to understand how they survived. The reality finally dawns on them in the face of such absurdity. They put the pieces together and realize it was the boy at death's door who manipulated the terrain to save them, an act of compassion that defies enemy logic. But Edward has no time for moral lessons. He ignores their shock and drops a terrifying order in their laps to finish pulling out the beam impaled in his body. The henchmen warn him that if the obstruction comes out, death by blood loss will be instantaneous. But the boy reveals a plan bordering on insanity. He wants to use alchemy to reconstruct his own flesh from the inside out in the exact split second he is released. Without a Philosopher's Stone to fund the medical miracle, he reveals the true cost. He will literally burn away a portion of his remaining lifespan, using his own soul as fuel to force his body not to die today. The brutal extraction takes place. Alchemy is triggered using the boy's own lifespan in a desperate race to close the wound before death realizes the door was left open. The vital sacrifice works, and the alchemy is completed in time. His former enemies act as true makeshift surgeons, stabilizing the boy at the very edge of the impossible. But the miracle immediately exacts its toll. After burning his own life in the transmutation, the boy's body reaches absolute exhaustion, collapsing without an ounce of physical strength left. Even on the verge of passing out, he uses whatever wits he has left. He adapts his own clothes to strap himself like a human seatbelt to his former tormentor, entrusting his life entirely to the mercenaries. Respect speaks louder, and the rebellion is made official. The henchmen take advantage of the chaos to fake their own deaths, severing ties with their former boss and taking on the mission of bringing the boy to the surface. During the escape through the rubble, the greatest possible irony occurs. The very forbidden energy source that caused the disaster was lost by the enemy, and the legendary Philosopher's Stone falls right into the fugitives' hands. Up above, the reality for the Allies is even crueler. Separated in the blizzard and forced to carry the parts of their fallen comrades, they walk blindly, unaware of the miracle that took place underground. The core part of the armor finally regains consciousness. Alphonse had mysteriously blacked out during the journey, leaving the entire group on edge and unsure of how to deal with that empty body. The pattern of these lapses in consciousness becomes evident during the conversation in the makeshift refuge. It becomes clear that these aren't normal shocks, but a dire warning that the blood seal anchoring Alphonse's soul is rapidly deteriorating. With the impending crisis, decoding the stolen research becomes a matter of life or death. It is then that a foreign member of the group notices something peculiar on the pages and asks for the documents to test a non-linear reading theory. Upon geometrically reorganizing the data, the truth finally materializes. That study was not a mere alchemy book, but the blueprint for a gigantic underground system designed for a devastating purpose. But the revelation dashes their hopes. The team leaders conclude that the entire translation effort only served to confirm the mechanics of the genocide they already suspected, crushing any hope of finding a countermeasure. The atmosphere of frustration erupts into a stupid mistake. During an argument, the pages fall, destroying all the meticulous alignment work the team had spent hours putting together. However, this disaster serves as a trigger. Seeing the papers chaotically overlapping on the floor, they have an epiphany. The answer requires reading what is hidden within the gaps of the crossed pages. The final decoding takes shape, and the researcher's master plan finally shines through. The document concealed a revolutionary discovery capable of fusing alchemy and alkahestry, creating a counterattack matrix against the destruction of Amestris. As they make this monumental discovery, a relentless tracker hunts the fugitives outside. Using predatory methods in the snowy ruins, he ruthlessly seeks out any weakness in the group. His killer intuition guides him away from the snow and straight into the abandoned depths. He finds a purposefully blocked structure and decides to investigate the secret buried there. In the absolute darkness of the underground, the hunter bows before true authority. He encounters the most terrifying personification of the enemy force working behind the scenes, ready to change the course of the hunt. The original mission is summarily discarded. The shadow entity demands a bloodbath at a crucial strategic location, a direct order to spill the final drops needed for the cycle of genocide. With the carnage authorized on the surface, true terror materializes in the country's foundations. The gigantic underground transmutation circle, excavated over centuries, finally connects, marking the beginning of the end. The homunculi's inner circle knows that time is everything now. Decades of patience turn into an urgency to align the final pieces immediately, before the rebels can attempt any act of sabotage. At the epicenter of this macabre conspiracy, the mastermind behind the plan actively prepares for the continental harvest. The villain's voracious thirst to devour the souls of the entire nation to transcend mortality has reached its absolute peak, but the silent resistance is also ready. Hohenheim's years of solitary preparation are about to erupt into a massive counterattack. There is no turning back now, and the ultimate war for the fate of the world and humanity itself has just broken out. Mustang's secret network of allies struggles to keep information flowing under immense pressure. Hearing that Edward survived the latest clash is a relief, but the country's overall situation remains absolutely critical. The truth finally dawns. The military isn't fighting to protect borders, but to pile up corpses. Every massacre on the country's outskirts is a calculated genocide designed to activate Father's gigantic nationwide transmutation circle. Years of relentless underground excavation culminate in the breaching of the final physical barrier. The subterranean outline of the Circle of Death is finally complete. For the homunculi's inner circle, the logistical checkmate has been achieved. With the path complete, the stage for the sacrifice of millions of souls is officially set, awaiting only the promised day. Far away in the city of Lior, the population actively works to repair the damage left by the government's manipulations. Where a devastating civil war once raged, there is now pure mutual cooperation. The daily grind of reconstruction is interrupted when a stranger collapses in town. Utterly exhausted from his journey, he desperately needs charity just to avoid starving to death on the spot. Fully recovered, he reveals the true purpose of his visit. The man seeks access to the former seat of power of the false religion, convinced that the answers he needs are hidden there. The investigation leads the group deep into the bowels of the abandoned city. It's a dramatic descent from the safety of the surface into the forgotten underworld, the exact place where the conspiracy took root. Faced with a lethal trap along the way, the stranger bypasses the deadly obstacle in the blink of an eye. He proves that his knowledge defies scientific logic, shocking everyone around around him. To protect the innocent civilians from danger, he cuts ties right then and there, plunging into the darkness alone. It marks the silent beginning of a direct confrontation with the greatest ghosts of his own past. Deep underground, the monstrous scale of the nationwide plan is finally revealed. The man reaches the main artery of this apocalyptic engineering, the front line where the sacrifice of millions will be decided. The illusion of isolation is shattered when a lethal force strikes mercilessly from the shadows. The defense system reveals itself, its sole purpose being to eradicate this new threat. The Wanderer's improvised defense prevents an instant execution. His counterattack makes it clear to the aggressor that the intruder is more than capable of going toe-to-toe with the monstrous anomalies of the underground. Bizarrely, however, the creature's deadly assault is suddenly halted. Instead of annihilating its target, the overwhelming force simply isolates him, trading physical violence for unbearable tension. Noticing this hesitation, von Hohenheim deduces the enemy's glaring weakness. He realizes that the colossal entity is nothing more than a chained guard dog, incapable of leaving its own territory. The entity responds by exposing its cold, inhuman essence. The confrontation ceases to be purely physical, becoming a direct battle against the manifestation of the Grand Architect's primordial selfishness. Putting the pieces together, Hohenheim uncovers the true identity of the colossal shadow in the dark. He knows he is standing before the very first homunculus, the embodiment of pride. The great irony is that this monstrous form resembles the era when their creator was nothing but a creature in a flask. It is a twisted vanity projected onto a pathetic appearance. Unintimidated, Hohenheim sends a message to the grand villain through the monster. He uses the old slave number from the days when they were both captive, a psychological blow meant to remind the creator of his roots. As the threat retreats into the depths, Hohenheim returns to the surface. The anxiety of the waiting group turns to relief when they see his descent wasn't a one-way trip, but there is no reason to celebrate after the centuries-old horror he witnessed down below. His strict orders are to prepare the local population for the worst, making it clear that their time of peace is over. Meanwhile, in the country's far north, the situation changes drastically. Far removed from the underground conspiracy, a military storm threatens to shatter the region's long-standing isolation. Taking advantage of the poor visibility caused by the brutal weather, the neighboring country mobilizes a colossal invasion force. The unspoken peace treaty along the border is suddenly shattered. The invaders attack, firmly believing that the Great Wall is vulnerable and lacking leadership. They have swallowed a poison bait that emboldened them to lay siege. The generals march with absolute certainty that their invasion will make history. Little do they know they are mere puppets being led to a colossal slaughterhouse, manipulated into spilling the blood required for the apocalypse. Far from the military chaos, Ishvalan survivors try to keep their community alive in the shadows. They have managed to build a fragile moment of stability, hidden from the prying eyes of the central government. For Scar, being a wanted assassin directly clashes with the loyalty of his people, yet their shared cultural heritage speaks louder, granting him protection and a silent amnesty among the civilians. Dr. Marco's medical expertise proves to be an invaluable resource for the marginalized community. His ability to treat their ailments is the perfect bargaining chip in exchange for the fugitives' hospitality. However, the pressures of life on the run take a heavy toll, and a cowardly betrayal unfolds in the shadows. Selfish survival instincts take over, and the exact location of the wanted men is sold to the military. The enemy leadership receives this intel with purely sadistic amusement. The prospect of shattering the peace of that sanctuary prompts a violent intervention, and the nightmare marches straight toward its unsuspecting targets. Silence falls over the Briggs border following Drachma's failed attack. The massacre was absolute, proving that the northern wall remains impenetrable even amidst the chaos. Kimberly makes no effort to hide his sick satisfaction with the bloodbath. To the Crimson Alchemist, unbridled destruction is a work of art, and he praises the enemy force's brutality amidst the corpses. It becomes clear that Drachma's forces were manipulated from the very beginning. They based their entire invasion on empty promises, walking straight into a deadly trap. The illusion of control crumbles completely. The few surviving soldiers realize Kimberly is the true traitor and decide to take him hostage during their retreat. But the retaliation is brutal. The annihilation of the deserters ensures no witnesses to the manipulation are left alive, sealing the sacrificial purpose of the northern conflict. While the North deals with the aftermath of the massacre, the narrative shifts to the shadows. Far from the military, the state's most wanted begin moving through underground routes, plotting their next steps. Zampano puts the first phase of a new plan into motion. He uses the excuse of needing medical help to guide a suspicious outsider straight into the heart of the fugitives' camp. Their paths finally cross. The false guide delivers the threat directly to his victim's doorstep, closing the trap for good. The charade is over. The homunculus Envy reveals his true identity, confirming he has successfully tracked down Dr. Marco, a feat that would spell a death sentence for an ordinary human. But the tables turn in the very next instant. The Predator discovers the hard way that he has walked straight into an ambush meticulously laid out by the humans. The true brilliance of the strategy comes to light. Zampano was never a traitor. He was an impeccable double agent, manipulating Envy from the very start of the invasion. The Doctor reveals his ace in the hole. He has turned the entire battlefield into an invisible trap, proving that intellect and preparation can easily overcome brute force. Checkmate. Marco has developed a refined method that exclusively targets immortal biology, completely subjugating the monster. But wounded pride quickly turns into pure, irrational fury. Abandoning his disguise and revealing his immense true form, Envy proves his intent is now to crush everyone present using maximum lethal force. The group's heavy artillery springs into action to strike at the enemy's base of stability. The physical damage is immediate and brutal, proving that the monster's colossal strength still has its physical limits. However, his absurd regeneration renders their efforts useless. What should have been a fatal blow is barely a frustrating stumble, pushing the adversary's hatred to a critical point. The sheer speed of the counterattack eliminates any chance of evasion. The capture is precise, stripping the scientist of his mobility in a fraction of a second and completely dismantling their defensive formation. The battle turns into a hostage crisis fueled by intense psychological blackmail. To break the Doctor's spirit, the weight of innocent lives and threats from his past are thrown right in his face. To prove his point, the monster decides to escalate the threat. The choice to attack the vulnerable settlement is the ultimate punishment, designed to turn the group's rebellion into the condemnation of hundreds. The manipulation then takes an even darker turn. The enemy hangs the lives of Marco's former research colleagues in the balance, using the crushing weight of his past to force his total submission. But instead of caving to the crushing pressure, the Doctor makes a surprising choice. He embraces his own guilt, accepting the bitter title of architect to those tragedies without trying to flee from his responsibility. And it is exactly this acceptance that turns the tables for good, because fully understanding how a false life is put together means knowing the exact surgical point to completely deconstruct it. The deadly theory is put into practice. The structure maintaining the adversary's immortality collapses from the inside out, dismantled by the very same dark science that created it. For the first time, the entity that always mocked human fragility feels, in its very essence, the absolute despair of having its existence forcefully erased. The internal damage is terminal, stripped of its necessary stability. The life energy maintaining the creature's false grandeur rebels, completely purging all of its power. The collapse reaches the point of no return. All of its untouchable arrogance goes down the drain as the homunculus is violently drained to its absolute limit. Without his gigantic shell and his shield of stolen souls to hide behind, the true essence of evil is finally exposed. Beneath all of Envy's terror lay something incredibly fragile and pathetic. What was once a towering monster now weeps in terror. The very creature that spent centuries trampling upon humanity now feels the sheer dread of being completely vulnerable and powerless. Scar steps forward, staring down the root of his people's ruin. It's a true shock to digest that the architect of so much suffering is now such a miserable worm. The enemy's fate now rests in Scar's hands. Holding back his strong instinct for final revenge, he coldly calculates whether this defeated aberration might still be useful to the group. The adrenaline of battle fades, and exhaustion takes over. Marco has drained every drop of his physical and psychological energy, teetering on the edge of collapse after giving everything to make the plan work. The entire group recognizes the magnitude of their epic victory. Against all odds, intellect and sacrifice have overcome brute force, ensuring not only their survival but the neutralization of one of the state's worst horrors. As the dust settles, the adrenaline of battle gives way to practical urgency. The team tries to recover the vital fragments used in the clash, but the vastness of the terrain makes the search completely futile. Despite the absurd physical toll of the battle, there is a lightness in the air. there. The oppressive tension fades away as they finally process the magnitude of the miracle. They survived an impossible confrontation, bringing genuine relief to the team. It is in this moment of calm that the former researcher confesses the root of his change. The legacy of extreme altruism left behind in the war was the moral mirror that forced him to stop running from his own atrocities and embrace redemption. But the bizarre contrast between the once unstoppable monster and its new pathetic form creates a dangerous illusion of safety. For those who didn't sweat blood on the front lines, the fear evaporates too quickly, and arrogance shatters the moment. Underestimating an ancient being is the worst possible tactical mistake. The loss of brute strength hasn't erased its malice, and its predatory instinct reacts in a split second, converting humiliation into lethal opportunism. The parasite's true survival strategy comes to light. The invader immediately dominates the most fragile and submissive mind of the group, converting cowardice into absolute control over a hostage. The group, however, surprises with a cold reaction and absurd theatrics. They stage a dramatic and exaggerated farewell, treating the captured ally as a lost sacrifice, causing the blackmail to lose all its weight. To sell the bluff, the group's doctor steps up with a ruthless stance. He issues a heavy ultimatum, swearing he won't hesitate to disintegrate them both right then and there if the blackmail continues. The psychological pressure destroys the monster's strategy. Realizing that the human shield is absolutely useless, it finally gives up control, allowing the team to recover their companion and capture the threat. The power dynamic flips completely. That once dangerous creature is reduced to a pathetic prisoner, confined in a flask and entirely at the mercy of the group's decisions. But the apparent victory is soon overshadowed by the arrival of a friend. The worst possible news comes to light. A grave disaster happened far from there, and their leader simply vanished in the rubble. Even in the face of this devastating uncertainty, the armored warrior doesn't let himself be shaken. Assuming the role of the group's emotional pillar, he appeals to logic and his unwavering trust in his missing brother's resilience. With the prisoner's interrogation leading nowhere and the imminent danger of discovery, the leaders make a tactical decision. It is imperative to abandon the hideout and break camp before the army's reinforcements arrive. The armored warrior makes a crucial decision for everyone's future. He transfers the responsibility of the captured parasite to the young foreign ally, turning the prisoner into the only bargaining chip capable of saving her nation. Despite her hesitation to abandon her comrades, the harsh reality is imposed. The escape route is mapped out to ensure the local crisis remains in the hands of those who belong there, while her absolute priority becomes crossing the border. With a clear conscience and the fate of her people in her hands, the girl's solitary journey begins. The group stays behind, now one trump card short, putting all their chips on her survival. Meanwhile, the group quickly shifts its strategy to active tracking. Knowing their missing brother's instincts deeply, a surgical deduction points to the next logical destination on the map, reigniting the team's direction. Far away, the traveling girl sees her illusion of total abandonment shattered. What would have been a cold crossing is transformed thanks to the reputation built by the group, which activates an instant network of contacts in that town. It is a profound moral shock. Accustomed to battlefields and betrayals, the avalanche of selfless hospitality from the locals completely breaks down all her psychological defenses. Sensing this emotional weakness, the captive parasite strikes by manipulating her guilt. It offers an irresistible bait, promising that the answer to saving her clan lies not in fleeing, but in the center of danger. The weight of the moral debt becomes unbearable for her. Without much explanation, the girl abandons the safe escape route, discarding the trip back and changing her destination to the heart of the enemy empire. While she runs, believing she's making a heroic sacrifice, the monster laughs internally. The naive tool has fallen into the trap. It is certain that by reaching the capital and accessing a new energy source, victory will be guaranteed. In the capital, the core of the military command hides its own predators. The nation's supreme leader demands to be served by his new direct subordinate in a true psychological power play unfolding right in the middle of the workday. Putting his cards on the table, he doesn't try to hide what he truly is. He confronts the officer directly, asking if she is fully aware that she is serving a non-human creature. The officer doesn't back down from the intimidation and strikes back sharply. Ignoring the lethal threat, she exposes the leader's hypocrisy, questioning the point of superior beings living a domestic farce pretending to be human. Surprisingly, he coldly admits it. The monster reveals that the simulation goes beyond the home. The military title, the soldier's obedience, and the control of the entire country are an artificial construct designed to control the nation. However, amidst this suffocating cynicism, he makes an unexpected confession. Choosing his wife was his only genuine, unforced decision, an accidental shock of humanity before he restored his professional barrier. The political atmosphere changes when the general arrives in the capital after her military victory. The supreme leader absorbs the news with terrifying naturalness, silently evaluating the usefulness and the danger of this newly arrived officer. In the corridors, the reunion with her military brother is far from affectionate. The general makes a point of establishing immediate dominance, making it clear that blood ties mean nothing in the face of her ruthless hierarchy. Her brother tries to warn her about the conspiracies, but she cuts the conversation off abruptly. Preferring to navigate the political minefield alone, she dismisses him and punishes what she considers a weakness of character. This isolation attracts dark opportunities. A high-ranking official intercepts her, and, sensing the general's cruel pragmatism, decides to test her loyalty with the country's deepest, dirtiest secret. Descending into the restricted areas, the official destroys the noble facade of state laws. He reveals that the system doesn't care about moral or ethical order, but only about the monopoly of power and limitless strategic advantage. To prove that this new world order is already in place, he grants her unrestricted access to the monumental monstrosity cultivated in absolute secrecy, right under the population's noses. The epiphany hits the general devastatingly. The government has forged a legion of immortal soldiers, an unstoppable extermination force. The apocalypse is primed in the nation's basement. With the weight of this atrocity on her shoulders, she reaches the point of no return. Faced with the system's bloody farce, she must now decide whether to wear the mask of complicity or orchestrate the empire's downfall from within. Meanwhile, the group tracking the missing leader tries to catch their breath in a new city. They search for supplies and take advantage of the town's reconstruction to lower their guard for a few minutes and absorb the impact of their journey. The shock hits them hard as they collide with the past. Instead of a simple interaction with locals, the network of contacts built over the years turns that commercial stop into a safe reunion with familiar faces. And it is at this foothold that an absurd twist happens. A true family ghost resurfaces. The group's father figure, distant and shrouded in mystery, materializes, acting as if he belonged to the peaceful routine of the place. The indignation overflows without filter. Years of abandonment and unanswered questions collide in their minds, forcing the group to face this gigantic, unresolved family issue before they can take another step in the war. The reunion brings to the surface the crushing weight of an entire decade of abandonment. A massive emotional abyss exists between father and son, and this tension cannot be ignored. The atmosphere remains unbearable, as neither knows how to break this barrier. The silence speaks volumes, showing what complete strangers they have become to each other. The opportunity for their long-awaited conversation is cut short by the urgency of their allies. The familiar feeling of rejection returns, proving that duty will speak louder than family. Despite the heavy atmosphere, the young man discovers that his talent with alchemy has left positive marks on the city. This unexpected recognition serves as a rare emotional relief. The certainty that their past actions planted the seed of truth among the people lifts a massive weight off their shoulders. They can finally focus on the future without the ghosts of that mistake. The immediate priority shifts to protecting the group's ally. Since she is an easy target for the military to exploit, she needs to be isolated quickly. The survival strategy requires completely erasing the young woman's identity. She is given an ordinary disguise to move through the chaos without attracting the dogs of the military. Away from the tension, they find a rare moment of comfort where their mutual respect becomes clear. They talk about the independence they were forced to build from an early age. The true scale of her skills finally sinks in. The technical work on a single automail directly translated into saving entire cities. Any past resentment is replaced by gratitude for the reality check. The destruction of their illusions was the only path to true liberation. As the city rebuilds, the true nightmare takes shape within the bowels of the military. Central Command aims to finalize the creation of a lethal force devoid of free will. The true dark nature of the empire becomes evident. The wars have always been slaughterhouses designed to harvest souls en masse, turning the country into a human meat grinder. Far from this sinister revelation, the military machine continues its relentless hunt. The pursuit proves that the fugitives pose an incalculable risk to high command. The attempt to infiltrate the bowels of the military turns into a dangerous trap. The underground labyrinth halts their advance, completely disorienting anyone who dares to descend. The The true security system reveals itself in the dark. Absolute predators prowl the tunnels, making it clear that intruders there are simply erased from existence. The desperate escape through the tunnels ultimately leads to the heart of the conspiracy. The true, massive purpose of that underground structure begins to take shape. Reality hits hard when they come face to face with the most grotesque side of alchemy. The sickening scene proves that the military is cultivating abominations on an industrial scale. At this peak of despair, a familiar presence emerges from the shadows. Someone who should represent salvation now carries a completely distorted and dangerous aura. Back on the surface, the Allies lay their cards on the table. It becomes clear that the ultimate goal now is to prevent a massive sacrifice orchestrated on a national level. The elephant in the room is confronted without mincing words. The inexplicable connection between the enemy's supreme leader and the boy's father demands definitive answers. The decision to take the risk is firmly upheld. The historic wall of distrust is finally broken down so that vital secrets can be shared. He agrees to reveal the origin of everything, but imposes a non-negotiable condition. The confession will require the presence of both sons, as it will shatter all their paradigms. Far from there, the group uses sheer audacity to stay alive. They infiltrate the enemy empire's own system to withdraw funds and finance their escape. But the consequence of leaving an official trail bites at their heels in an instant. The security protocol is activated, handing their exact location to the military on a silver platter. Cornered, they use the funds to buy shelter and protection in the city's underworld. A blatant extortion takes advantage of their vulnerability. The military authority, however, doesn't take long to catch up with them, ignoring any pleasantries. The troops invade the hideout's restricted areas to search for their target. The team's tactic shifts drastically to total camouflage. They adopt harmless, pathetic postures, putting on an act to throw off the invading soldiers. To protect the bedridden ally, a risky move is executed. The disguised figure draws all the military hostility to themselves, creating a lethal distraction. Chaos ensues, and the military's numerical advantage crumbles. The patrol realizes too late that they are being silently taken down within the perimeter. The counterattack showcases the group's brutal superiority in combat. The Empire's standard training is useless against those who bear the true weight of war. The cleanup from the shadows is swift and merciless. The one who seemed like a docile target proves they were already prepared to kill, completely dismantling the government's invasion. Their time in hiding is officially over. With their identities and military instincts reclaimed, war is declared. They are going to take the fight directly to the enemy. The group knows they can't stay hidden forever. The doctor did his job, but their stay is over. It's time to act before the military breaks down the door. And the raid doesn't take long to happen. The soldiers storm in, but the kid doesn't even blink. He processes the situation with an absurd coolness, already expecting the ambush. To buy time and confuse the troops, one of the allies decides to play dirty. He uses his own partner as an improvised hostage, betting everything on the guard's hesitation to shoot. The sheer audacity works perfectly. The shock of seeing the fugitives fighting each other breaks the squad's tactical focus, opening the exact window they needed to escape unscathed. As they flee, the patriarch of the group settles the pursuit inside the building. Without breaking a sweat, he completely seals the passageway, crushing any chance for the military to get through. Out on the street, commandeering a vehicle is straightforward and unceremonious. The group's survival speaks louder, and they take the wheel to speed as far away as possible. With the patrol cars tailing them, the young alchemist realizes that running in a straight line from the military is foolish. He takes charge of the operation, demanding a tactical maneuver to break the pursuer's line of sight. The bluff works with terrifying perfection. The bizarre camouflage completely fools the patrol, who drives right past. The group finally manages to shake off the patrol cars and drop off the radar in the capital. Assessing the political landscape dominated by the enemy, the urgency shifts to the next step. Logical deduction points to a single viable path: finding his younger brother before the net closes for good. Later, one of the darkest truths of their journey is laid on the table. The mind short-circuits trying to process the insanity of that confession. The discovery that their own father is a living receptacle created from thousands of sacrificed souls. Despite the shock, the response completely shatters expectations. There is an unexpected acceptance from the son, proving that the fractured bond between them still holds room for understanding. The conversation reaches a more intimate tone, and the wound is opened without filters. It becomes clear that the true cost of immortality isn't invincibility, but the torment of watching all your loved ones age and fade away. But the empathy gives way to instant dread. A terrifying line of thought forms. If his own father's biology is an alchemical farce, the legitimacy of the boy's humanity is brought into absolute question. This existential crisis, however, is nipped in the bud with a guarantee. The confirmation that, despite their cursed heritage, the essence and souls of his sons remain perfectly pure and human brings immeasurable relief. With his identity reaffirmed, the focus shifts to the colossal threat in the shadows. The group puts the pieces together and discovers that the enemy's plan is to replicate a gigantic massacre using the entire country through the underground tunnel. The deduction goes further, realizing that the mastermind behind it all relies on a specific astrological alignment. This imminent celestial event is the true time limit they have to prevent the end of the country. Meanwhile, deep down in the enemy's underground labyrinth, someone is running for his life. It's Beto, the last survivor of the old Chimera gang, trying to escape in blind, sheer desperation. But his luck finally runs out when the tunnel's watchdog intercepts him. It's the new Greed, inhabiting the body of the Prince of Xing, treating the brutal pursuit as a mere joke to cure his boredom. Desperate not to die, Beto bets everything on an emotional plea. He invokes the memory of their old hideout, begging the boss to remember the strong bond of loyalty they shared. But it's a fatal mistake. Greed delivers the lethal blow without a moment's hesitation, brutally declaring that the version of him who cared about his henchmen was erased forever. Only the true owner of the body doesn't let that slide. Ling awakens, forcing his consciousness to the surface to confront the homunculus's cowardly attitude head-on. Ling's accusation of sacrificing a genuine comrade serves as a devastating mental trigger. The artificial barriers shatter, bringing back the old family the homunculus swore he had forgotten. The crushing realization destroys what's left of the villain's ego. Upon realizing he was manipulated into killing his own ally, his sanity completely breaks, leaving nothing but a blind desire for revenge. Carrying the physical burden of his fury, the invader breaches the security of the enemy sanctuary. With no intention of backing down, the war has just been brought straight to the Supreme Ruler's residence. The clash forces the masks to fall. The ruler completely drops his protector persona and reacts to the invasion by adopting his relentless stance of annihilation. The unbridled fury drags the lethality of the conflict right into the middle of the house. The false peace built within that family home is entirely swallowed by the chaos of vengeance. And in a fight like this, losing focus is signing your own death warrant. The dictator executes a dash with such absurd speed that it completely nullifies any physical advantage the opponent had. The reality check of the power gap is crushing. The audacious invasion ends in a pathetic retreat, forcing the intruder to fall back and prioritize survival over hatred. The frantic escape takes an immediate toll. His energy reaches its limit, turning every step into an internal battle against physical collapse, worsened by the mental shock of destructive memories. Far from that chaos, the group of fugitives bets on a survival strategy and heads to a forgotten safe house. They use the old space as a temporary base to reorganize the resistance, but the apparent tranquility falls apart. The Allies' centuries of experience picks up on what stress hid from the others. The place isn't safe, and a breach has just occurred. The silent confirmation freezes the room. The group acts immediately, setting up an ambush in the dark with peak tension, ready to eliminate whoever crosses their path. But the lethal anticipation completely crumbles. The supposed enemy fully collapses from sheer exhaustion, and their killer readiness turns to pure shock upon recognizing who it is. Still, their guard remains high. A crucial doubt paralyzes the rescue. They demand to know which of the consciousnesses is governing that body, fearing the monster might be faking it. The response finally diffuses the combat tension. The behavior and exhaustion give away that the human soul has taken the reins, leaving only the strange and comforting task of taking in their surviving partner. Ling wastes no time and polishes off the rest of the group's emergency rations. This causes immediate friction with the Chimeras, who make it clear they're only harboring fugitives for military convenience, not out of charity. In the midst of this interaction, the boy drops a bombshell about his true biological nature. The revelation shocks the soldiers, who realize they've been risking their lives to run from the very creatures he represents. But Ling's window of control is short-lived. The parasitic entity refuses to be subjugated and forces its way back to the surface, sparking a violent internal war for control over the host. Knowing he's about to lose this tug of war, Ling uses his final seconds of lucidity opportunity to pass on valuable information. He reveals the creator's ultimate goal to his allies, along with the catastrophic event that is about to unfold. This revelation flips a switch in the Fullmetal Alchemist's mind. Edward realizes, in real time, that the absurd scale of the villain's plan might be the exact loophole he and his brother need to get their bodies back. This shift in mindset is reflected immediately. His human will is suppressed and any trace of vulnerability evaporates, giving way to the artificial creature's imposing, predatory stance. Greed openly declares his break from the past. The trauma triggered by his old memories has driven him to betray his own creator, turning him into a wanted deserter in the war. Instead of letting the homunculus walk away, Edward makes a highly risky tactical decision and proposes an alliance. He realizes that this monster's hatred for the enemy leadership could be the powerhouse trump card the resistance needs. But the monster brutally flips the script. His one condition for joining the fight is that Edward must become his underling, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Fully aware that the enemy's deadline is fast approaching, the Fullmetal Alchemist completely caves. He swallows his pride and agrees to be the homunculus's lackey, a surrender of autonomy that genuinely surprises the creature. The idea of having the notorious Fullmetal Alchemist as his personal servant strokes the creature's ego irresistibly. The unholy alliance is finally struck, exactly on Greed's twisted terms. Greed makes a point of reminding him that this alliance comes at a price. Ed has just crossed a point of no return, officially making himself a renegade and an enemy of the state. Cutting ties and becoming an outlaw means walking away from everything that matters. It's a cold, lonely choice, made specifically to shield the people he loves from the impending carnage. Meanwhile, the political game in the North heats up. Olivier Armstrong decides it's time to stage an internal coup, demanding total control over her family's fortune and leadership, leaving no room for sibling affection. The succession is decided through physical combat. The clash between brother and sister will prove who possesses the vision and ruthlessness required to lead their bloodline into the impending war. As the situation becomes untenable, the true intention behind the violent maneuver achieves its purpose. The parents accept voluntary exile, stepping out of the line of fire before chaos completely overtakes the central government. With her brother's defeat, the transition of power becomes official. From now on, the vast resources and influence of the Armstrong family rest in the hands of someone truly willing to get her hands dirty. Olivier abruptly severs ties. With her rearguard secured, she refuses to keep fragile allies around, using this estrangement as a shield to keep her brother out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Alphonse and Hohenheim quietly begin moving their pieces. They use secure channels to spread vital information about the enemy's plot before time runs out. Word travels fast, and the concept of the promised day is revealed to the military resistance. The war now has a hard deadline, and the end of the world becomes an official countdown. Elsewhere in the country, Izumi Curtis obliterates army forces without an ounce of remorse. Operating as a one-woman path of destruction, she sends a clear message that she's back in action. However, her unbridled destruction was pure theater. The real goal was to get purposefully captured, creating an opening to infiltrate the prison system and extract crucial targets. The plan goes off without a hitch, consolidating the rebel network. The faction finally manages to forge an alliance with Scar and Marco's fugitive group in the shadows. This wave of information reaches the highest echelons of the conspiracy. The message goes straight to the undercover Allied leadership, coordinating preparations for a multi-regional coup d'etat. In Central City, Risa is under 24-hour surveillance by the dogs of the military. The arrival of an old ally from out of town creates the perfect opening for a rendezvous without raising immediate suspicion. They force a facade of absolute normalcy to exchange information. Both know they must swallow their anger at the corrupt military system, as a single emotional slip-up would confirm the suspicions of anyone eavesdropping. Taking advantage of a rare blind spot in her surveillance, Risa makes a risky move. She uses the excuse of visiting a sick friend to justify her travels across the capital. As a gift, she leaves behind something highly specific. What the government would merely dismiss as a small indulgence for a bedridden man actually carries immense tactical weight. The pack wasn't a gift, it was a dead drop. Risa successfully smuggled a highly classified military report right under the nose of the capital's surveillance, disguised as an everyday item. With this new piece of intelligence in hand, Mustang realizes the board has changed. The planning phase is officially over, and the window of opportunity for the final assault on the capital is rapidly closing. The national-scale chess strategy becomes clear. Isolated border troops will be deployed in a massive pincer movement, crushing the government's corruption from the outside in. Edward absorbs the urgency of the moment and swallows whatever doubts he has left. He is fully prepared to leverage his unholy alliances to ensure the world doesn't come to an end this coming spring. Far from military conspiracies, life in the countryside maintains its peaceful routine. This isolation serves as a perfect shield against the chaos spreading throughout the country. The whole town is focused on a local festival. Strategically, this crowd creates the ideal scenario of inattention, leaving the outskirts unguarded and without witnesses. Under the bureaucratic facade of a simple supply run, a military clearance is granted. In reality, it is the green light to initiate a stealth infiltration operation. The mission's target is an isolated residence, approached under the cover of darkness. The silence and remoteness of the place ensure the necessary discretion for the team. The silent maneuver is an absolute success. The human smuggling manages to bypass all state surveillance, secretly returning a fundamental piece to its home territory. But a miscommunication throws safety out the window inside. The newly arrived renegade crosses paths with a fugitive, paralyzing everyone at the exact moment of greatest exposure. The noise attracts external escorts, creating an armed standoff on site. Fortunately, the factions deduce they technically serve the same military, forcing a pause that prevents a shootout in the hallway. Neutralizing the armed threat was the easy part. The hard part now is answering for it. The resident of the house demands immediate answers as to why her home has turned into a hideout for the country's most wanted fugitives. Away from the authorities' ears, the truth is confessed. The shock comes from discovering the invasion is old news. The fugitives had already parasitized the house and turned the basement into a headquarters a long time ago. During the revelations, the perception of a distorted aura breaks the illusion of a familiar face. An ally's true identity is exposed, confirming that another sinister entity has taken control of that body. Such a risky encounter reveals his true need: physical survival. To withstand the impending combat, the soldier urgently needs top-tier maintenance on his military gear. With the makeshift workshop set up, the weight of the future falls on everyone. They gather the data and realize that all routes and alliances converge on a single final annihilation event with a set date. The given order is harsh: a forced exile to ensure the survival of those who matter. It is the definitive proof that the risk of a massacre in the approaching war is too real to be ignored. But fleeing is out of the question. Met with a proud and stubborn refusal, all the pressure to fix the world is shifted back onto the shoulders of those with the power to fight, demanding courage instead of cowardice. The very embodiment of sin watches the scene and never misses the chance to analyze the irony. He points out how this human obsession with fixing everything and protecting others is deep down just a selfish ambition. In the end, the guarantee of safety is sealed by a seemingly mundane request. Creating a silly obligation, something waiting for their return, works as the perfect psychological anchor to force them to survive. Meanwhile, working silently in the streets, the rebellion's loose ends finally connect. Isolated survivors band together, transforming from ghosts into a well-coordinated infiltration force. Their goal went beyond simple revenge and became a quest for systemic justice. The purpose of infiltrating there is to use the impending chaos as leverage to destroy the oppressive empire from the inside. Scar understands the enormity of the operation and accepts their shared destiny. Alongside his compatriots and former enemies, they form an unshakable resistance determined to change the nation by force. The stage for the troops is set. An unusual coalition of rival military forces operates in the camp, providing the perfect facade to mask the large-scale organization of the Rebel Alliance. Once away from prying eyes, the commanders let their mask of rivalry fall. The true report is shared, confirming that the preparations for the mutiny against the capital are complete. But the surprise presence of the highest authority figure casts a lethal shadow over the plan. Having the leader himself closely supervising everything threatens to expose the operation and put the insurgents in the firing line. Far from this military tension, Alphonse experiences an isolated terror. The connection of his soul to the armor begins to fail drastically at the exact moment a deadly predator tracks him through the area. Any attempt at a surprise attack is useless. Alphonse finds himself cornered by a monstrous, immortal threat right at the absolute worst peak of his physical instability crisis. Hiding in the shadows and trying to process his absurd disadvantage, he weighs his limited options. The dilemma is to choose between continuing to flee while falling apart or attempting a suicide attack against the enemy core. But the enemy allows no time for strategies and turns the hunt around. The brutal assault crushes any illusion that the strength of his metal armor could stop that force of nature. It is amidst this disorientation that the worst-case scenario strikes with full force. His soul rejection crisis reaches its peak, severing his control over his own body right when fighting was his only salvation. The paralysis results in a total collapse, sealing the fate of his mission. Unable to move to warn the resistance, the battle comes to a tragic and unresponsive end. It soon becomes clear that the ambush's intention was not extermination. The true Imperial intelligence emerges on the field, proving that Alphonse's capture was a coldly calculated maneuver by the High Command. The only link keeping him alive falls entirely into the clutches of the enemy domain. This cowardly capture hands the Empire the ultimate blackmail tool, capable of destabilizing the rebels and nullifying any miracle. The imposing Armstrong Mansion undergoes a drastic restructuring. It is all part of a meticulous political maneuver to clear the territory and set the stage for covert operations. With the estate isolated, it becomes the perfect meeting point for the insurgency's leaders. Colonel Mustang arrives to assess the new base of operations. It is a grim acknowledgement of the reality awaiting them. Olivier knows the chances of survival are slim to none and is already leaving a logistical legacy, so the rebellion doesn't die with her. The most dangerous piece of information secretly reaches the northern leadership. Discovering the true nature of the Führer's family changes the entire weight of the operation. The immediate destruction of the message in the flames seals the silent agreement between them. Her apparent outburst of rage provides the perfect theater to deceive any hidden spies. While the leaders conspire in the shadows, the distraction plan violently erupts at the borders. The gears of rebellion are set in motion to draw the Empire's spotlight. However, the Führer's sharp intuition prevents him from being fooled so easily. The strategist quickly realizes the artificial nature of the conflict created to draw him away from his base. Except that field reports confirm claims impossible to ignore. A real flow of suspicious forces marches through the country, forcing the government to drastically change its strategy. Faced with the imminent risk, the rebel manipulation finally works. The Führer decides to abandon military security and return immediately to crush the rebellion with his own hands. Until the Supreme Leader's journey suffers an unexpected interruption, the luxurious convoy is forced to stop exactly at the most vulnerable point of the entire railway. That is when the true trap is revealed. Without warning, the train's coupling system is severed, detaching the main car and leaving the High Command completely adrift. The bridge's structure goes into critical collapse in an apocalyptic scene. A brutal explosion destroys the support base, launching the dictator's train into a fatal abyss. With the enemy's greatest combat force off the board, the Rebel Alliance advances, the smokescreen drops, and the definitive march to take over the country begins. On the other side, the High Command finally pieces it together. It becomes clear that the border offensives were decoys, and they handed state security to the saboteurs on a silver platter. The window of opportunity is microscopic, and the conspirators go for a direct attack. The infiltration phase is over. The stage is now set for open warfare over control of the state. But the illusion of rebel victory turns to dust. The true dark core of the regime emerges from where it's least expected, revealing that the system's defense is supernatural. The oppressive authority is restored in the blink of an eye. The mere presence of this terrifying entity crushes any mutiny, showing who really pulls the strings of the country. Far away from the bloodshed in the capital, a historic reckoning takes shape. The weight of a painful abandonment culminates in a tense locking of eyes between father and son. The pain contained for years swallows any attempt at rational dialogue. The young alchemist's resentment explodes into pure physical violence in a visceral and impulsive retaliation. When the fury finally gives way to silence, a grim promise is made. The immortal patriarch prepares to reveal the whole truth about the dark origins of that ancient war. The raw and naked reality of the story paralyzes everyone in the camp. The past shows that a terrible massacre was the human cost to keep that man alive throughout the centuries. Without mincing words, the father strips himself of any remaining authority. He offers his own body as a powerful living sacrifice, ready to be consumed to save his sons. But this dark offer sparks a colossal outrage in the boy. His moral compass makes him absolutely and furiously reject the idea of using human souls as a shortcut to resolve his traumas. Before dawn, one last emotional barrier crumbles. travels. The son delivers his mother's posthumous message, a message of absolute forgiveness that ends a cycle of incurable guilt. The weight of this message breaks the coldness the old man maintained his entire life. The immortal man breaks down in vulnerable tears right in front of the family he left behind. Despite the absurd pain, the catharsis brings renewed clarity to the ancient warrior. The certainty that the climax is approaching becomes pure fuel for him to face the creator of this chaos. Setting emotion aside, the young man shifts his mind into a purely strategic mode. The Civil War calls, and the first step is to reclaim his military identity. The iconic red coat resurfaces, acting as a mental armor. Wearing his trademark is the declaration that he is ready for the front lines of the apocalypse. He even tries to offer an escape route to his cursed allies. However, the group's desire to exact revenge and bring down the system that used them as guinea pigs is unbreakable. Meanwhile, the creature driven by greed maintains a mocking smile. His hidden plan to seize the supreme power of that country in the midst of war is a dangerous and blind gamble, until a violent shock paralyzes the tactical planning. The emotional core of this odyssey, his brother's unmistakable suit of armor, miraculously emerges from the forest shadows. But the rebel homunculus's sharp instinct senses the imminent danger. That unannounced return smells like a trap, and he stares down the metallic figure, silently sizing up the threat. The boy's intuition also comes into direct conflict with his blind affection. He senses from his brother's dark aura that something is cruelly wrong, breaking the illusion of a brotherly embrace. The betrayal materializes with a relentless physical attack. Taking advantage of Edward's emotional paralysis, the invader punishes his hesitation, crushing him with the armor's own metal fists. The entire squad witnesses the sudden violence. The false sense of security shatters as everyone takes a defensive stance, realizing that the lethal threat is already among them. The true and terrifying face of the threat completely takes over the scene. Discovering that the regime's darkest monster has taken control of the armor shatters the team's morale. The desecration reaches its absolute limit. By turning the journey's main symbol of hope and humanity into a mere avatar for psychological terrorism, the Shadow declares war on everyone's sanity. The military regime collapses. The desperate hunt for the Führer begins after the brutal sabotage that derailed his train. It is in this chaotic scenario that General Grumman steps in to offer support, but he is in fact the architect behind this entire trap. His political scheme is coldly calculated. He decides to throw Mustang and General Armstrong to the wolves, letting them take the front line and the title of traitors. While the young officers absorb all the state's hatred, Grumman plans to wait for the exact moment to re-emerge as the great savior hero and seize control of the nation. While the politicking runs wild, a real nightmare unfolds for Edward's group. An invading entity corrupts the only person he trusts blindly. The mental hijacking is absolute. Alphonse completely loses control of his metal body, becoming a mere vessel for an uncontrollable force. Reality hits when the invader's identity is revealed. It's Pride, the oldest and deadliest of the homunculi, who manipulated the shadows to take control. The desecration reaches its peak. Pride rubs his total dominance over Alphonse in Edward's face, turning their brotherly bond into the worst possible tactical disadvantage. With the annihilation mission declared, the battle lines are drawn. Edward and Greed, who despise each other, are forced into a desperate alliance against Alphonse. Any false sense of security crumbles. The villain warns that the plan requires Edward alive, but tearing off his arms and legs won't stop him from being useful. In the heat of combat, Ed realizes an even bigger problem. The massive scale of destruction will inevitably hit the outskirts and kill innocent people. Alchemy comes into play in an unexpected way. Instead of a lethal attack, Edward focuses his energy directly on sabotaging the region's public infrastructure. The impact plunges the entire battlefield into absolute darkness. The power is cut, and the environment changes completely. This was Edward's masterstroke. Without any light, it becomes physically impossible to cast shadows, completely disabling Pride's most overpowered weapon. With the enemy's advantage on pause, the big revelation comes from Hohenheim. Alphonse's armor is just a decoy, and the puppet master is hiding in the forest. The ultimate target's profile is ironic. The deadliest monster of all uses the innocent shell of a child as camouflage, forcing a psychological shock on anyone trying to attack him. But in absolute darkness, the heroes tap into pure instincts that that bypass vision. The hunted becomes the hunter with a savage and relentless ambush. There is no room for mercy. Animal instinct overrides any human ethics, running over the disguised monster with a devastating attack. The villain's physical disadvantage is exposed. Without his protective dome of magical shadows, the childish shell is mercilessly punished in the dark. However, underestimating the homunculi is fatal. A colossal and sinister new presence invades the battlefield, shattering the advantage the team had built. The worst news is confirmed for Edward. The blackout no longer serves as camouflage, as Gluttony's sharp sense of smell tracks his prey in the dark with ease. The team realizes they are in a lethal checkmate. If they stay in the dark, they will be hunted by Gluttony's scent. If they bring back the light, Pride's shadows will slice everyone to pieces in seconds. To break this trap, the heir of Xing steps up. His life energy perception training allows him to see the danger clearly, even in the darkness. The execution is instantaneous. Reading the flow of energy, he catches the sniffing monster completely off guard with a brutal counterattack. The partnership sharing the same body creates a perfect combat machine. Human martial instinct synchronizes with greed's impenetrable physical defense. Acting on pure primitive impulse comes at a high price. Gluttony charges carelessly and ends up suffering a true tactical massacre at the hands of the synchronized duo. Overcome by despair and the humiliation of the beating, the monster makes a drastic decision. He prepares to use an overpowered ability that simply erases everything around him. Panic sets in. With no escape route or space for cover, the apocalypse is imminent, and death seems like an absolute certainty, until the impossible happens. Seconds before the trigger is pulled, a violent impact from out of nowhere breaks Gluttony's concentration and aborts the destruction. The surgical precision of this phantom attack completely dismantles the monster. The catastrophic threat is suddenly reduced to a helpless victim. Fallen and agonizing, the monster recognizes the aggressive silhouette. It's the ghost of a past battle who has returned from the shadows to collect a blood debt. The extreme sacrifice took its toll. Returning to the field as a relentless execution machine, this figure triggers a lethal turnaround and hands the advantage back to humanity. Far from all the chaos, Roy Mustang is mounting his own counterattack in the heart of Central City. He uses his bohemian facade and underworld contacts to investigate the military's high command. The underground network brings the missing piece, and the answer changes the game. The Führer's supposedly innocent son is actually the greatest threat of all. The creature's strategy was always to orbit the leaders as a harmless figure, a perfect shadow that watches and controls everything, camouflaged in the fragility of a child. Discovering that the entire country is the backyard for inhuman creatures is a major turning point in the investigation. What began as political espionage has turned into a matter of survival for the human race itself. But poking the top of the food chain comes at a price. The government's hounds are sent to neutralize the threat right at the source. State agents discover Roy's strong personal connection with his main informant. They decide it's time to raid the place and end it all once and for all. But the colonel doesn't play a game without anticipating his opponent. The response is brutal and immediate, wiping out the government strike team in a single blow of pure tactical destruction. The sacrifice of the burning hub marks the ultimate point of no return. Roy is now officially operating as a deserter through the city's underground veins. In the shadows, the reunion takes place. The old guard didn't back down to save their own skin. The team remains perfectly united to take on this suicidal fight. The weight of treason becomes irrevocable. As a leader, Roy offers one last moral escape route, making it clear that from this point on, the path only ends in victory or the firing squad. Silence seals the commitment. Everyone's fate has just been permanently intertwined, and the revolution truly begins. The strategy focuses on an exposed wound the bureaucrats underestimated, a direct attack on the family core of the supreme power, the strategy of reverse terror. The first major checkmate is delivered. By taking possession of the country's most valuable political bargaining chip, the rebellion begins to dictate the pace of the war. The reality of the situation dawns on her. The First Lady realizes she has become the main piece on the chessboard of a coup d'etat. In the underground, the counterattack begins with full force. The element of surprise turns the tide and puts the immortal monster on the defensive. Desperate, the creature tries to resort to its lethal ability, but the team executes a surgical takedown, neutralizing the core of the threat on the spot. The monster's greatest advantage becomes its downfall. It had no idea its opponents can track life energy, being hunted in the darkness of its own territory. This same energy perception serves as a compass in the hostile terrain. The tracking helps reunite allied forces fragmented by the darkness. The relief is short-lived. short-lived. The tracking locates an even greater, oppressive monstrosity waiting silently in the area. Knowing the risk of a lethal exchange, the ally dictates the rules of engagement by completely altering the environment, creating calculated chaos. The worst possible variable enters the scene: innocent bystanders, and they bring right into its hands exactly what the monster needs. With the trap set by human naivety itself, the threat awakens with full force, ready to swallow anyone who got too close. The creature's superiority is sadistic. The finishing blow is struck without hesitation, with the cold intention of wiping the target off the map, until certain death is thwarted at the very last millisecond. A desperate intervention changes the trajectory of the battle and prevents the worst. The resistance isn't luck. The target withstands the full pressure of the merciless attacks without yielding a single millimeter, absorbing all the impact. An old tactic is reborn in the chaos. By manipulating the density of the prosthetics material, the defense is raised to the maximum level, emulating the enemy's power. The group's synchrony triggers the next phase. They bet everything on exploiting the greatest weakness of beings formed by darkness. The trap is an absolute success. The sudden break in the darkness obliterates the enemy's structure, destroying its control network in a single instant. The parasitic bond finally gives way. The hostage's freedom comes with a sudden drop, stripping away the monster's main tactical advantage. The entity's colossal pride is shattered, reduced to a state of vulnerability. The being completely loses its sense of direction. It dawns on the creature. It realizes that the opponent's intuition in reading its movements created the ideal counterattack against it. With defeat becoming a reality and its energy running out, the monster understands it must make an extreme and ruthless decision to survive. Cold pragmatism takes over. The apex predator brutally consumes its own blood brother. Its partner's life is recycled as mere disposable fuel. The psychological impact paralyzes the defending group. Witnessing this cold-blooded cannibalization throws the entity's level of perversity right in everyone's face. But the macabre sacrifice works. The monster regenerates and perfectly assimilates its allies' tracking capabilities, nullifying the advantage the humans had. However, this new perception detects a distant anomaly. A familiar and dangerous signature instantly shifts the creature's focus. The supreme target is located by the shadows, the protagonist's father figure. The survival battle in the tunnels has just collided head-on with the central core of the entire war. The cavalry finally arrives. A loyal warrior's return instantly shifts the power dynamic, providing protection just when the faction's leader was about to give in. But loyalty clashes with a harsh reality. The body she swore to protect no longer harbors her original master's mind, forcing her to face the infiltrating parasite. The previous sacrifice to gain military power shows its true worth. The new technology implanted in her body tears through enemy defenses with lethal force. The villain quickly realizes the threat level. Understanding the danger to his victory, he focuses his hatred on eliminating the new adversary at the root. But pushing the newly acquired combat gear takes a heavy toll. A critical mechanical failure from exhaustion occurs at the worst possible moment. Refusing to witness another death, the protagonist risks his own life. He intervenes at the last millisecond, breaking the enemy's offensive in a heroic act of impulsiveness. The group's dynamic solidifies under pressure. A forced alliance requires different individuals to synchronize their movements against the greater evil to dictate the counterattack. Far from the front lines, the father focuses on re-establishing a lost bond. He searches for his youngest son's consciousness amidst the bleak scenery. Alphonse updates his father on their discoveries. He reveals the true nature of the infiltrating threat, making Hohenheim process the information and piece the puzzle together. The pieces fall into place, and Hohenheim deduces how the invader took control of the armor. The disgusting manipulation of their own bloodline sparks widespread outrage. Upon hearing the reports, Hohenheim instantly figures it out. He finally puts an exact name to the relentless threat hunting them, shifting the weight of the clash. Out of conventional resources, the only option left is to resort to the absurd. The responsibility falls to Hohenheim, as it's time for the true master to show his unparalleled mastery over the laws of the world. Meanwhile, the enemy's destruction reveals itself as pure territorial expansion. The villain manipulates the altered surroundings to multiply his area of lethal control. Just as the monster's sadism reaches its peak, the dynamic abruptly changes. Hohenheim's calculated arrival cuts short the creature's triumph, forcing a tense pause in the carnage. Believing he has deciphered the human's tactic, the enemy goes on the offensive and takes the bait. He attacks recklessly, moving exactly in the desired direction, but the real danger comes from elsewhere. Alphonse ignores self-preservation and charges full force to trigger the actual trap they had planned. Contact is made, and the armored boy becomes a living anchor. He pins the homunculus down for good, cutting off any possible escape route. Without hesitation, Alphonse's father unleashes an absurd amount of alchemical power. The retaliation is so instantaneous that the enemy doesn't even process the scale of the technique. The plan's true intention comes to light with the creation of a colossal prison. Alphonse accepts the sacrifice of being buried alive alongside the threat. The battlefield plunges into a tense silence. The monster that cornered everyone has now been locked in an impenetrable earthen tomb, isolating the biggest threat. Inside, the enemy discovers the critical flaw of the situation. With no light source in the prison, it's impossible to cast shadows, neutralizing his main weapon. Alphonse shatters any illusion of control the adversary had. The boy reveals the coldness of their strategy, making it clear they are not there to try and escape. The checkmate is cemented by the armor's advantage. Not needing biological supplies to survive, Alphonse condemns the monster to complete stagnation in the dark. Outside, it finally dawns on the older brother. The brilliant tactic loses its luster when he understands the disturbing cost of maintaining that gigantic structure. The truth is, the youngest planned this isolation. It was the only viable alternative to avoid a bloodbath and buy time for a definitive counterattack. The alchemist swallows his anger and accepts the weight of the decision. He understands he cannot protect his brother right now and must trust the resilience of the one left behind. Peace is short-lived, and the rogue homunculus is guided by his own arrogance. He takes advantage of the flaw in the enemy's defense and heads straight for a coup d'etat with no turning back. In the isolation of the dome, the monster shifts his tactic to manipulation. Unable to break the physical prison, he tries to plant doubts and break his jailer's trust. The subject shifts to the enemy's adoptive family. The youngest realizes the cruelty of the situation, as the leader's wife is treated by the villain as nothing more than a disposable pawn. But the youngest refuses to be swayed by the manipulation. He regains control and shatters the villain's comfort zone, bringing the focus back to the cold reality of war. It becomes clear that the villain's greatest weapon was moral predictability. They bet on the hero's compassion, turning human essence into the chains of this suicidal trap. On the surface, the allies stumble upon valuable information. They discover that a missing young comrade is being searched for nearby, dramatically shifting the group's priorities. As the paths collide, a dangerous variable silently infiltrates the rearguard. The scenario expands, revealing that not every enemy attacks head-on. The macabre narcissism confirms the return of an unpredictable agent. The banality of a setback matters far more to him than the life he just took. With the nuisances eliminated, chaos gains a face and a purpose. The board welcomes back its most destructive piece, ready to turn everything into absolute hell. The trail of destruction left by the confrontation begins to draw the attention of nearby residents. Curiosity gets the better of them, and they observe the affected area, completely unaware of the immense danger still lurking there. At the epicenter of the clash, Edward's group finally reunites. They observe the makeshift structure, trying to process how the situation escalated to such a level of madness in their attempt to neutralize a nearly invincible threat. Tension hangs in the air as the deserters recognize each other amidst the chaos. This discovery brings a tragic past to the surface, along with the outrage of having been used as disposable pawns by their own military. With military resentment still fresh, blood boils quickly among them. Edward has to intervene immediately, stopping the conflict before these new allies kill each other over old feuds. With tempers cooled, information flows freely, and a mutual understanding is established. Realizing the system chewed up and spat out every single one of them, the warriors end up forging an alliance based on their shared hatred for the military. In the midst of this makeshift truce, Edward notices the absence of the group's most experienced member. His father has already taken the vanguard, heading out alone to carry out the most delicate and silent part of the counterattack. Facing the massive containment structure, Edward feels the crushing weight of his brother's choice. He knows Alphonse is trapped inside, enduring constant psychological attacks from the imprisoned enemy. Despite his worry, Edward reaffirms his unshakable faith in his brother's resilience. More than anyone else there, he trusts Alphonse's ironclad willpower to endure until the very end. Meanwhile, in the military capital, civilian life carries on with an almost bizarre normalcy. The population wakes up to a new day, completely blind to the fact that they are living their final hours before the greatest cataclysm in history. However, the revelation of a rare astronomical phenomenon changes everything, pushing the situation past the point of no return. What civilians see merely as a natural spectacle is, to the alchemists, the final trigger. The gravity of the alignment hangs heavy in the air. The promised day is no longer just a theory, and the energy required for the mass sacrifice will be activated the exact moment that shadow falls. Far away, on the other side of the capital, the armed rebellion finally explodes. The preemptive strike designed to overthrow the Amestrian High Command is launched with full force by the rebels. To protect themselves, the rebels' plan involves using a high-ranking hostage as leverage. Her capture seemed like a foolproof insurance policy against being gunned down by the military. However, the military's institutional coldness shocks everyone with a direct order. The life of the most important civilian in the state is discarded by the High Command without a second thought, exposing the government's cruel pragmatism. To advance, the rebel leader demonstrates his power, justifying the infantry's sheer terror. His combat technique bypasses any barricade, turning the environment itself into a deadly explosion. The sadistic genius of the military's counteroffensive becomes clear as they corner the invaders. The ambush traps the team in a confined space where using their primary alchemical weapon would result in collective suicide. The military reveals its brutal intentions. They only need the rebel leader alive at any cost. The rest of the escort team is officially deemed expendable and marked for execution. But the ambush takes an immediate turn. The rebel team had already strategically positioned elite snipers, turning the tables and forcing the infantry to surrender. With the situation under control, Roy extracts a confession from the troops. He uses this evidence to completely shatter the hostage's blind trust in her own country's actions and protection. Roy makes an unwavering moral commitment to the hostage. Ironically, the so-called traitors of the nation declare that they are the only ones willing to protect her life. The stark difference in principles becomes glaringly obvious. Even under threat, the rebels choose the harder path, sparing the lives of the captured soldiers and refusing to kill. Advancing through the facility, the group executes a brutal diversion maneuver. The impact creates immediate chaos, tearing open the exact breach they needed to break through the defense line. In the operations center, shock washes over the High Command. They receive the humiliating report that entire platoons were crushed by the rebels without a single casualty on the military side. The rebels' tactics result in an incredibly clean neutralization. The entire infantry drops incapacitated, completely taken out of the fight, yet with their lives spared. The reality begins to sink in for the forces surviving the assault. They realize that facing a military legend and coming out with 0 fatal casualties means the humiliation is entirely intentional. The general's wounded pride triggers a desperate extermination order. Refusing to accept the enemy's moral superiority, the High Command demands maximum lethal retaliation against the insurgents. Their blatant inefficiency rubs a harsh truth in the leadership's face. Decades of safety have created desk generals who haven't the slightest idea how to repel the threat. Even under attack, the High Command believes they still hold the reins of the country by using General Armstrong. They think keeping her there guarantees the feared Northern Army won't rebel. However, Olivier coldly shatters that arrogance. She reveals that Briggs's military philosophy dictates that if she is taken hostage, her troops must immediately discard her for being weak. As chaos descends upon the building, the general's checkmate comes to light. She was never cornered. She was merely a willing decoy while her army was already marching through the city. The invading force reveals itself overwhelmingly on the streets. Utilizing extreme survival tactics, the northern soldiers neutralize the defenses and secure control of Central within minutes. The humiliation of Central's security forces is absolute. The massive invading army had been hiding inside the Armstrong family mansion itself, a perfect Trojan horse right under the government's nose. But while the North advances, Roy's group reaches its limit. Exhaustion sets in, ammunition runs dry, and despair takes hold at the imminent prospect of being captured alive. The rebels' vulnerability signals the end of the line. The enemy infantry notices their lack of ammunition and prepares an armed advance to deliver the final blow. Just Just when the end seems certain, the tension shatters. A brutal vehicular assault crushes the military blockade, wiping out the enemy's advantage in the blink of an eye. Mysterious backup emerges from the wreckage, giving the veterans the breathing room they desperately needed. This heavy artillery reinforcement completely shifts the tide of battle in favor of the rebellion. The one who resurfaces is Maria Ross. The lieutenant abandoned her exile out of pure loyalty, proving that the network of trust built behind the scenes is now bearing fruit at the most critical moment. Using their new non-lethal arsenal, the rebels' territorial control expands rapidly. The suppressive offensive creates an impenetrable barrier, clearing the path for their advance. Looking at the crates, Ross notices a massive geopolitical connection. The arsenal's funding comes from Xing, proving a formidable level of secret international support. To uncover the identity of their benefactor, the team pulls off a bold technical move. They intercept local communications and establish a secure direct line straight from the war zone. On the other end of the line, the architect of the smuggling operation reveals himself. Gene Havoc, deemed unfit for combat, has found his calling in the underworld as the invisible logistical engine of the rebellion. The deal is sealed, and the payment demanded is the overthrow of the national leadership. With their logistics secured and the core team finally reunited, the group's confidence in taking the capital reaches its absolute peak. Smoke rises on the horizon, signaling that the invasion has begun. The group outside realizes that the gears of Roy Mustang's plan are already in motion. The tactical objective now is to nip the problem in the bud. They must invade the enemy's lair and prevent the activation of the transmutation circle before tragedy strikes, and the enemy's greatest weakness is brought to the table. To defeat Father's absurd power, they need to destroy the physical vessel to which he remains bound. But for Hohenheim, the mission goes far beyond saving the country. He seeks to end centuries of suffering for his own people, freeing the souls that still serve as a battery for the monster. The experience of a previous invasion becomes a crucial advantage. What was once considered an impossible labyrinth now grants the group a direct route to the lair. The tension is palpable as the brothers take the lead in the descent into the abyss. They know all too well that this is the defining moment of their lives. The breach is made, and there is no turning back. The group enters the heart of darkness beneath Central City, tossing stealth aside to pave their way with brute force. Meanwhile, despair strikes the military high command. Completely lost, they demand answers from their general, blind to the fact that the danger is already sitting at their table. The answer comes with the start of an immediate purge. The coup d'etat happens without hesitation, proving that those who treat human lives as disposable statistics forfeit any right to mercy. Olivier doesn't back down an inch in the face of the top brass's threats. She dictates the new rules through lethal violence, even pushing her own brother's loyalty against the wall in a tense standoff. However, the external security forces soon notice the fall of the high command. Olivier is left dangerously cornered between the loyalty of the central troops and a gigantic, mindless creature that invades the room. On the streets, the rebel attack reveals itself as a lethal and highly coordinated effort. Northern troops and underground groups act in risky synchrony with the goal of destabilizing the country once and for all. It's at this moment that the gravity of the situation hits Armstrong. He realizes in horror that his sister has thrust herself right into the eye of the storm, isolated and surrounded deep within enemy territory. Far from the military battle, Hohenheim senses an overwhelming anomaly expanding through the depths. The preparation time has run out, and whatever is down there has already begun to act. The colossal structure reveals the absolute horror of the truth. Decades of wars and manipulations served only to build the engine for a single being, turning the entire country into a cog. The macabre energy contamination resonates far beyond the capital. By spreading across all borders, the nationwide trap enters its final activation, showing that no one in Amestris is safe. With mass extermination about to happen, Hohenheim's advance is blocked. He is forced to halt for an inevitable and lethal encounter against this nightmare's darkest guardian. While troops barricade the surface, Edward's group focuses on an alternate route. The memory of an old secret laboratory provides the perfect forgotten passage to invade the underground. Since internal defenses are still active, their approach must be tactically deceptive. They use the title of State Alchemist as bait to fabricate a dangerous situation and break through the military patrol. The final obstacle is completely neutralized through deception. Without firing a single shot that could alert the heart of enemy security, a clear path towards the the depths is secured. Already inside the gloomy facility, the point of no return is finally crossed. Any room for subtlety ends there, marking the brutal and definitive descent into the subterranean domains. To maximize the search area and avoid a group ambush, a new tactical strategy is adopted. A total division of forces throughout the unknown environment becomes the only logical path. Historical resentment gives way to immediate pragmatism. Sworn enemies form a forced alliance, creating unusual pairs purely to nullify the alchemical abilities of potential opponents. Desperate over the invasion eroding their control, the High Command resorts to their most insane trump card. Ignoring security protocols, they decide to force the activation of a highly unstable biological weapon. The terrifying scale of the military's clandestine project finally dawns. A massive army of empty vessels lay in suspended animation, ready to be used as a disposable shield by the government. The massive and violent injection of life energy into these husks triggers the nightmare. The chaotic reanimation process awakens an aberrant force that not even the military leadership can comprehend. The technological restraints of the laboratories are useless against the creature's fury. Driven by an aggressive, primal instinct, the experiments break out of their containments and completely infest the underground. The government's brilliant plan backfires on them in a cruel instant. Stealthily drawn to the vibrant energy of the living, the ultimate weapons choose their creators as the first meal of the hunt. The grim and relentless reality of the new threat dominates the situation. Conventional injuries are useless against artificial bodies. Now the intruders will have to fight for their lives against a tide of immortals. Despite the surrounding danger, the infiltration team reaches the true core of the military conspiracy. A physical, monumental landmark signals that they have just crossed the barrier into the enemy's most restricted area. But upon opening the passageways, they come face to face with the same starving horde ravaging the upper floor. The offensive mission evaporates instantly, and the group focuses solely on not being assimilated by the macabre chaos. Far away, during the silent vigil on the surface, a psychological alarm goes off. The captors realize that their dangerous prisoners' taunts mask an incredibly cold and methodical regularity. The harsh truth of the tactical situation crushes them. The enemy wasn't isolated. He simply exploited boredom to secretly build and transmit a complex rescue route right before their eyes. The punishment for the lapse in vigilance is brutal and swift. That secret call is answered with destructive violence, mercilessly shattering their defenses from behind. The true manipulator emerges from the dust of the rubble without a scratch. The reunion proves that every minute of confinement served purely as a cog to ensure his total strategic triumph. The tactical power landscape suffers an irremediable twist. Combining the cunning astuteness of the former prisoner with the relentless brute force of the rescue, the former hunters find themselves brutally transformed into cornered prey. The conflict has escalated to absurd proportions, altering the very geography of the area into a giant trap. The magnitude of what's happening down there is terrifying. At the epicenter, the enemy's macabre truth comes to light. To secure raw power, sacrificing one of their own is merely a cold, logical transaction. Having the upper hand, the adversary makes a point of inflicting psychological torture. They rub their superiority in their faces, savoring every second of despair from those powerless to fight back. But a surprise trap shatters that arrogance. The attack scores a direct hit on the enemy's defenses, proving that even immortals bleed if struck in the right place. This opening isn't meant for an attack, but purely for a rescue. The top priority becomes pulling their fallen ally out of the line of fire before the enemy can retaliate. Despite the tactical pressure to abandon the wounded, the refusal is absolute. Accepting such a logical sacrifice would mean bowing to the disposable philosophy of the monsters themselves. The sacrifice won't be necessary. An ace up the sleeve, kept tightly under wraps, is finally revealed in an attempt to turn the tide once and for all. The scenario completely shifts. Bringing with him a whole new level of power, Alphonse resurfaces, ready to rewrite the rules of this battle. The real clash begins. On one side, the sheer determination of someone willing to do whatever it takes to protect their own. On the other, the enemy's pure sociopathic ecstasy. Meanwhile, in the tunnels, an alliance crumbles in the name of survival. To buy precious seconds, the manipulative creature is betrayed and tossed to the horde as a distraction. But the parasite won't go down that easily. Desperate to survive, it finds a horrifying opening amidst the chaos and infiltrates a new host. The fusion isn't enough, so the host begins the mindless creatures around it. The goal is to devour enough souls to force a brutal regeneration. The nightmare rises from the ashes. The enemy is reborn, not in its previous form, but as a grotesque chimera molded by despair and stolen souls. Savoring the irony of the situation, the monster corners its prey. The thought of its savior becoming its first meal makes it all the more cruel. On the surface, General Armstrong is done with diplomacy. She launches a shocking mutiny, seizing control of the military high command by sheer force. With no time for bluffs, she chooses to draw first blood to send a clear message. The guards' blind loyalty means nothing if their commander dies first. The extreme tactic works, resulting in absolute surrender. Consumed by panic, the officer caves to every demand, strategically isolating the entire headquarters. But the corrupt government plays its true trump card. An aberration is unleashed into the middle of the room with a single, blind mission: eliminate the intruder at all costs. Far from backing down before the beast, Armstrong takes the initiative. The diplomatic standoff morphs into a brutal, face-to-face battle for survival. Back underground, the rescue task force loses control. They are overwhelmed by a relentless horde of immortals, suffering brutal physical exhaustion. Inflicting conventional lethal damage means nothing. The terrifying truth dawns on them. As long as there is energy sustaining those vessels, the bodies will keep hunting. Since direct combat has failed, their strategy takes a radical turn. In a desperate scramble, they manipulate the terrain, sealing off the routes to isolate the entire sector. Edward takes the blame for trapping them all inside with the threat. However, his allies back his tactical decision, knowing it prevents a massacre on the outside. Without a moment to hesitate, the team launches a fully coordinated, all-out offensive. It devolves into a pitched battle where the only rule is to crush the monsters in front of them before getting overrun. Beneath all the chaos, a lethal infiltration takes place in absolute silence. The architect of the counterattack finally breaches the deepest depths of the facility. The enemy leader welcomes the intrusion with sheer arrogance. He mocks the fact that the greatest threat to his plans has walked into the system's core without any backup. The sadistic purpose of the encounter becomes clear. The villain's ultimate goal is to close the profane cycle by absorbing his original creator to achieve absolute perfection. Words lose their meaning, giving way to the promise of annihilation. It is the point of no return, where centuries of resentment explode into a conflict that will decide the fate of the world. Alphonse is cornered in battle. To survive, he faces the agonizing choice of using a forbidden power, crossing a line he swore never to cross. He makes the hardest decision of his life. Instead of treating the souls trapped inside the artifact as mere fuel, he makes a silent pact, choosing to fight alongside them. The connection is forged, and the change is instantaneous. The barrier of the impossible shatters, unleashing an overwhelming latent potential. The enemies are caught off guard, realizing their fatal mistake. No one expected Alphonse to break his moral code and become the ultimate weapon against them. Seizing the opening, Alphonse launches a direct, relentless assault. Using the environment to his advantage, he gives his opponent no room to breathe. The boy breaks the rules of engagement by physically intercepting the enemy's attack. Watching his ultimate technique be completely nullified shatters the monster's psyche. Left with no breathing room, the homunculus decides to swallow the boy whole. He attempts to end the fight by catching Alphonse in a deadly trap. But the illusion of victory is short-lived. With power coursing through his veins, Alphonse effortlessly shatters the prison from the inside out. The boy's tactical genius completely isolates his opponent from the outside world. He creates a flawless dome to nullify the essence of the enemy's power. The terrorist watches from the outside, baffled by the boy's actions. To his twisted mind, the only rational move would be to use the artifact to restore his own body and flee. But Alphonse declares his final choice. He rejects selfishness, swearing to restore their bodies without sacrificing a single life in the process. The clash of ideologies erupts into a devastating collision of power. With their convictions set, both sides risk it all in a brutal showdown. On another front, the tension reaches its boiling point. Major General Olivier Armstrong is cornered by her own military, her death sentence already signed. To make matters worse, a gigantic beast locks onto her as its primary target. The creature charges forward, driven solely by an instinct to exterminate. Death seems certain until a brutal intervention breaks the charge. An overwhelming external force slams into the monster, saving the general at the last possible second. The backup group realizes that conventional weapons are useless and adapts his fighting style. Using alchemy, he reshapes the terrain to launch a much heavier offensive, but the creature reveals its bizarre nature. It shrugs off a blow that should have been lethal as a mere annoyance, proving its absurd invulnerability. The logic of the battle is shattered in an instant. The monster, seemingly lethargic before, bursts into an insane speed, completely bypassing everyone's reaction time. The homunculus unleashes its true destructive power. It turns into a runaway missile of pure kinetic energy, focused entirely on crushing their defenses. In the heat of the struggle, Olivier's tactical mind deciphers the anomaly's weakness. Its acceleration is so extreme that the creature is unable to brake or dodge. Using the monster's reckless inertia against it, the maneuver works. The colossal threat is violently ejected from the combat zone. However, the battle at the headquarters is far from over. The monster shakes off the fall and decides to carve its way back in through sheer brute force. With the general isolated and in the crosshairs, Alex ignores his own exhaustion. He pulls off a heroic interception, forcing a head-on clash of pure willpower against the monstrosity. Far away, the situation falls apart once again. The Crimson Alchemist breaks free from the rubble, smirking and ready to resume his hunt for the young Elric. Knowing Alphonse would never let innocents die, the psychopath launches a massive area of effect attack. A devastating explosion sweeps the perimeter, annihilating any possible cover. The cruel bait works perfectly. To avoid being obliterated, Alphonse is forced out of the shadows, completely losing his stealth advantage. Instead of retreating, the boy makes what seems to be a suicidal decision. He charges straight into the heart of danger in an extreme frontal assault. The gamble takes its toll instantly. His charge is crushed, and the boy is completely immobilized by the enemy's absolute physical control. The monster declares at the end of the line. With no way to move or use alchemy, the human resistance seems to have finally been extinguished. But Alphonse shocks the villains by revealing that he no longer has the Philosopher's Stone. The frontal assault was just a brilliant ruse to slip the ultimate artifact into the right hands. The masterful trap springs shut. His ally uses the wind to mask his scent and advances unnoticed, leaving the terrorist completely exposed for the final blow. Checkmate. The plan works. Caught off guard before he can react, Kimberly suffers a swift strike, sealing the Crimson Alchemist's fate. The dark entity catches onto the environmental trick. It becomes clear that the dust screen was merely a calculated distraction to conceal the true fatal strike. Far from mourning the fall of its human partner, the monster displays only irritation. Its piercing glare shows it is already preparing to retaliate against the setback. The shadow offensive resumes relentlessly. The assault focuses on rapid elimination, placing the group's most fragile members at direct risk of imminent death. Until the unpredictable breaks the tension, the entity is struck head-on by a speeding vehicle, its brute force absurdly disrupting the creature's assault. With no time to question the miracle, the group seizes the opening. They take cover in the vehicle to initiate an immediate retreat across the ruined terrain. Left behind, the mercenary's crushed body meets its definitive end. His essence is brutally consumed all at once to feed the being he swore to serve. Meanwhile, the infiltration of the capital advances in the shadows. The rebel squad adopts stealth strategies in the corridors to avoid triggering any premature alarms. The structural chaos takes its physical toll. The relentless rebel commander suffers an accident during the destruction, losing her mobility among the rubble. Government sentinels find the main symbol of the rebellion struck down. The armed siege closes in around her, setting the exact stage for an imminent execution. The one who steps up to save her uses pure tactical containment. He charges using his own colossal strength to immobilize the massive creature and avoid pointless structural damage. The truce lasts a matter of seconds. Before they can reposition, an enemy patrol corners the brothers with express orders to execute them both right there. The dynamics turn upside down. Unleashed dark abominations begin to invade the sector, executing a blind massacre against the base's own foot soldiers. With the soldiers in shock, the fallen leader perceives the perfect tactical window. She proposes the only plausible escape route, a temporary alliance between rebels and executioners. The military hierarchy dissolves in the hallway. Human despair speaks louder, forcing the shooters to join arms against the monsters to secure their lives. The unimaginable resilience of these hordes is revealed through physical blows. They are empty vessels fueled by souls, their swarming flow making brute force insufficient. Realizing the logic of the trapped souls, the escape gains a direct objective. The group uses the direction of the creature's attacks as a compass toward the center of the complex. In the lower underground, physical exhaustion reaches drastic levels. Their limits are pushed to the edge of the abyss just to repel the ceaseless attacks. The continuous pressure breaks the group's guard. The slightest slip in their defense opens the first breach, leaving their survival hanging by a thread in the weakened containment. When failure seemed definite, backup bursts through the unprotected flank. The imposing figure intervenes with lethal firepower, tipping the scales against the enemy siege. The lieutenant establishes the perimeter instantly. Her focused stance executes tactical takedowns without waiting for orders, attempting to incapacitate the battalion's slow march. The massive counterattack takes over the room. A devastating wave of heat incinerates the creatures in seconds, reducing them to ashes to permanently nullify their immortality. Far from there, slithering through claustrophobic pipes, a fleeing creature loses ground. The hunt keeps it cornered, searching for blind exits through the ventilation entrails. The structural disaster drops the cowering threat right into the middle of the hall. The unexpected fall cuts the pursuit short, thrusting the intruder directly into the post-battle scene. Fallen and surrounded, the creature makes an immediate visual read. The shock of the impact quickly turns into the realization that it has landed in an execution zone formed by its greatest united enemies. Aiming to fracture its opponents, it spews words laden with the bloody resentment of past wars. The desperate tactic seeks to spark a civil extermination duel right inside the room. However, their expressions remain hardened. The silence proves that understanding the current threat has overridden the psychological game focused on buried conflicts. The leader's cold focus extinguishes any argumentative bait. His impenetrable posture blocks the cruel jabs, placing the intruder in a pathetic position of inferiority. The inversion of control allows for the most crucial question of his life. He takes advantage of the target's paralysis to finally demand the truth behind the murder of his best friend. The prisoner's attempts to deflect bounce off a solid shield. Completely closed off to petty blackmail about fake deaths, he pushes the interrogated to the decisive limit. With no escape, the smirking creature finally admits to the crime. The sadistic pride in confirming the act of cruelty seals the confession he had sought for months. The narration of the execution recounts in dirty detail the exploitation of the victim's bonds. The cynical irony describes how it weaponized love into a merciless lethal tactic. The weight of what was heard suspends the tension of every figure in the room. It becomes crystal clear that the revulsion at these words has dried up any chance of mercy for the captured enemy. The officer's lowered face consolidates the non-negotiable decision in silence. Words cease abruptly in the face of grief newly transformed into a goal. The strategist's persona gives way definitively to the suppressed avenger. His eyes prepare to unleash an excruciating retaliation against every single fiber of that cowardly tormentor. The tension in Central City begins to spill into the streets. The civilian population has no idea about the bloodbath unfolding at headquarters, but an atmosphere of uncertainty has already filled the air. The government's silence only makes things worse. Without official information, the fear of a coordinated attack gains strength, leaving the city on the edge of paranoia. Until an independent radio station steps up to the situation, the public immediately realizes that the emergency broadcast is serious enough for the military to try and take down the signal. The official narrative is turned upside down on the air. The public denunciation of an internal betrayal instantly destroys the credibility of the military high command in the eyes of the people. The broadcast establishes a new absolute truth for the country. In a live information war, the radio station blames the generals for attempting to usurp power. Far from the front lines, the Allies watch the brilliance of the plan go into action. The media strategy corners the corrupt generals without firing a single shot. Mustang is sold to the nation as the only loyal leader who foresaw the betrayal. The emotional exhaustion conveyed in the broadcast cements the idea that the military has lost its morality. The coup has its desired effect at the top. The military brass falls into despair as they see their monopoly shattered, realizing that brute force is useless against the radio's narrative. The broadcast is an absolute success. The clandestine team realizes they hold the most powerful weapon of the moment and fully commit to the rebellion. In the outskirts, the dust settles, and the new reality must be digested. It is now official. The supreme leader has fallen, and the country's command structure has collapsed. Meanwhile, the real war barges in uninvited. The frontline defense of headquarters is crushed in the blink of an eye, abruptly silencing the high command. The shock at the command center is paralyzing. The rebellion has infiltrated heavy artillery into the urban streets, and the untouchables suddenly realize that they are now the targets. But as the government crumbles, a much deeper reckoning reaches its climax. Mustang corners the monster responsible for his greatest personal grief. The colonel takes the front line dictatorially, forbidding any ally from interfering. It becomes obvious that what is about to happen is not a battle, but a premeditated massacre. A hesitation among the team provides the opening the homunculus wanted. The monster attempts a cowardly surprise attack, betting on a desperate lunge, except he forgets who is covering the rear, and Mustang shows no mercy. The monster's regeneration is now his worst curse, forcing him to rebuild his own body over and over just to be set on fire again. Driven by his thirst for revenge, the colonel analyzes his enemy with frightening coldness. He aims at the right spots to prolong the agony in pure, calculated torture. Watching the scene, the boy understands the true nature of the confrontation. The goal is not just to kill the creature, but to prevent the colonel from losing his own humanity in the process. The homunculus then plays his last card. He unleashes the weight of his true monstrous form, betting that the visual horror will finally paralyze his opponents. But Mustang's logic is different, and he punishes the enemy's confidence without backing down. The colossal size is no advantage. It just became a gigantic target, impossible to miss with his flames. The final sentence is delivered with uninterrupted flames. Mustang embraces his dark side and promises continuous torture until the monster's life force runs dry, abandoning any mercy. Seeing that brute force won't work against this hatred, the homunculus panics and opts to flee. Hawkeye tries to organize the hunt so the prey doesn't escape. However, with Mustang's ban on accepting help, Edward breaks hierarchy and goes after them. Someone needs to serve as an anchor of sanity before the leader makes an irreparable mistake. Underground during the pursuit, the true nature of Headquarters is revealed. The heavy atmosphere confirms that they are walking through a colossal reservoir of stolen and sacrificed lives. The analysis of the situation in the tunnel comes with the weight of experience. It serves as a warning that living consumed by hatred and revenge will inevitably rot the soul of whoever carries it. Meanwhile, the fleeing beast hits rock bottom. Stripped of his imposing figure, the monster is reduced to his most pathetic state, seeking only instinctive survival. To stop the insane advance, the creature mocks the colonel's grief, but the cheap provocation only shatters Mustang's last barrier of self-control, crossing the ultimate line. The fiery retaliation is brutal and surgical. Instead of a quick execution, Mustang's goal is to destroy the creature's senses in an act of explicit torture. Realizing that annihilation is inevitable there, the only way out is a cowardly retreat. The prey slithers into the depths in a purely desperate maneuver to regenerate. Far from there, in the dark labyrinths, betrayal happens in a perverse way. The monster uses a perfect disguise of an ally, exposing the deadly price of lowering one's guard in the shadows. But the charade doesn't last long. Hawkeye figures out in a flash that the fake Mustang made a fatal mistake by ignoring the boundaries of the personal and intimate dynamic between the two of them. The bullet counterattack proves that it was all a bluff by the lieutenant. She made up the intimate story on the spot just to test his reaction, perfectly manipulating the imposter's arrogance. Furious at having been unmasked by a human, the monster abandons his disguise for good. The mental warfare ends, giving way to a brutal and uncontrolled fury. The brutal biological difference finally takes its toll. In an evasion maneuver, the lieutenant fails and is completely subjugated by the relentless monstrosity. The beast's plan becomes clear: torture her. The creature understands that destroying Hawkeye's life in front of her partner is the only way to completely shatter Roy's mind. But the sadistic victory is pulverized before it even begins. An explosive, fiery intervention instantly wipes away all the control the monster thought he had over the situation. The furious hunter has finally arrived on the scene. However, his oppressive presence makes it clear that the one who intervened was not a heroic officer, but a bloodthirsty executioner. The methodical torture resumes with continuous flames. Without looking aside, Mustang restarts a massacre designed solely to maximize the creature's pain. The apparent immortality turns into smoke. Despair takes over the monster as he is incinerated over and over again, proving that uncontrolled hatred can be the deadliest force in combat. Depleted of his stolen lives, the monster's true face is revealed. The arrogant beast gives way to a tiny, miserable parasite, crying in the face of his own death. Still, Mustang advances, relentless. Even seeing the creature's pathetic state, his sole purpose is to crush with his own hands the murderer of his his best friend. The moral limit is crushed. Contemplating the defenseless parasite, the homicidal instinct swallows any sense of justice, leaving only the sick pleasure of final annihilation. But loyalty creates the necessary barrier. Hawkeye aims her gun right at her superior's back, ready to take the most drastic measure to save him from himself. Hawkeye's bitter decision overflows with devotion. She is willing to pull the trigger and bear the sin of treason if that is the price to prevent the Colonel from sinking into the darkness. The interruption finally becomes physical. Edward grabs the parasite and snatches it from Mustang's hand, neutralizing once and for all the Colonel's chance of concluding the cold-blooded execution. The underground atmosphere reaches an unbearable tension. The man driven by revenge finds himself surrounded by a united front of allies who refuse to let him destroy his own soul. The final clash of wills marks the tragic outcome of the battle. The real danger is no longer the defeated beast, but the fierce resistance to rescue the humanity of a broken man. Envy makes a desperate last-ditch effort to take over Edward's body, but fails pathetically by targeting the artificial arm. The parasite is left completely vulnerable with no escape routes. Completely blinded by hatred, Roy demands that the prisoner be handed over. He doesn't just want to kill, he wants to execute the creature in the most humiliating and painful way possible. The tension finally boils over, and the Colonel threatens to incinerate his own subordinate, but the boy instantly takes on the fight, refusing to back down and challenging Roy's authority. Scar's intervention is surgical. He makes Roy reflect on the colossal impact that a monster leading the nation, driven solely by fury, would have on the entire country's future. Edward instantly shuts down any of the Colonel's excuses. He exposes that this was never about military justice. It is the pure and simple desire to satisfy a sick obsession. The last pillar of sanity steps in. Risa draws her weapon and begs him not to cross a moral point of no return, or their trust will be absolutely shattered. Her resolve calls Roy's bluff. She has already accepted that, if forced to make this sacrifice to stop his madness, she will take her own life immediately after. The colossal weight of this promise finally breaks the trance. Roy snaps back to his senses and redirects all his murderous intent, unleashing his fire in a safe direction. To ensure the lieutenant takes no drastic measures, Roy regains control of the situation. He takes her gun away, making a silent promise that the Colonel has returned to his senses. Desperate and disgusted by this compassion, the homunculus tries to use his last weapon. He seeks to reignite their hatred, manipulating human nature to prove that morality is a sham. The creature starts poking at all their open wounds, throwing their past crimes and traumas in their faces. The goal is to break the alliance by inciting a fight right then and there. But the strategy fails miserably. Instead of hatred or fury, the group's response is dead silence, proving how much they have evolved past their wounds. Edward exposes the devastating truth. All that contempt for humanity was just a mask. The creature hit a profound emptiness, and the envy of bonds he could never have. Stripped of his pride, only despair remains. The monster's reaction shifts into the sheer panic of an animal that has just had its most pathetic secret exposed. The great manipulator now inspires zero fear. All that is left within the group is revulsion, and a genuine pity for a figure that has become purely tragic. Living with the humiliation of being unmasked is unacceptable. Pride demands a final action, and the creature shatters his own life source with his bare hands. The legacy of pain and manipulation dissolves completely. The nightmare comes to an end, leaving behind only the gravity of the moment and an unsettling silence. On another battlefront, the defense reaches a critical state. The overwhelming superiority of the abominations threatens to wipe the combatants off the map in the blink of an eye. But Alex spots the perfect opening. Using the very tools abandoned by the enemy, he sets up a counterattack of absurd proportions. While the terror tries to break the defensive line, Olivier's intimidating leadership takes over. The reality check forces the soldiers to rely on each other for survival. The chaos only escalates when the true threat awakens. The giant homunculus regains his focus and chooses his next target with a brutal charge. The major situation drastically worsens upon taking an incapacitating injury. Despair infects the team once again as they watch their main wall of defense get neutralized. In an act of sheer insanity and brutality, Alex refuses to give up. He uses the force of a violent fall to snap his dislocated physical frame back into place. Combining his recovered brute strength with absolute precision, he gives no more ground. The alchemist executes an attack designed to annihilate the monster from the inside out. The result is catastrophic. The critical damage proves to the entire battlefield that even immortal entities can be torn apart with the right strategy. Far from there, Central troops attempt to invade the Armstrong family estate in search of hostages, but find the place completely evacuated. The mansion reveals itself to be a secret base of operations. Retaliation is instantaneous, wiping out the government's front line with a massive and lethal counterattack. The scale of the offensive shifts to a whole new level. The Northern Rebellion initiates a direct frontal siege on Central Command, catching the country's entire leadership off guard. Before the enemy battalion can even organize, the explosive impact hits the core of the leadership. The government's false sense of security is blown to pieces. The physical invasion is confirmed. The rebel task force cuts off any chance of reaction, neutralizing and capturing the head of command in a matter of seconds. This surgical success occurred thanks to the intelligence of officers loyal to the rebellion. They provided the perfect map, allowing them to march straight to the target with absolute precision. When the operation runs into extraction problems, an unexpected reinforcement appears. The Alliance gains an unbeatable force ready to tear up the rulebook and solve the problem with sheer talent. A false sense of tranquility sweeps through the city streets. But beneath this peaceful facade, the country remains consumed by internal conflicts on the verge of boiling over. Far from the dilemmas of war, the Elric brothers waste time on a trivial problem. They're trying to find May and her panda using terrible sketches. Their complete lack of artistic skill makes it impossible for anyone to figure out who they're looking for. Suddenly, a true diplomatic bombshell drops on Amestris. The leadership of Arugo, the southern bordering nation, decides to cross into the country. This surprise visit promises to completely alter the political chessboard. The problem is that this arrival carries a blood-stained history. In the past, the Irugo government funded the Ashvalan rebellion, only to cowardly shut their doors. They left the oppressed to the slaughter when the military marched on them. Because of this unforgivable betrayal, the military authorities are in absolute panic. The greatest fear is that surviving extremist factions from the genocide might attack. The exposure of the visiting royalty is the perfect chance for them to make them pay for their cowardice. Despite the imminent danger, the youth and charm of the visiting prince break the tension. He turns a high-risk event into a hysterical fan club. The commotion is so great that it even undermines the discipline of the female soldiers at headquarters. When the day of the Grand Parade arrives, a colossal crowd takes over the avenues. State propaganda creates an impressive bubble of collective euphoria. However, this celebration perfectly masks a powder keg ready to explode at any second. As the crisis boils over, the country's border is crossed by a new and unpredictable player. A mysterious newcomer walks in without the slightest idea of the snake pit she's stepping into. She remains completely oblivious to the entire national security apparatus. At the center of this chaos, the visitors make a definitive decision. The days of settling for scraps and backing down in the face of oppression are over. The choice now is to confront the regime head-on and take every risk so that their people will never be victims again. The explosive attack on the capital's gates begins with full force. This offensive serves as the perfect strategic distraction to divert attention from the main defenses. The distraction works. Slipping by unnoticed, an elite squad infiltrates the underground and takes over Central Command, neutralizing the generals without spilling blood. But the tactical victory is short-lived. The plan for a clean coup goes down the drain when a blind and irrational force is activated in the lower levels. Reports confirm the nightmare. They aren't ordinary beasts, but indestructible monsters driven by pure hunger. The political conflict instantly turns into a fight for survival. Faced with the impending apocalypse, Command makes a decision of absolute sacrifice. They lock down all escape routes, sealing themselves in hell to protect the surface population. Meanwhile, the corrupt bureaucrats trying to inherit the nation are ambushed in the sanctuary of power. They find out the hard way that the abominations created by the state itself do not respect hierarchy. On the front lines, the government's moral abyss is blown wide open. It becomes clear that the monsters are vessels forged from the agony of countless sacrificed human souls. The situation worsens drastically when when one of the creatures unleashes an uncontrollable spike in power. All tactical effort crumbles in the face of such brutality. To make matters worse, the monster completely changes its approach. It adopts a stance designed to cause maximum structural devastation over a wide area. The laws of physics are ignored as the creature reaches an absurd speed. Any attempted defensive barrier is crushed and turned into a joke. The beast surgically targets the rebel leadership for extermination. What was once a destructive frenzy becomes an extremely personal and lethal hunt. A split second before the end, human loyalty collides with horror. The squad of ordinary soldiers desperately intervenes against the monstrous threat. The union of these lower-ranking forces manages to drag the danger away. They clear the kill zone and ensure the survival of those leading the fight. When escape seems impossible, salvation arrives from where no one expected. An unusual presence shatters the atmosphere of impending doom, and the tide begins to turn. The power contrast becomes immediately obvious. The new civilian alliance proves that the troops finally have a way to go toe-to-toe with the abomination. The humiliation for the biological weapon is instantaneous. The creature's monstrous advantage is completely invalidated by the Allies' pure technique and tactical dominance. The counterattack turns into a coordinated massacre. The combined strength of two veterans leaves no room for defense, turning the nightmare into a mere obstacle-absorbing impact. In a bizarre twist, the monster gives up trying to survive. Self-preservation vanishes, and the creature accepts its own destruction simply out of sheer laziness to keep fighting. The entity allows its physical form to undergo total collapse. The absurd confrontation ends with the enemy giving up on existence out of pure boredom. The dust settles, and the military hierarchy loses its meaning. The army's elite swallows their pride, acknowledging that they survived thanks to that unexpected civilian intervention. With a simple mention of two prodigies, the savior's identity is revealed. The High Command finally understands the terrifying caliber of the alchemist standing beside them. The woman reveals her central position in the enemy's conspiracy. The board changes. She isn't just backup, but a piece the enemy High Command cannot afford to let die. Meanwhile, far from the surface, the epicenter of the nightmare awaits. In the gloomy depths rests the true architect of all the nation's destruction. The most crucial infiltration happens when his former counterpart breaches the defenses. The silent clash between the country's two original forces begins. The creator entity completely despises the intruder's mortality. He sees the human condition not as a gift, but as a disease that needs to be eradicated. His goal goes far beyond morality. He seeks an unattainable divinity, wanting to become an absolute being stripped of any material bindings. Words give way to immediate violence. The peaceful dialogue is broken, forcing the veteran to adopt survival maneuvers in the system's core. The territorial disadvantage takes its toll. The supreme leader's pressure is designed to exhaust the intruder, leaving him without even a moment to breathe. Even cornered, the veteran initiates a psychological counterattack. He exposes the brutal hypocrisy of a being who hates humanity, yet demands to be treated as a loving father. The enemy's aura of divinity is shattered. The intruder reduces his opponent to a pathetic creature who spent his existence imitating a human warmth he never had. The final diagnosis cuts deep. The ambition for divine perfection was just a farce to cover up the most human pain possible, chronic loneliness, and the need for belonging. Unable to cope with the truth, the entity retreats. The veteran realizes in horror that the retreat is a maneuver to trigger the mass extermination of the entire country. The distraction is fatal. The supreme leader corners the veteran and launches a lethal attack designed to corrupt the very core of his existence. The cowardly motive comes to light. He wants to devour the accumulated vital energy within the intruder. Centuries of power would be stolen to ensure the success of the extermination plan. But the tables turn spectacularly. The veteran reveals he used his own vulnerability as bait, allowing the attack to inject an invisible countermeasure straight into the enemy. The sacrifice proves that coldness will never overcome human connections. The supreme leader's own arrogance in ignoring altruism has just sabotaged his perfect plan to become God. The trauma of seeing his nation decimated leaves the veteran wandering aimlessly. He carries the weight of thousands of lives within him, trying to process that he survived a genocide he unwittingly helped cause. Instead of going mad and blocking out the voices, he makes the hardest choice. He decides to listen. He opens himself to the pain of every soul trapped in his immortal body, taking responsibility for all that suffering. But the curse grants him no rest. When travelers find him on an inhospitable path, they are shocked to see he is still breathing, surviving extreme conditions that defy all logic. Upon regaining his lucidity, he exposes his vulnerability to the merchants, confessing the loss of his homeland. They offer a level of compassion that stands in stark contrast to the coldness of the being who orchestrated the whole tragedy. Back in the present, all that past suffering gains a terrifying purpose. The veteran reveals his countermeasure to the tyrant. He spent decades talking to the void, intimately getting to know every life stolen by the enemy. What the leader thought was the foundation of his power now reveals itself as a coordinated counterattack from within. Thousands of oppressed wills unite with the sole goal of dragging him to his ruin. The irony reaches its peak and the tables turn. While the villain isolated himself from the world, the veteran used eternity to connect with the victims, turning the punishment of immortality into the perfect weapon. The consequence of the command is devastating. The false deity begins to shatter from the inside out by 500,000 revolting consciousnesses, finally punishing the arrogance of one who tried to toy with the weight of human life. But just when the end seems inevitable, the basic survival instinct screams louder. The original entity refuses to fade away peacefully and forces its way out of the destroyed shell into the real world by any means necessary. Stripped of its armored vessel and the massive army of lives that sustained it, the rawest and most pitiful essence leaks out. The true face behind all that millennial tragedy is finally exposed to the light. Without a physical body to anchor itself to reality, the creature is overcome by an animalistic urge. In an act of pure greed, the entity attacks the most powerful life source available, trying to hijack the body of its own blood brother. The invasion fails miserably against Hohenheim's spiritual barrier, but the monster reveals a terrifying truth. It warns that it has become an irreversible anomaly, no longer a mere hostage inside its glass flask. Meanwhile, far away from that family dispute, the collapse of the country's defense system takes its toll. Without an absolute master guiding the chaos, the government's secret abominations are overcome by an irrational bloodlust. This terrifying crisis in the enemy defenses is quickly converted into a golden tactical opportunity. The breakdown in government protocols becomes the perfect opening for the armed rebellion to advance and take the heart of the fortress. And the big shots who always dictated the rules face harsh consequences. The military high command is completely cornered, about to pay the price for the massive arrogance of trying to hide monsters from the population. But the invading troops do not strike them down out of blind vengeance. They urgently need actionable military intelligence, employing physical intimidation as a brute force tool to extract the true whereabouts of the creator of this conspiracy. As they advance deep into the Central Command Corps, a twist paralyzes them. The strategic center and its barriers were completely purged by a hidden force before they even arrived, suggesting an invisible threat. Despite the ghostly atmosphere in the depths, the rebel army does not back down and consolidates its lethal blockade on the surface of the headquarters. The severe isolation begins to choke off any logistical support route to the dictatorship's regime. The imposing operation of containment and military imprisonment achieves a virtually undeniable success. The heroic audacity of leveraging an aggressive military coup d'etat seems to have finally rewarded the sea of bloodshed, until the premature euphoria is overwhelmingly punished over a radio frequency. The supreme leader's authoritative tone sends shivers down the soldiers' spines, ensuring them that he is still alive, aware of the insurrection, and completely fed up with this little game. The revolution's control core loses its breath at the audio proof of the nightmare, knowing that the relentless dictator, whose supposed death had triggered the coup, is still breathing, suddenly reverses the roles of who is the real prey in the conflict zone. Devoid of caution or any disguise in the dead of night, the absolute ruler of the state resolves to retake the base, taking the path of utmost arrogance and tactical visibility. Pushed to their limit, the rebels deploy their frontline armor to silence the leader's petulance with concentrated firepower. A brutal wall of synchronized gunfire sweeps the path, thirsting to shred the enemy's flesh. However, the massive barricade of projectiles clashes against the opponent's superhuman evasions. A supernatural anticipation allows him to read the trajectories of the bullets mere millimeters from his face, rendering the artillery barrages useless. He disregards the logic of war and hurls his own body against the armored tank, cutting through the plating with a single slash that spills the blood of the gunners who deluded themselves with the safety of their steel wall. In an animalistic outburst, the drivers try to leverage the tank's gigantic tread to chew up their executioner against the stone floor, but they are thwarted by a violent strike that compromises the vehicle's base in a split second. The violent ruin of the monumental gate tears away any shred of the revolutionaries' expectations to hold the defensive front line, proving to the frightened commanders the grim verdict of an imminent slaughterhouse in the courtyard. Even after the display of ferocity and mechanical destruction, riflemen and heavyweights decide to face the advance in close-quarters combat. The difference is humiliating. Traditional military brutality shatters easily against the murderous agility of someone who never misses. The dismantling of any reasonable blockade in the fortress is finalized in the face of the carnage. The path to reclaiming his dictatorial hegemony is cleared and bathed in the redness of the dead hope of resisting pure strength. Framed by the blood-soaked debris of the defense he butchered, the dictator marches relentlessly, commanding the trembling soldiers still standing to make way for him, demanding a reverence paved by the inflicted warfare trauma. Embracing the terrible conviction of his own immediate demise, a brave soldier breaks through the fear of the dictator and refuses to yield the way. His loyalty to the insurgent cause far outweighs the desire to lay down his arms to save his own skin. Spurred by the tension of the climax, another resistance veteran bursts forth by surprise, clutching a high-risk explosive charge. In total disregard for his own survival, his blind dive aims to stop the scythe of death from reaching his frightened squad. Facing that man's mortal sacrifice, the tyrant reiterates his absolute disgust for the emotional compassion of mere mortals. His Machiavellian perspective condemns that valuable act as an irritating farce, incapable of overturning his supremacy and controlling the castes. However, the ego of believing that nothing would stop his access to the central stairs creates an opening. The proud and bloody monologue draws an incredibly audacious rookie combatant from above, introducing a destabilizing factor to the despot's board. The news spreads quickly through the halls of Central Command. The troops loyal to the dictator gain a renewed sense of hope, ready to regroup their forces and crush the resistance. The gravity of the situation hits the invading forces. The confirmation that the absolute leader has survived and is marching toward the center of the conflict completely shifts the balance of power. But the ruler faces an immediate interception. The anomaly operating on the fringes of the battle decides to settle old scores, throwing its own weight against the leader's advance. The reunion carries years of pent-up resentment. The dictator faces the creature that refuses to die, making it clear there is no room for negotiation. The leader crushes any hope of weakness in combat. He guarantees that his abnormal perception remains absolutely lethal, proving that his survival was not mere luck. The clash of wills tests the laws of physics. Extreme aggression attempts to overpower absolute resilience in a brutal fight where neither side yields a single inch. In an act of disturbing coldness, the dictator drops his restraints. The full release of his lethal gaze turns the tide before the adversary can even react. His true ruthless nature surfaces in a cruel display. Without a shred of hesitation, he wipes his own men off the map simply because they were in his way. The slaughter attracts dangerous reinforcements. A giant from the northern forces charges in with heavy brute force, but the dictator absorbs the impact with a casualness that borders on mockery. The counterattack is surgical and devastating. Ignoring the enemy's supposed heavy armor, the retaliation instantly finds the vulnerability and dismantles the offensive. The damage is irreversible. The colossal veteran's ability to keep fighting toe-to-toe is completely nullified on the ground. Trying to seize the opening, the first invader launches a strike from behind. However, the tyrant's adaptability turns the weapons of his own fallen soldiers into an emergency reload. Far from the courtyard, the military landscape inside finally shifts. High Command registers the anomaly and realizes that the true master of the fortress has arrived to clean house. Outside, a new invader bypasses the infantry and throws himself right into the epicenter of the conflict. His only objective is the clash of titans. The Eastern Master finally steps onto the battlefield. He brings the weight of decades of experience and the determination to put his own life on the line for his people. The true nature of the threat is confirmed for the old warrior. The mask of a human leader falls completely, revealing the dark abyss of the government conspiracy. Tactical combat goes out the window. The strategic duel devolves into a pure and simple quest for personal revenge for what the dictator did to the master's granddaughter. While the carnage unfolds at the gates, broadcast control brings a critical update. The fate of the supreme leader, uncertain until now, is finally revealed in the radio room. The news that the dictator survived unscathed turns everything upside down. For the infiltrated rebel intelligence, it's the confirmation of the worst-case scenario. The political gears turn fast. The rebels realize that Central Command will use the chaos to pin all the blame on them, creating the perfect excuse to wipe them off the map. On the internal front lines, a soldier takes on an immense risk. Bypassing hierarchy, he places his own life in the hands of the enemy, walking invulnerable to seal a deal. The surrender brings a shock of reality and sudden relief. Realizing that the ally who commanded the outpost had not only survived but was leading the invasion, lifts the heavy burden of their previous morning. Cornered on the upper floors, the elite decides to confess the unthinkable. It is revealed that the entire nation was designed to be a gigantic human slaughterhouse. The officers' brainwashing and arrogance are sickening. The base's troops finally hear every delusion, understanding that they are nothing but disposable fuel for their master's immortality. Breaking their oath is an agonizing process. The lower-ranking troops realize that remaining obedient means openly complying with the massacre of everything they know. The cold statistics of genocide gain faces and names. The brass's plan becomes personal the moment the soldiers realize that the designated victims are their own families. Desertion cements the ruin of the system. Forsaking their false, corrupt honor, the soldiers turn their weapons on the military leadership, becoming shields for the population. The most secure base in the nation has been completely breached. The heart of the dictatorship now belongs to the rebellion, sealing a humiliating checkmate against Central High Command. Deep within the headquarters, the infiltration plan gains momentum. With the surface mutiny serving as a distraction, the blockade toward the true core of the conspiracy is broken. Navigating the subterranean depths brings despair. With no other way through the dark labyrinth, the group decides to risk it all and shout, hoping the echo will reach their missing ally. The tense atmosphere is pierced by an unexpected declaration. The former rebel enemy openly acknowledges the mental fortitude the military displayed by not giving in to blind hatred just moments before. The proud armed forces strategist lets his guard down and returns the gesture. A silent pact of mutual respect is sealed in the shadows, proving that the bridge between both sides is real. But the peace in the darkness is abruptly shattered. The sadistic architect behind the creation of the extreme aberration steps out of the hidden archives to welcome them into a fatal trap. All the pieces of the colossal chessboard finally fall into place. The surface war and the underground horrors converge as the ultimate genocidal ritual is about to swallow the entire capital. Outside, the Briggs resistance keeps pushing with everything they've got. The order is to tear down the gates and breach headquarters no matter what, because the country's time is running out. But the toll of this brutal invasion begins to show on the front lines. Captain Buccaneer suffers a lethal wound, falling at the absolute limit of his strength. The captain's consciousness is already fading on the ground. Witnessing this tragic scene, the old warrior Fu realizes the sacrifice cannot be in vain, igniting a sense of urgency. This throws the battle right back into the heart of hell. Fu joins forces with Greed in a fully coordinated offensive, trying to overwhelm the enemy with simultaneous attacks. Except the dictator Bradley breaks their synchrony like it's nothing. He uses their own siege attempt against them, humiliating their strategy with ease. To save the young prince who was left with no escape route, Fu abandons all caution. He draws all of the monster's focus onto himself, taking a suicidal risk to get him out of there. Bradley's tactics work with terrifying precision against this advance. Fu's main line of defense is rendered useless, leaving the master completely exposed in close-quarters combat. The old man's desperate counterattack fails miserably. It becomes obvious that the skill gap is insurmountable, and any hope of turning the fight around seems to vanish. The executioner then prepares for the final verdict. There isn't an ounce of hesitation in the leader's stance, only the bureaucratic coldness of someone about to eliminate yet another useless obstacle. But loyalty speaks louder than self-preservation. Ignoring his own safety, the young heir takes control of the body and steps into the line of fire to protect his retainer. He rejects the enemy's cruel philosophy with all his might. With his wounded body, the prince makes it clear that he will never accept leading a country built on tossing away its own allies. Knowing the boy would never abandon him, the old man makes a drastic and painful decision. He neutralizes his own master with a precise strike to prevent him from interfering. If the end is an absolute certainty, the warrior decides he'll take the enemy down with him. He reveals the explosive strapped to his body, charging into a relentless suicide attack. Except the ultimate sacrifice is completely nullified. With precise blades, their only hope is instantly diffused, turning the lethal explosion into a pathetic and harmless attempt. In his final moments under Bradley's fatal blow, the weight of failure is what hurts the most. Fu suffers the dishonor of falling without even managing to scratch the monster before him. But the veteran's death creates the perfect opening. Using his ally's body to hide his movement, Buccaneer does the unthinkable and pierces Bradley's invincibility with a brutal strike. The impact of this is colossal. For the first time in his entire existence, the dictator feels the real weight of danger and his own blood spilling, watching his absolute supremacy crumble. The clash turns into a fierce struggle dictated by the hatred of those left behind. Wounded and forced to retreat, the killing machine must now fight for his own survival. Amidst the ongoing chaos, the reality of the loss sets in. The visual confirmation that his mentor is gone leaves a brutal void in the prince, forcing him to swallow his grief. While the surface bleeds, the focus of the invasion plunges into the bowels of the underground laboratory. That is where the true core of the problem hides from the light of day. The squad corners the scientist responsible for all the country's misery. With sickening pride, the man claims before the group to be the author of the abomination that rules the nation. The villain's smile was well-founded, and his execution is interrupted. He awakens the facility's true security system, unleashing a horde of creatures to suffocate the invaders. The scientist scornfully reveals the weight of that horde. Ed's eyes widen as he realizes those pale beings were created with the sole purpose of becoming the supreme leader. The difference in preparation becomes evident when the clash happens. The lethal precision of these human weapons, forged solely for war, completely destabilizes the squad's front line, and the blind submission of these beings speaks louder than any chaos. At the scientist's slightest command, the mannequins abandon their offensive, proving they are just tools awaiting the next order. Seizing the distraction, the real trap is finally triggered beneath the group's feet. The environment reveals its dark purpose, drawing upon a massive power that lay dormant underground. The epiphany hits the team like a punch. They put the pieces together and realize that Central City's very military architecture forms a nefarious, destructive array on an urban scale. The consequences of the activation overflow to the surface immediately. A colossal beam of energy erupts from underground, swallowing the capital's streets and throwing the citizens into the center of the tragedy. Outside, Alphonse and his group sense the imminent danger. Their intuition screams that the country's fate will be decided down there, and they race against time to intervene. The proof that something catastrophic has awakened comes from the collapsing environment itself. The capital's vital energy is violently distorted, shaking the senses of every living being around. The nightmare planned for centuries fulfills its lethal purpose. The dark transmutation circle is activated in its destructive glory, materializing an unbridled apocalypse over Amestris. Amidst the flash, the attack's dark purpose comes to light. The giant eye and the shadows ignore the infantry, surgically focusing on extracting the pieces that have seen the truth. The abduction caused by the shadowy hands is brutal and inescapable. Reality is torn apart, dragging Ed and the other targets into a dark abyss that defies comprehension. For those left behind to witness it, the shock paralyzes the soul. Seeing their own allies vanish into thin air, without a physical enemy to strike, breaks any remaining shred of morale. The silence that sets in right after the cataclysm is suffocating. The fractured group tries to process that their greatest assets have suddenly disappeared, and the painful realization hits: they are alone. The arrival of this foreign delegation serves as the perfect smokescreen. While the capital breathes a sigh of relief, the gears of chaos begin to turn behind the scenes. No one realizes the imminent danger masked by this distraction, but the military high command isn't so naive. The top brass quickly realizes that this whole festive charade is nothing but bait. The decision is made to step in and nip the threat in the bud. The burden of leadership demands a strategic sacrifice at the center of the board. Protocol is maintained at all costs, using public exposure as a decoy. The goal is to draw the enemy out and force them into making a mistake. Suddenly, the shock of realization hits everyone. The trap was never meant for the politicians or the military. The true strike was always aimed at the weakest link. Despair takes over as the true moral weight of the ambush is revealed. Dragging defenseless civilians into the crossfire breaks every rule of war. This realization pushes the defenders to the absolute edge of their fury and sanity. To prevent an irreversible tragedy, taking a brutal hit becomes the only way out. The blow is absorbed in a desperate act of physical protection. They are left with the harsh reality that any victory will demand a devastating sacrifice. The aftermath of this clash shatters the illusion of control once and for all. Every acceptable boundary has been crossed. From this point forward, diplomacy is dead, and immediate retaliation begins. The impact of the sacrifice reverberates throughout the fortress. Confusion overtakes the defense line. sidelines, unsure if the threat has truly been contained or if the worst is yet to come. But amidst this chaos, the Prince of Xing spots a crucial opening. Acting on instinct, he attempts to decapitate the enemy leadership once and for all. However, the dictator doesn't fall alone, and the assassination attempt turns into a pathetic struggle for survival. The tactical advantage vanishes instantly, replaced by the desperation of not being swallowed by the abyss. That is when loyalty speaks louder. A risky military intervention changes the battle's fate, with a personal sacrifice made to anchor the Xingji's leader before a fatal fall. The prince understands the cruel mathematics of the situation he was placed in. The order is direct: abandon revenge and focus on survival, or they will all die together right there. Seizing the lethal stalemate, the Briggs troops spot the perfect vulnerability in their target. Without hesitation, they take on the final mission to put an end to the Amestrian leadership. The last resistance crumbles. The dictator is finally swallowed by the depths, losing his grip on the battlefield for good. However, reality hits the prince hard. His master's condition after the sacrifice is critical, far beyond the reach of any conventional medicine. The irony proves too cruel to bear. Even with the powerful philosopher's stone in his hands, that infinite power is useless to heal the only person who matters in that moment. Hope fades. The old warrior cements his final sacrifice, giving his life out of pure duty and loyalty to an ideal far greater than his own existence. Across the battlefield, the northern troops face their own irreparable loss. The captain who ensured the dictator's downfall has also run out of time. With the Briggs leadership crumbling on the brink of death, the commander's last wish is a direct order. The legacy of defense is handed over to Ling, demanding that he keep the fortress untouchable. To honor this suicidal oath, Ling decides to break down all his barriers. He reverses the roles and turns the parasitic homunculus's bloodlust into a weapon of relentless destruction. The central troops think he is just another isolated target, but their military confidence crumbles instantly when the Guardians' absolute defense makes their massive attack look like a huge joke. The retaliation shows not an ounce of mercy. Panic overtakes the enemy ranks as the infantry is literally swept aside by an unstoppable force. As the dust settles, the message becomes crystal clear for the survivors on both sides. Ling establishes himself as a true warlord, sealing that gate for good. With the unwavering certainty that the mission was accomplished, the veteran captain's sacrifice is cemented. The unbreakable legacy has been forged, and it is up to the survivors to carry this weight. Meanwhile, the civilian population remains in absolute ignorance. What seems to them like just a fascinating astronomical event in the sky is actually the final trigger for a mass extermination plan. The true trap is finally sprung by the shadow government. The alchemy acts like a black hole, distorting space to pull physical matter uncontrollably. The violent teleportation ends. Edward regains consciousness, completely disoriented and overcome by a sense of powerlessness upon realizing he has been dragged straight to the slaughterhouse. And he soon discovers that he wasn't the only one pulled in. Izumi Curtis also plummets against her will, proving that the enemy is gathering all the crucial pieces in one place. The realization that Alphonse was also dragged in and is completely knocked out makes panic set in. The heroes find themselves isolated in the heart of the enemy's defenses with no idea how to escape. The sound of footsteps shatters their disorientation, and the true threat steps into the light. The absolute leader of the homunculi reveals himself, flaunting a bizarre and disturbing evolution in his physical form. But the real shock destroys any remaining shred of hope for the group. Hohenheim, the immortal entity who seemed to be the only line of defense capable of defeating him, has been subdued and imprisoned within the villain's body. In this despair, the dark origin is revealed. Edward finally understands that the force behind this entire massacre has molded its own face as a twisted copy of his paternal lineage. The mourning for Alphonse is cut short when the bowels of that laboratory tremble violently. The chaos proves that the Allied resistance still pulses, destroying the structure as it advances toward the command center. Higher up, the order for total elimination is given, but the Ashvalan survivor refuses to become a statistic, using his new technique to turn the tide of the battle against the government's experiments. However, the laboratory's defenses are ruthless. The retaliation is devastating, brutally neutralizing the rescue team's main force and humiliatingly removing the allies from the board. The collapse of the offensive solidifies into a total capture. The irony of the situation is absolute. All of the colonel's ambition and pursuit only served to hand him over on a silver platter to the architects of the massacre. The true intent of the ambush becomes terrifyingly clear. They do not plan to execute him, but rather force the prisoner to commit the greatest scientific taboo in existence to fill the spot of the fifth sacrifice. The colonel understands their dirty game and refuses. He prefers to risk his own safety rather than break alchemy's greatest law and serve as a cog in the annihilation of the entire country. But the leaders of this conspiracy know the flame alchemist's unwavering loyalty. The dynamic takes a terrifying turn when the life of the person he trusts most in the world is placed right in the crosshairs, and the sadistic atrocity crosses every line. A lethal, meticulously calculated wound is inflicted upon her, creating a countdown based on his ally's fading life. The commander's resolute posture collapses instantly. Despair completely blinds his reason as he watches his greatest companion bleed to death right in front of him. The sadistic checkmate is declared as time runs out. Roy is thrown into the worst crossroads of his existence: break the supreme rule of the universe in hopes of healing her, or watch his partner die while the whole world comes to an end. The rescue team advances underground, but despair hits hard. Their ally vanished into thin air, swallowed by an enemy trap, creating a terrible sense of powerlessness. Connecting the dots, the reality dawns on the team. This disappearance wasn't a simple kidnapping, but the practical beginning of the end, triggering macabre legends about forbidden alchemy. The gravity of the situation escalates when the radio announces a devastating loss on the front lines. The news that a relentless officer has fallen hits the commander like a punch to the gut. But this ultimate sacrifice wasn't a miscalculation. The suicide attack fulfilled its primary objective and managed to take the greatest living enemy threat out of the game. The enemy goes into denial, but the ruthless commander shuts down their fanaticism on the spot. It's the raw outburst of someone who just lost a brother in arms and refuses to tolerate cowards. The initial grief evaporates, and the team's discipline realigns. All the dramatic weight turns into a silent fury, giving the mission to invade the heart of the lair a terrifying lethality. Meanwhile, on the other side of the operation, the scenario plunges into an agonizing nightmare. Central's best sniper is now just a bloody tool in the enemy's blackmail. The mastermind behind this atrocity relishes a front-row seat to his prisoner's psychological breakdown. The tactical genius is crushed by an impossible ultimatum: corrupt his own soul or lose everything. Wasting no time, the enemy positions his ally exactly where the trap needs to be triggered. The stage to force alchemy's greatest taboo is set, but even at the absolute limit of physical pain, the sniper's loyalty speaks louder. She refuses to be the trigger for her superior's ruin and the corruption of his soul. That's when the enemy plays his final card. He reveals he has the absolute power to heal her instantly, turning her life into a direct bargaining chip. The psychological trap closes. The lethal ultimatum demands that he commit the ultimate sin to ensure her salvation, or passively watch the fall of the one he trusts most. From the midst of the chaos and on the edge of the abyss comes a silent plea. She sends a clear message with her eyes, a desperate request for him not to throw his principles away. The blackmail is rejected outright, and in an unwavering declaration, he chooses to honor his ally's resolve instead of taking the coward's way out. The psychological game completely flips. He seals the enemy's imminent defeat by seizing the moral high ground, even if this decision cost him the greatest pain of his life. Just when the worst seemed inevitable, reinforcements drop from above. The brutal intervention breaks the formation of the soldiers holding her hostage, giving the colonel a breather. Irony dominates the scene. The blackmailer who thought himself untouchable is now subjugated and humiliated by the very creatures of his system, turned into prey with nowhere to run. Freed from the blackmail that paralyzed him, the colonel advances with absolute fury. He throws himself into combat, determined to eliminate the one who dared to hurt his most loyal ally. In the midst of the clash, the true motive behind all that ambition is revealed lying on the floor. The coveted artifact creates a moment of fascination that brings the fight to a standstill. With his allies breaking through the enemy's defense, the immediate threat is neutralized. The colonel's focus frantically shifts back to the emergency in his arms. While the squad sweeps the remaining threats, the commander fights at all costs against his partner's death. He tries to force her to stay conscious, refusing to accept the end, wasting no time on the chaos of battle. A foreign healing knowledge goes into action. The emergency procedure requires precision to seal the vital damage in the heat of the moment. The desperate gamble pays off. The life that was slipping away finds stability, halting the total collapse and pulling the lieutenant back from the abyss. Out of imminent danger, she reveals the true weight of her silent message. The confession is lethal. Had he broken the taboo to save her, she would have executed him herself as punishment. The facility's ultimate prize, the absurd source of power that motivated so many deaths, is now loose and vulnerable on the battlefield, theoretically within anyone's reach. But the victory evaporates in a split second. The dictator, the nation's most lethal force, appears, completely altering the power dynamic of the clash with his mere arrival. Even battered and exhausted, the allies organize themselves for the clash. They know there's no turning back. The true test of survival against the country's greatest threat has begun. Having his perfect calculations ruined by the rescue team's stubbornness awakens the enemy's fury. The unpredictability of human nature completely tears away the villain's masks. The layer's true security is then activated. A brutal attack erupts from where no one expected, completely ignoring whoever is in the line of fire. The absolute authority of the underworld assumes its terrifying form. A shadow monster awakens to ensure that all escape routes are sealed. The difference in speed is a massacre. The dictator simply bypasses the colonel's brutal alchemical defenses, tearing through the counterattack before it even takes shape. With a surgical strike, the dictator nullifies the alchemist's hands. The colonel is reduced to a completely immobilized target on the ground, his chances of defense dropping to zero. It's in this instant that human utility expires for the monsters. The fanatical scientist is rewarded with a lethal betrayal by his masters, purged without any mercy. His death becomes pure fuel. The shadow entity converts those final moments into the foundation of an unthinkable ritual, activating an energy that rewrites the rules of the room. The horror of the plan is laid bare. The trap wasn't meant to kill the colonel, but to violate the alchemical taboo, using someone else's energy, forcefully dragging him into the abyss. The forbidden alchemy is violently triggered. The colonel is sucked into an irreversible vortex, shattering the boundary between the physical world and the unknown. Far away on the surface, animal instinct senses the fracture in reality. Nature screams in response to the massive anomaly growing beneath the earth. The civilian population goes about their routine in dangerous ignorance. They hear echoes of the chaos, oblivious to the lethal event that has just been triggered beneath their feet. And the cosmic clock strikes the definitive signal. With the perfect astronomical alignment in the sky, the true judgment day for the entire country has just begun. The pressure on Mustang reaches its breaking point. Time is running out, and the military leadership will force a sacrifice no matter what. Brutality is now their only remaining tool. The trap springs shut for good, and the ritual is forcibly activated. Left with no chance to defend himself, Roy realizes he will be used as the final key to the enemy's plan, whether he likes it or not. No one is able to intervene. The colonel is dragged into the absolute void by the gate of truth, leaving behind the terrifying question of which part of him will be torn away as payment for this forced sin. The architect who forced the transmutation is reduced to a shapeless mass of agony. He has been completely discarded like trash by the very cruel system he helped create. Even as his life drains away on the battlefield, the killing machine doesn't back down. He decides to dedicate his final moments to violently butchering anyone who crosses his path. The enemy's tactics are completely deciphered by the heroes. The mission changes instantly. The goal now is to force their way into the core of the ritual before the clock runs out. Meanwhile, the transmutation drags Mustang straight into a dimension beyond human comprehension. He faces the pure terror of the absolute entity that governs the law of equivalent exchange. The dimension of absurdity spits the colonel back out into reality and onto the battlefield. The merciless toll for violating alchemy's ultimate taboo has already been properly collected inside. The one responsible for forcing this nightmare also paid a massive price. Using his own essence has completely drained and fragmented the attacker's body. The gravity of the situation hits the group hard, and the cat-and-mouse game comes to an end. All the crucial ingredients for the apocalyptic event are officially gathered at the epicenter of the trap. A crushing revelation shatters any hope. The ironic punishment imposed by the universe didn't take the colonel's arm or leg, but rather his absolute ability to see the world. The shock of this blinding new disability completely shatters the hero's morale. Seeing such an imposing figure reduced to helplessness hands the psychological advantage over to the villains on a silver platter. The enemy leader exposes the sick philosophy behind the law of exchange. It never applies a generic punishment, always acting as a poetic executioner designed to break the human spirit. The visionary strategist who fought to guide the future of his country is condemned to darkness. The universe punishes arrogance by stealing the exact tool that would make his dream possible. Far from there, another brutal clash continues. The surviving fury fury of a historic massacre goes head-to-head with the military instrument that carried out that cold-blooded genocide. It's the ultimate showdown between two ghosts, willing to disappear to fulfill their purpose. An all-or-nothing battle is declared amidst the ruins, leaving no room for good or evil. But above the individual fights, absolute horror awakens. The activation spirals completely out of control, crushing any attempted defense under a surreal magnitude of force, until a completely uncalculated variable invades the epicenter. An unpredictable presence plunges into the core of the crisis, throwing off the probabilities of the foolproof plan. Amidst this devastation, the toll comes due at the worst possible moment. The consciousness of one of the allies is brutally ripped away, leaving only an empty armor shell behind. Dragged into the void of the spiritual dimension, Alphonse comes face to face with what he has been searching for his entire life, his true human essence. The final invitation is presented right before his eyes. All he needs to do is accept the connection, embrace his own healing, and finally leave the war behind. But the tactical reality of the situation hits hard. He processes that returning to being a vulnerable human right now would mean signing his own death warrant in the battle outside. The sense of duty crushes his personal desire. To save their massacred allies, the team doesn't need a convalescent. They need the brute, invulnerable strength of the empty vessel. The ultimate choice is made. He accepts continuing to carry the burden of his curse, postponing the end of his own suffering for the greater good. The heroic attitude does not go unnoticed. The entity governing this domain feels profound respect, recognizing the sacrifice as an act of true nobility. The spiritual link is re-established on the physical plane. His consciousness anchors itself back into the reality of the armor, right in the middle of the chaos he had left behind. For Edward, the return brings a mix of relief and total despair. He instantly realizes that his brother turned down the golden opportunity to recover in order to continue the war by his side. The peace is short-lived as the enemy closes in on the core. The mastermind behind the massacre makes it clear that he still holds absolute control over the scenario. And the realization hits in the worst way possible. Alphonse's heroic act of survival merely completed the quota of necessary sacrifices in the exact same place, making the apocalypse inevitable. As the end of the world begins below, the surface remains oblivious to the true horror. The military resistance remains focused on the tactical war to take the capital, but the rebel leadership has a major blind spot. They push forward with the coup blindly, unaware of the whereabouts of their main offensive forces. Underground, reality crushes the heroes. Their illusion of control crumbles when they realize their arrival was exactly the trigger the architect of the apocalypse was waiting for. The blow to their defenses is devastating. Edward realizes that the only ally capable of turning the tide with massive firepower has just been taken off the board. The confirmation is a gut punch. After being forced through the portal, the leader who fought for the country has lost his eyesight forever. Ed refuses to accept this as a simple equivalent exchange. He calls out the hypocrisy of a divine punishment inflicted for an act committed under torture. Even cornered and without their heavy hitter, their despair turns into pure fuel. The brothers refuse to be pawns of fate and go on the offensive. The absurd impact of this ritual finally shatters the ground above. The political war on the surface is swallowed by cosmic horror, signaling the beginning of the end. With no time to mourn, the group faces the primordial entity. The being now wielding divine power turns its attention to the survivors. But a single detail changes everything when Edward puts the pieces together. If the enemy had to force the transmutation, it means he lost control of his own flawless plan. Knowing the false god acted out of desperation restores the human's confidence. If the creature is flawed, it can be defeated. The entire environment is weaponized. It's a coordinated attack to destabilize the enemy's foundation before he can fully assimilate his stolen power. The brutal smothering tactic works, forcing the creature to fall back. It proves that relentless pressure can overwhelm even millennia-old reflexes. An external variable enters the fray, looking to capitalize on the chaos. A sneak attack driven by pure ambition attempts to extract the ultimate prize from the enemy. May also tests his defenses and finds an unprecedented opening. The direct hit proves that the entity's invulnerability has been compromised by the power he absorbed, but the tactical disadvantage is glaring. The enemy's mere intention manifests as brute violence, crushing the attackers without requiring any reaction time. Meanwhile, far above ground, the cosmic clock shows no mercy. The eclipse nears its apex, signaling that annihilation is imminent. The distraction in the sky creates the perfect cover for an unpredictable element. Those the military tried to eradicate now roam freely through Ground Zero. This is part of a rigorous logistical operation. The network of survivors scatters vital artifacts across the city, carrying out a mission that cannot fail. The absolute focus is validating the exact geographical coordinates. Without knowing it, even the civilians help complete the massive web that could save the country. The contingency plan enters its most critical phase. Engineered in secret for years, the protective network takes shape right under the enemy's nose, and the responsibility falls directly into the epicenter of chaos. As the system collapses, the true obstacle to humanity's salvation refuses to fall. It's a cruel irony. The dictator who orchestrated untold massacres finds his true peace of mind on the very brink of his own demise. The brutal clash resumes. It's the fury of destructive power colliding with the cold precision of years of martial supremacy. But the modified biology that seemed invincible finally gives way. The limit of exhaustion is reached, and the dictator loses his absolute control for a fraction of a second. The window of opportunity is ruthless. All the pent-up agony finds its mark, bloodily shattering the myth of the untouchable opponent. The killing machine loses his primary tool. The ruler who held absolute control over the country is finally disarmed on the battlefield. But the dictator's pride defies combat logic. In a desperate move, he launches a lethal and completely unpredictable counterattack. The cost of the exchange is severe. The Avengers' main weapon is destroyed, compromising the trump card that could save everyone. With no time to retreat, the only way out is to use alchemy on the ground. He completely alters the terrain structure as an emergency measure. But what looked like desperation turns out to be the perfect bait. The dictator realizes too late that the true trump card was hidden in the other arm all along. Years of blind hatred find a resolution. He no longer runs from the past, embracing the responsibility to use his knowledge to rebuild instead of destroy. The cycle finally closes. Finding perfect balance, he activates the restoration circle at the exact moment the doomsday clock hits its absolute limit. The game changes completely with Scar's attitude. He is no longer just an agent of blind vengeance. By accepting his brother's full legacy, he proves his mastery over both sides of alchemy, uniting reconstruction and deconstruction. Faced with this, King Bradley confronts the irony of fate. The man who dedicated his life to despising humans now has definitive proof of this race's potential. His resentment finally gives way to a silent respect, but the ultimate threat of the battle begins to lose control of the situation. The protection network activated by the Allied forces takes practical effect. The power absorbed by this false god destabilizes and struggles to break free. In a desperate attack to avoid its own ruin, the entity strikes Mei Chang dead on. The chaos on the battlefield is unforgiving of mistakes, and the girl ends up paying the price for this loss of control. Seeing the situation worsen, Edward takes the front line to settle things one-on-one. Ignoring the distractions, he focuses his fury on this homunculus, determined to eliminate him once and for all. Edward finds the perfect opening in the shadowy creature's defense, completely nullifying the monster's long-range advantage. The boy turns the tables in his favor with a precise strike. Reversing the roles of a lifetime, the alchemist uses the enemy's childlike body as his greatest tactical weakness. Accustomed to facing giants, Edward overpowers the creature, who now has no way to defend itself in hand-to-hand combat. The relentless pressure completely shatters the enemy's resistance. The vessel of millennial arrogance finally caves under the blows, leaving the creature's fragile essence with nowhere to hide. On the other side, Al knows that Mei's alchemy is the last hope to stabilize the Allied network. He throws his own body onto the front line to ensure the girl's knowledge isn't lost. Time runs out, and the false god's stance changes radically. The defensive shifts into a blistering attack with a single goal: to finish the board and move forward with the final plan. It is an absolute checkmate. With the defenses broken, the 5 human sacrifices required by the centuries-old spell are finally gathered in the same place. The path for the ritual is clear. Far from the underground, the population freezes. Millions of innocent people look up at the sky, completely oblivious to the fact that they have just become pieces on the board. The Dark Pact is collected all at once. The gigantic alchemical network rooted in the borders awakens, beginning to rip away the life energy of every citizen of Amestris. The scope of this madness is absurd. The idea is to use the country to force open the gate of truth of planet Earth itself. It is a quest for cosmic power that borders on the incomprehensible. Realizing the ritual's vulnerability, a direct attack emerges. Greed manifests, attempting to steal the core of all this accumulated power in a single strike. But the usurpation attempt fails pathetically. The villain was already expecting the attack, and the difference in strength proves overwhelming, nullifying the distraction in an instant. Without interference, all the pieces are aligned. The positioning of the 5 sacrifices around the core creates the exact circuit for the final transmutation. There is nowhere to run. The worst stage comes to fruition. The gates of truth of each of the sacrifices are violently forced open from the inside out. They are violated and used merely as energy conduits. The chain reaction takes physical form in the real world, swallowing the capital with a gigantic anomaly. The end of the world arrives as an unexplainable phenomenon, leaving no chance for escape. At the center of it all, the villain centralizes the planet's life flow. Humanity's defenders become submissive cogs in an apocalyptic machine, powerless to resist this colossal power. The energetic friction reaches its peak, revealing the true face of the plan. Using humanity as fuel, the real target is Earth itself. The goal is to breach the planet's gate of truth and usurp the divine throne. The spell overflows into the streets without meeting any resistance. The life force of every innocent person begins to be ruthlessly siphoned by the circle covering the entire country. The annihilation occurs in the blink of an eye. Countless lives are wiped out simultaneously, leaving only the empty husks of a country that went silent in unison. The absorption process reaches critical mass. 50 million stories lose their humanity and fuse into a seething mass of pure alchemical battery. The deity is being raised upon a genocide. The final act begins when the barrier of Earth itself is thrown wide open. Father crosses the exact threshold to devour God, fueled by the energy ripped from the entire nation. The boundary between the earthly and divine planes is shamelessly shattered. The original homunculus forces his way in and invades a space that defies the rules of existence. The impossible materializes right before the void. The absolute truth itself is crushed, dominated, and forced to bow before the creature's cosmic greed. The abduction achieves absolute success. The being drags the divine entity and swallows it straight into its own self, consummating the plan that was structured over centuries. A mortal vessel absorbing a deity generates a cataclysmic shock. Physical reality struggles to withstand the raw impact of this new supreme entity's birth. With the absorption complete, tens of millions of existences simply cease to exist. The entire country has been wiped out in a perfect, continental-scale genocide. Defying total annihilation, the human sacrifices are left behind. They survive the process, having to deal with the crushing sensation of waking up in an empty graveyard. Assessing the scene, Edward confronts the disgusting truth. That absolute silence all around is living proof that the entire population of Amestris was condensed into energy for the ritual. And it is from the shadows of this massacre that the architect resurfaces. He shows his face completely transformed by the energy of the millions of stolen lives he now harbors in his body. The reality hits the survivors with crushing weight. The worst possible scenario has come true. The divine assimilation worked, and the creature has become the physical embodiment of omnipotence. The new god rubs the cruelty of the situation in everyone's faces. He mocks the fact that the sacrifice's desperate struggle to get there was exactly what sealed the apocalypse. For this absolute being, any connection to earthly life dissolves. Humanity is now seen merely as a disposable tool. The era of fighting against creation is over for good. The reality hits May. She realizes the entire country was used as mere fuel. All of this just so he could trap God inside himself and assume absolute control. The new god's verdict is immediate: extermination. With no reason to keep them alive, the death sentence is passed unceremoniously, forcing the group to act on pure survival instinct. The situation goes from dire to impossible. In a move of pure supremacy, their alchemy is completely blocked. The group discovers they have been disconnected from their own power source, leaving them utterly defenseless. Annihilation is unleashed without mercy. The impact sweeps the area all at once, revealing the level of apocalyptic destruction an entity with unrestricted control can cause. Someone needs to face him head-on. Stepping up, Hohenheim burns his own vital essence accumulated over centuries to raise a defense and try to prevent everyone's demise. But the strike comes from the most overlooked blind spot. Taking advantage of the fact that all the protective energy was drawn upwards, the offensive bypasses the obstacle and invades the open territory. A fatal tactical flaw. The grim reality sinks in. Without the ability to transmute, the group is completely vulnerable in the midst of the collapse. The enemy's absolute control turns any attempt at defense into a sick joke. There's nowhere to run from the bombardment. Escape routes are completely swallowed up, turning the heroes into easy prey amidst the rubble as the deity strikes. That's when a crucial tactical loophole reveals itself. Because May's alkahestry accesses a different natural source, it bypasses the imposed blockade. She becomes the chaotic variable the false god failed to calculate. The creature decides to prove the abyss between them. Mastering the apex of universal energy on a stellar scale, he manifests the impossible to obliterate the last pockets of resistance. But the extermination fails bizarrely. Right before the fatal blow, something halts the process. The unattainable perfection suffers a fissure from the inside out, and the false god loses his grip on his own omnipotence. The reason is terrifying to the creature. The millions of swallowed lives were not subdued. Instead of docile fuel, they ignite a deep internal mutiny, rejecting assimilation. The true checkmate begins to unfold. Hohenheim reveals he turned his own life into a continental-scale trap, secretly scattering parts of his essence beneath the earth over centuries. The trap is sprung with no chance of escape, turning the enemy's own celestial alignment into the trigger for his downfall. Hohenheim's absolute counterattack is unleashed. The impact is brutal. The entire power system the entity built begins to collapse from the inside out. The energy network turns into a lethal prison. And then, the impossible happens. Millions of stolen souls are violently torn from the entity's core all at once, creating a resurrection storm over the capital. The effect is immediate, and the mass death is reversed. Widespread confusion breaks the country's morbid silence, confirming that humanity survived the slaughter. Down below, the toll is exacted. Without the fuel of millions of souls, the false god loses the anchor that stabilized his absolute power. The vessel itself begins to reject the caged divinity. The villain's solution to stabilize the collapse is macabre. To prevent his own disintegration, he desperately decides to consume more lives to forge a new energy core. The threat moves from theory to practice. The villain initiates a suction of catastrophic proportions, distorting the very laws of physics to swallow everything around him. The impact crosses the point of no return. The lethal force swallows the combat zone, sweeping away any possibility of escape or evasion. The group is left at the mercy of the overwhelming pressure. Hohenheim steps up once more. In a supreme act of redemption, he embraces his role as a father. He chooses to burn his own vital essence to serve as an absolute shield against the annihilation of his children. Knowing the protective shield will collapse, the tension is suffocating. It's a race against time to activate the backup plan before everyone is reduced to dust in the crater. In another area of the conflict, the ideological clash reaches its breaking point. Scar and the authoritarian ruler face off in a matter of pure endurance, where every move carries the weight of survival. To fight an absolute monster, Scar makes an unthinkable decision. He breaks his own dogmas and embraces the complete knowledge of alchemy that his culture has always repudiated. The leader retaliates with psychological torture. Accusing the warrior of heresy, he insinuates that the massacre destroyed Scar's faith, calling him a fraud who no longer believes in anything. But the universe's irony strikes at the critical second. Chance exacts its toll, and a mere whim of natural sunlight blinds the dictator's hubris, nullifying his absolute superiority. It's the miracle the survivor needed. Without hesitation, Scar seizes the opportunity and permanently neutralizes the threat. The balance of power shifts brutally and irreversibly. The toll exacted by their ideals finally catches up to both of their physical bodies. It's the fatal clash where the pride of a blood-stained empire collides with the thirst for justice of a decimated nation. Fallen on the brink of the end, the tyrant faces his own defeat. He grasps the harsh irony of being sabotaged by a natural whim, suffering the very judgment he spent his entire life mocking. But the monster's nature doesn't change with impending death. Refusing to confess any empathy, the dictator dies as he lived, the absolute master of his choices and true to his own wrath. With the enemy neutralized, the prize of the fight is revealed. Access to the essential energy catalyst is secured for those who need to activate the apocalypse's reversal. Scar's risk paid off. With the master key in hand, the plan left by his brother can be activated. The peripheral tactic was what guaranteed a chance to reverse the main apocalypse. The final card is played by Scar's hands. The clash between the two opposing sciences ignites the purification, which travels through the subterranean network before the false god destroys everything for good. For the heroes holding out under pressure, a miracle happens. The dense blockage that rendered their alchemy useless simply evaporates from the earth. restoring their ability to fight back. The tables turn completely. Without the controlling filter suffocating the environment, alchemical energy flows freely and unbridled, stripping the enemy of the advantage that made him untouchable. With their alchemy restored, the retaliation is instantaneous. The group doesn't waste a single second and launches a brutal, full-force offensive to drag the false god out of his comfort zone. The assault turns into a storm of absolute alchemical pressure. The strategy focuses on an aggressive saturation of earth and flames, stressing the villain's defenses from every possible angle. The persistence pays off. The critical limit of the enemy's defenses gives way under a devastating blow, proving that the aura of that untouchable being does indeed have a severe point of failure. The group's confidence reaches its peak. With alchemy restored and their guard tight, the front line takes its stance with deadly determination. The survival phase is over, and the offensive is now lethal. The narrative takes a step back to expose this country's greatest farce. The foundation of all their science was a lie from day one. Scar's brother discovered that the energy never came directly from the earth. There was a kind of filter, a parasitic layer blocking the true source of power. This filter was Father himself. He had spread the Philosopher's Stone network underground, controlling who could or couldn't use alchemy. But now, with Scar's countermeasure activated, this main lock has been forcibly torn away. For the first time in their lives, the energy the heroes access is pure and untamed. Without that block draining their potential, the group doesn't think twice. They unleash a brutal offensive against the entity, who finally seems vulnerable. They know this is their only opening. The order now is to smother the enemy from all sides before he finds a way to stabilize his own core. But Father isn't the final threat for nothing. Even losing control and bleeding energy, his defensive capabilities still manage to nullify the overwhelming force of the attacks. Until the villain loses his patience, he drops his defensive stance and decides to crush the insects once and for all with a retaliation that leaves no margin for error. The group realizes the strategy is now purely a war of attrition. Every strike Father is forced to repel consumes the life energy he desperately needs. To ensure the pressure doesn't drop, Hohenheim takes on the sacrifice of being the team's ultimate shield. He takes on the burden of containment, allowing the others to attack without fear. Taking advantage of this block, the team uses the sheer weight of the collapsing environment as tactical leverage. The goal is to break the enemy's unwavering stance through physical imbalance. The villain completely changes the rules of engagement. He turns the very ground into a colossal trap, forcing the heroes to break formation in a blind leap of desperation. Once again, the group's anchor bears the weight of the world. Hohenheim steps in front of total annihilation, ensuring the war of attrition plan doesn't fall apart right then and there. The scale of the tragedy threatens to explode. The main target leaves the underground and brings the threat level straight to the surface, putting the capital in the line of fire of his fury. He emerges right in the middle of the military defense forces. It's the materialization of a practically divine being falling into the laps of humans who have no idea of the terror. Hohenheim figures out the enemy's strategy right away. With his power draining, the quickest solution for the villain to stabilize is to devour the life force of that entire army. The tactical triage happens in a cruel but necessary way. Those with firepower advance to the surface, while the orders are to protect the incapacitated. As they try to advance, they realize their main force is pinned down. Edward is bogged down in a direct conflict against the system's last watchdogs. The war continues to exact its toll. The commander accepts the devastating blow of losing his sight, a permanent sacrifice imposed to open the gates. But a silent pact is sealed right then and there. The sniper assumes the role of his tactical compass, ensuring the army's greatest weapon remains operational in battle. In the ruins, Edward's fight continues. The older brother appears, disgusted by the boy's alliance with humanity and consumed by pure hatred. Edward is at his limit, paying the cruel price for being forced to open the gateway. The exhaustion weighs heavily on the boy's body more than ever. On the other side, the villain's body has also entered an irreversible collapse. His original vessel is rapidly losing the capacity to contain so much power. The only solution is assimilation. Because of their blood ties, Edward becomes the perfect candidate to serve as a new host. Edward finds himself completely cornered. He is a millisecond away from having his existence erased to become a mere puppet. But an absurd twist happens from the inside out. A very familiar consciousness awakens in the middle of the villain's energy storm. It's Kimbley, the Crimson Alchemist who had been swallowed alive a long time ago, incredibly still keeping his will intact within the madness. With total mental clarity, he sabotages the absorption and attacks the villain from within. The monster's concentration is destroyed at the most critical moment. The homunculus's internal defenses go into a total collapse. It's the perfect opening Edward needed, and he doesn't hesitate to exploit the enemy's vulnerability. It's a desperate spiritual invasion. Breaking through the creature's barriers through sheer willpower, the alchemist dives his own consciousness straight into the monster's network. Amidst the chaos of stolen lives, the focus is locked onto the correct target. The original fragile essence that had always hidden away now has no escape. In the physical world, the consequences manifest immediately. The vessel completely loses its stability, beginning a violent collapse that cannot be stopped. The anchor tying the anomaly to reality is severed for good. The life support system keeping the threat standing is completely destroyed. The outcome of the hunt is the pure personification of pathetic. The ancient monster is now nothing more than a tiny, harmless beginning of life, dependent and weak. Instead of crushing him, the choice is mercy. Edward forces the entity to live to face the bonds he destroyed and take on the consequences in the real world. Meanwhile, the creator of it all realizes the loss of his control tool. This happens right at the moment the human resistance on the surface corners him. His goal now isn't to fight, it's pure harvest. He tries to use the opportunity to drain these people's life force and restabilize himself. But the harvest is abruptly interrupted. The hero's rear guard finally reaches the surface at the critical moment to protect the soldiers. Hohenheim takes the front line, cutting off the soul supply at its root. He perfectly understands his old partner's desperation and uses it to provoke him. The confrontation becomes purely ideological. Hohenheim exposes that being's greatest hypocrisy, his absolute contempt for humanity, despite depending exclusively on its sacrifice to survive. Wounded pride makes the villain make a bizarre decision. To prove he is superior, he decides to corrupt the stockpile of souls he carries within his own core. What is born from this is a complete mockery of the natural cycle. He uses the pure souls to create abominations, trying to prove he commands the miracle of life, and the dirty strategy works perfectly. The psychological impact hits the resistance hard, forcing them to face ghosts from a distant past. The attack spares no one. Izumi simply freezes upon facing the specters, haunted by the overwhelming guilt of losing a child. The nightmare extends to Alphonse. The corrupted souls beg for bodies, a painful echo of the very personal tragedy he's trying to reverse. The most devastating blow hits Hohenheim. The villain vomits out the souls of Xerxes, using the hero's former compatriots as monstrous pawns. Sorrow soon gives way to hatred. As Hohenheim faces the abomination, Edward understands that the group needs an immediate reaction before they are decimated, but the creator decides to end the games once and for all. Seeing that the resistance is emotionally shattered, he initiates the merciless execution. Without any warning, a catastrophic wave of pure destructive energy is fired. The villain disintegrates even his own puppets in the process, lacking any moral limit. The retaliation tears through the very structure of the capital. The scenery turns into absolute chaos, instilling the suffocating doubt of whether anyone is left alive to continue the war. The impact of the enemy's apocalyptic attack sweeps across the surface. The shockwave shatters any illusion of safety and instills military panic. Survival now demands a new tactic. The goal is to strategically regroup on the surface only those who understand the true bizarre nature of this threat. The country's own command center has been wiped from existence. This proves the enemy doesn't just want power, but seeks to pulverize any trace of human control. Ignoring biological limits and injuries, the High Command decides to lead the counterattack. They take personal responsibility for bringing order to the chaos. To act quickly, Armstrong takes the initiative underground. Using alchemy, he creates a colossal stone elevator to lift the entire team out of the pit. Upon reaching the top, the General of Briggs comes face to face with the aftermath of the isolated battles. The country's untouchable dictator has finally fallen, defeated in combat. But the true scale of the disaster outside becomes clear. The massive attack left nothing but a gigantic crater where the military heart of Amestris used to be. Defying the odds of that carnage, Mei Chang regains consciousness. She wakes up completely disoriented in the midst of the destruction. The reason for her survival is cruel. Alphonse's armor was shattered because he gave up his own defense, turning into a physical shield to protect her. The blow was so violent that it exposed the armor's only vital point. The blood seal, which tethers Alphonse's existence, was left completely unprotected. A few meters away, Edward also tries to come to his senses in the rubble. He feels firsthand the level of catastrophic force the explosion caused. When Father launches a new attack, Hohenheim throws himself in the way. He forces his immortal body to act as a shield to protect his family. But the enemy's power is overwhelming, and the defense is decimated. Hohenheim is violently swept off the battlefield, leaving his allies completely exposed. Wasting no time, the villain decrees the final death sentence. He prepares for total annihilation, ready to wipe out the last pockets of human resistance. At that that moment, the military intervenes with brute force. A rain of heavy artillery crashes down on the battlefield, proving that humanity is still fighting. But the titanic effort of an armed nation proves useless. The bombardment hits an impenetrable shield, not even putting a dent in the creature. The order is to change tactics. Mustang takes the front line, carving out space for his own method of mass destruction through flames. Deprived of his sight, Mustang trusts entirely in Risa to be his eyes. She calculates the trajectory and angles, turning a blind marksman into a lethal weapon. The bombardment resumes relentlessly. A continuous sea of flames swallows the creature, not giving it a single second to breathe. The command's new tactic turns into a battle of pure attrition. The goal is to force the monster to burn through its gigantic reserve of souls to defend against each strike. As the world collapses, Greed makes a decision. Taking that divine power for himself is no longer madness. It becomes his ultimate goal for domination. Ignoring any sense of self-preservation, he decides to act. Greed throws himself straight into the epicenter of the chaos to confront the supreme enemy. He bets that a corrupted power, generated by the entity itself, might bypass the barrier. Greed attacks with all his might in the hope of piercing the defense. However, the charge turns into a ruthless trap. Instead of taking damage, Father allows him to get close and begins to absorb Greed's vital energy to recharge himself. But the absorption was exactly the bait of his plan. Greed gambled his own life to force the enemy to lower his guard and create an opening to attack. Edward doesn't hesitate to seize the golden opportunity. He puts everything into this single moment to shatter the distracted monster's invulnerability. Surprisingly, the enemy's reflexes border on omniscience. The barrier returns instinctively, turning Ed's precise strike into an impact against an impenetrable wall. The rebound from the collision exacts a devastating toll. The structural failure shatters Edward's mechanical arm, instantly tearing away his only combat tool. Despite having neutralized Ed, the enemy's victory goes wrong. The energy absorbed from Greed causes a terrible instability, and the spell backfires. The absolute and impassable barrier disappears completely. For the first time, the false god is forced to retreat and becomes truly vulnerable. The violent rejection of this unstable energy alters the battlefield's geography. Completely exhausted and defenseless, Edward ends up trapped in the middle of the collapse. The humiliation brings an irrational hunger to the villain. Needing immediate fuel, the entity focuses on extracting Edward's life, as he is the most vulnerable prey. The gravity of the situation triggers a terrifying alarm in Alphonse's mind. Allowing the enemy to drain Ed's life would mean the end of everything. With a physical rescue being absolutely impossible, Alphonse orchestrates a new bargain. He makes an unthinkable decision to ensure his brother's life. Knowing that time has run out, he shifts the responsibility to Mei Chang. Al asks her to set the stage for the final trump card that could turn the tide. The moral weight crushes the Shingi's warrior. She understands the necessary technique and alone bears the guilt of having to sacrifice the boy in this dark bargain. At the bottom of the pit, the execution process advances. The enemy begins to absorb Edward's energy, marking the final seconds of the Fullmetal Alchemist. But Eastern alchemy is activated in the nick of time. The process of reversing the brother's trauma begins through the manipulation of Alphonse's soul. Al's existential anchor is definitively severed. The bargain requires him to return his own soul to Limbo as payment to restore his brother's destroyed arm. The scenery abruptly shifts to the void beyond comprehension. The pact is consummated, and the ejected soul finally reaches its original vessel in exile. The bond broken in childhood is finally mended. Soul and flesh merge, completing the spiritual and physical reintegration of Alphonse's human body. Back on the battlefield, the artificial shell expires and crumbles. The sacrifice has fulfilled its promise, healing the Fullmetal Alchemist for the final clash. All the pain of seeing his brother's armor collapse turns into an uncontrollable fury for Edward. He feels his own flesh and blood arm pulse for the first time in years. Grief gives way to a deadly focus, and Ed decides to concentrate on the attack. The counterattack is sudden, and without hesitation, Ed unleashes an absurd amount of energy, tearing the enemy apart with the power of someone who has nothing left to lose. The clash becomes pure, instinctive aggression. Edward advances, breaking through all physical defenses, turning his outrage into heavy blows to pummel the false god. The perfect opening appears amidst the beating. With a massive impact straight to the enemy's core, the tide irreversibly turns in Ed's favor. The troops' morale skyrockets upon seeing the monster bleed. The survivors cheer, throwing all their energy and hope behind humanity's last warrior. Amidst the commotion, Greed accepts his own essence. His obsession with the world fades when he realizes his true desire was always to have companions by his side. Preparing the final blow, Edward advances to end the cycle. He is going to make the entity understand the difference between true sacrifice and delusions of power. Edward sets a crushing pace, giving the enemy no room to breathe. Father realizes his body can no longer support its own weight, and the false deity begins to crumble. Ignoring the pain and extreme exhaustion, Edward pushes forward. The urgency of getting Alphonse back leaves no room for hesitation, forcing the creature into a desperate retreat. Until the limit is reached, the villain's internal containment fails catastrophically, and the countless trapped souls start forcing their way out. The brilliant mind that manipulated the world simply vanishes. What remains is pure animal instinct and an absolute dread of his own annihilation. The reality check forces everyone to abruptly fall back. Even losing control, the enemy is still perfectly capable of wiping out anyone there. To save his own skin, Father decides to rip out the living Philosopher's Stone, inhabiting the Prince of Xing, seeking to devour that power. But Ling refuses to give up his comrade. He understands the political value of their alliance, but above all, he refuses to yield to the creator's overwhelming power. That is when the being created to want everything makes an unthinkable decision. To ensure Ling isn't swallowed along with him, greed voluntarily gives in to the pull. The illusion of a joint attack crumbles instantly. The severing of their bond is abrupt, proving to the prince that there is no tactical plan, only sacrifice. His true intention finally comes to light: to invade the enemy and act as a corrosive poison in his core. Desperate, Ling attempts one last strike to force a separation before the absorption is complete. It is a race against time to save his partner. The bait is swallowed. The villain completes the process, truly believing he has acquired the missing piece to stabilize his collapsing body. But the silent counterattack begins to take effect. The heroes watch in shock at the enemy's sudden instability, realizing the sacrifice was not in vain. The strategic irony is brilliant. The anti-hero turns the villain's resilience into utter fragility, destroying his structural integrity from the inside out. In a brutal effort of self-preservation, the infection is rejected and violently torn out. The expulsion seals the saboteur's fate once and for all. In his final milliseconds of existence, Greed understands the root of his own emptiness. His uncontrollable hunger for power was merely a camouflage for the desire to have friends. Without backing down, Edward channels his sorrow into a furious counterattack. He aims right at the heart of the enemy's power to demand justice for all the destroyed lives. The combination of internal weakening and external damage shatters the energy prison. The fuel keeping the villain standing starts an uncontrollable rebellion. It is the definitive collapse. The one who tried to swallow the world is now torn apart by his own stolen power, in an agonizing spectacle of pure retribution. With his physical body destroyed, the villain's essence is pulled back to where it all began. The final judgment awaits him on the other side of reality. The cosmic entity exposes the fundamental flaw in his plan. The villain tried to absorb godhood, but never understood the meaning of sacrifice or true faith. It becomes clear that true evolution requires effort. Trying to take a shortcut by stealing absolute power was the exact reason for his downfall. The final realization is the most painful. The judge is the defendant's own reflection. The imposed punishment is the direct consequence of trying to place himself above everyone else. The creature's greatest fear was always losing his freedom. Now he is forced back into the absolute confinement from which he was born. The existence of the first homunculus is erased. His entire empire, the souls he consumed, and his elaborate plans end in absolute nothingness. Back in the physical world, reality crushes the group's hope. The enemy has fallen, but Alphonse's absence turns the victory into a tragedy. A dangerous temptation arises. An easy solution is offered through alchemy, promising to instantly reverse the loss. But Edward refuses to give in. Even devastated, he chooses to carry the weight of grief rather than accept salvation built on the suffering of others. All that is left is a cruel reminder of what was lost. The object that symbolized the brothers' stubbornness now carries only the weight of an impossible promise. Edward's genius mind refuses defeat. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, scouring every corner of his knowledge to find a blind spot in the rules. That is when Hohenheim lays a heavy proposal on the table. He offers his last spark of life to bring the boy back. Edward's refusal is explosive and immediate. Carrying the guilt of their original sin, he refuses to let someone else pay the price for his own mistakes. Hohenheim's final confession points to the root of their family tragedy. He acknowledges that his abandonment was the true trigger that led the brothers to commit the taboo. The line is drawn in the sand. Edward forgives his father, but the sacrifice is strictly forbidden. No one else is going to be lost today. The weight of centuries evaporates. The refusal sounds like the greatest of victories for Hohenheim, bringing an acknowledgement that ends his search for peace. Ling decides to give up his prize and offers the Philosopher's Stone to help. The gesture proves that friendship has finally overcome his political ambition. Facing the rubble, Edward is hit by an epiphany. The answer was with him all along. An unwavering conviction replaces any doubt. The ultimate taboo will be broken one more time. Only this time, the process that destroyed their family is free of arrogance, driven only by pure mental clarity. The skill that defined Ed's existence comes into play for the last time. The boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds is breached. He returns to the starting point. He steps into the domain of divine punishment not as a defendant, but ready to negotiate on equal terms. The cosmic entity demands the unforgiving toll. To rescue an existence, the required price defies logic, testing whether Edward will make the same old mistakes. Edward offers the very source of his power. He wagers the absolute essence that defines his identity to the outside world. The logic of the sacrifice is brilliant and devastating. Renouncing his own alchemical ability means the total destruction of his identity as a genius in exchange for his brother. The cosmic judgment is successfully concluded. For the first time, a mortal defeats the system not by force, but through genuine humility. The contract is sealed without reservations. The voluntary sacrifice is accepted, proving that he abandons greatness, but reclaims exactly what he sought. With no dark tricks or shortcuts, the cosmic exchange is sealed. The cosmic entity acknowledges his victory and opens the path back to reality. Edward gives up his power without hesitation. The spiritual debt can finally be paid, ending the guilt that has consumed him for so many years. The ultimate rescue takes place. The unbreakable bond between the two pulls Alphonse from existential limbo, ensuring no one is left behind. Reality reacts to the return. The impossible materializes amidst the destruction of the battlefield, proving that the risky gamble paid off. For the youngest, biological perception hits hard. His mind desperately tries to process the simple fact of existing and feeling the world. The man who spent centuries running faces the result. Hohenheim observes the effort he helped build, seeing his family finally restored. The definitive proof of overwhelming success arrives. Alphonse's nervous system registers the slightest stimulus, confirming that his humanity has been restored. The collective catharsis erupts without restraint. The silent pain gives way to a desperate celebration where no one needs to be strong anymore. Hohenheim's farewell happens without fanfare. He begins a solitary walk, leaving the world in the hands of those who still have so much to live for. The military leadership refuses to stop and mourn. Pragmatism swallows personal pain, and the priority shifts to rescuing those trapped under the rubble. The political chessboard begins to reconfigure itself. With the absolute dictator dead, a colossal power vacuum and administrative chaos emerge. The masterstroke comes over the radio. Using the deceased ruler as a martyr serves to legitimize the rebellion and mask the apocalypse from the public. The coup was an absolute success. The country's structures were taken by storm from within, marking the end of an era of century-old manipulation. The great personal issue resurfaces. The political path is paved, but a cruel detail haunts the architect of the revolution. Mustang's diagnosis is a heavy blow. The man focused on the political future can now not even see an inch in front of him. The scenario changes when the medical specialist returns from exile. Marco brings a healing variable that traditional medicine would never offer. The condition for the cure is non-negotiable. Mustang must use all of his government influence to rebuild the nation of Ishval from scratch. The pact is sealed for good. The cure of a single man becomes the official guarantee of salvation and reconstruction for thousands of refugees. Loyalty manifests as an ethical demand. Mei Chang begs that the possession of power be used to establish peace, not for new massacres. The announcement of Ling's victory ends the bloody race. By claiming the throne, he consolidates a new era of alliances. The deadly animosity between rival clans collapses. The promise to protect everyone proves that coexisting has permanently altered the prince's nature. With their mission in the west concluded, the eastern delegation returns. They carry the authority and grief necessary to shape the empire of Qing. The silent farewell forges an invisible alliance. Leaders who started as enemies now unite unite the future of two great nations. Hohenheim returns to the only piece of land that mattered in his journey. Far from glory, he seeks only the anonymity of home. Before his wife's grave, his centuries-long penance comes to an end. He presents himself without the chaos of thousands of souls inside him. The relief of finally resting outshines the pain of centuries. The man who saw himself as an inhuman monster has found his total absolution. The universe's final irony comes to pass. Just when he makes peace and wishes to keep living, his energy completely runs out, and he dies in peace. In the military corridors, Scar wakes up. The extremist discovers that the death he sought on the front lines has been denied by destiny. The military makes an unthinkable offer. His criminal record will be ignored as long as he helps rebuild the religion of his homeland, Ishval. The irony hits him hard. Hands once stained with blood are now called upon to create, testing the legacy his brother left behind. He rejects any connection to the past. With no name or title, he agrees to become a ghost working from the shadows in the reconstruction. Reality takes its toll on Alphonse. The miracle requires relearning the basics of life, feeling the extreme fatigue and the limitations of his newly recovered muscles. Edward doesn't rush things, embracing a genuine peace. The guilt is gone, giving way to the acceptance that they can now live at their own pace. They arrive at their point of origin. The contrast between the battlefield and the tranquility of Rezembul proves that the storm has passed. Inside the house, the quiet routine continues. Ignorant of the miracle, the one who spent years waiting has no idea that the cycle of farewells has been broken. The promise is fulfilled in its entirety. Winry sees them arrive with no artificial prosthetics or armor, just the physical wholeness of those who survived hell. The journey finally comes to an end. The weight disappears from the brothers' shoulders, giving way to absolute relief in the embrace of the one who waited for them. The transition to civilian life without alchemy requires adaptation. Without alchemy, routine tasks become tests of patience in the face of human fragility. This new reality is a daily reminder of his voluntary sacrifice. The miracle of recovering his brother cost him his connection to cosmic energy permanently. For someone who lived his adolescence in a body of iron, trivialities are treasures. Each meal represents a victory over the universe's punishment. Even separated from alchemy, their investigative essence continues. They know that human science has barely scratched the surface of the mysteries the world hides. The ancient threat has taken a harmless form. The dictator's widow takes over Salim's upbringing, offering the boy a genuine chance at affection. Peaceful coexistence changes the country's perspective. The practical test to see if humans and creations can cross the barrier of hatred has already begun. Alphonse reflects on the network of allied sacrifices that saved them. His life's purpose shifts drastically from recovery to purely giving back. His past powerlessness becomes fuel for his research. The boy is determined to find biological cures that state science ignored. The major tactical shift is revealed. To cover more ground in spreading this new medical doctrine, the duo decides to go their separate ways. Their goal aligns with that of their former rivals. Scar and his group set off for Xing to study Eastern alchemical medicine. The alliance with the former soldiers kicks off a healing expedition. Alphonse says goodbye, proving his evolution into a true independent leader. Edward takes the Western road. His ultimate ambition is to unite the sciences of the East and West to permanently heal the victims of the state. The arrival of their transport seals the beginning. The excitement of crossing the world marks their first journey made for freedom, without the guilt of the past. Before leaving, Edward makes a confession using alchemy. In a clumsy attempt, he offers half of his life in exchange for half of Winry's. The awkward proposal is crushed by her response. Winry ignores the fractions and delivers a promise of total and unconditional commitment. Her immediate reaction breaks any tension. The embarrassment relieves the stiffness of the moment in a way perfectly suited to their dynamic. Edward realizes that the absolute dogma has lost its practical meaning. Real feelings and relationships simply do not operate on the rules of equivalent exchange. The farewell carries the unbreakable guarantee of return. Continental distance is no longer daunting in the face of this consolidated promise. The train departs towards the west, establishing a new era. The search for knowledge is now guided exclusively by the curiosity of a free man. Settling down was not the destiny of those molded to mend realities. The engine of history keeps turning, driven by a purpose that transcends borders. Back in Rezembul, it's time to deal with the remains of a long journey. Alphonse's old armor has fulfilled its purpose, finally at rest after years of intense battles. For Alphonse, staring at that cold metal from the outside is a surreal feeling. After years of living trapped inside it, he has finally gotten his body back and must readjust to his own humanity. Instead of just keeping the shell as a macabre trophy, he makes an important decision. Alphonse understands that he needs to give a new purpose to what is left of that armor. The symbol that bound his soul and prevented him from feeling human warmth is surrendered to the fire. The metal melts under the flames, putting an end to this alchemical cycle once and for all. The brothers watch the armor's destruction in silence. Without grand speeches or regrets, it's the visual confirmation that their long penance is finally over. The goal of melting the armor is to convert it into automail prosthetics. The steel structure that protected Al for so long will now help others regain their own independence. Winry takes the lead on this responsibility. She makes a commitment to honor every piece of that material, ensuring the sacrifice will result in top-quality parts. Sometime later, Edward hands over a physical token of gratitude to the family's old matriarch. It is a utilitarian work tool, forged from the very steel that once housed Alphonse. The efficiency of the new tool injects her with an incredible burst of energy. What used to be a dragged-out chore instantly turns into an explosion of vigor focused on hard work. As the dust settles in the yard, the environment becomes calm again. But something unusual, hidden right there amidst the dirt and plants, ends up catching their attention. The armor's old helmet has literally become a cradle for hatching baby birds. The cold shell that once imprisoned a lost soul now protects and nurtures the freedom of new life.